การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
You guys are the superstars. You guys are the best. The Sky King has been taken down. The Golden Road down.
สวัสดีค่ะ ยินดีต้อนรับทุกท่านเข้าสู่เวที MSL Thailand Season 1 Time to Rise วันนี้ร่วมเป็นสักขีพยานกันว่า ใครกันแน่ที่จะเป็น Number 1สวัสดีค่ะ อยู่กับดิฉันรามิดา เป็นพิธีกรดำเนินรายการ MSL Thailand ในวันนี้ นี่เป็นเวทีการแข่งขัน Mobile Legends ระดับมืออาชีพ ครั้งแรกของประเทศไทย และจะมีเพียง 6 ทีมจาก 10 ทีมเท่านั้น ที่จะได้ไปต่อในรอบ Play-off วันนี้เราพร้อมแล้วที่จะพิสูจน์ให้เห็นว่า เราไม่ใช่แค่ Easy Server และพร้อมก้าวสู่เวทีการแข่งขันระดับ Global อย่างแท้จริง หลังจากนี้ขอเชิญทุกท่านพบกับเหล่าแคสเตอร์ได้เลยค่ะ
Esports powerhouse Thailand as they venture into the MLBB scene, and today marks the first day of MSLTH. My name is Brigitte, and together with me is Goni. I think that's Goni, not Goine. So yeah, we can pick that up.
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much, Brigitte. What an opening. I'm so excited. Yes, hopefully they revise my name soon. But hey, I am so excited to just see and witness, right? The Thailand scene.
Yep. This has been, I think, a much anticipated league for a lot of us, even the international viewers out there, because historically speaking, Thailand has already made waves in terms of like their achievements in the MLBB scene, and a lot of us were looking forward to see on whether or not they could make it back to the big stage, or when would they actually have an opportunity for themselves to compete amongst themselves. And now we finally get to see some of the top teams joining us here in MSL Thailand. So we have 4 matches today, Gani, 4 best of 3s.
We got full 4 matches, all best of 3s like you mentioned, and it's exciting, right? We open things up with Team Bacon. That's an interesting name, I gotta be honest. Bacon Time, rather, going up against Full Sense here. And, you know, we got our closing banger here, Brigitte, right? With King of Gamers going up against Solix. And that would, guys, be the highlighted match for the day, I feel like.
Yeah, it is definitely a lot of MOBA fans based in Thailand are going to be looking forward to that. And Team Bacon sounds cute, but yeah, it is Bacon time.
I like your logo.
That we are. No, because their logo is very cute. I agree, and this is, I think, also one of the teams we are looking forward to, especially if you are watching from the Philippines, because I believe you've been able to come across their team lineup announcements. They had very fancy visuals to come along with that. And there are two Filipino
ก็จะ
players
ช่ว
who
ย
will
ให้
be
การ
joining us
อีส
there.
ปอร์ตของเราเนี่ยผลัก
Oh,
ดัน
but
ไป
I
ได้ไกล
think
มากขึ้น
ก็จะแสดงฝี
we
มือ
have
ให้แบบ
a
ว่านานา
VDR
ชาติได้เห็นครับ
prepared
ผม
for
ว่า
us here.
ประเทศไทยเราก็ไม่แพ้ชาติใดในโลกครับผม
ผมจะมาโชว์สกิลแครี่ที่ผมแบบแอบซ้อมมาหลายปีครับ ให้คนดูได้เห็นในการแข่งขัน รอดูได้เลยครับ
For me, the team is 100% ready and I am 100% confident because I trust them that we can win the matches in the upcoming tournament.
There you have it.
All right. Definitely liking the confidence we got to see there, Goni, and it came
Yeah.
from Exert.
That's right. It was bacon time, and you mentioned Filipinos, right? They have two, right? Exort and Spider Miles in their lineup. So you have seen them play in the PH scene. They have some sort of a mark there, right? Now they are trying to create their mark in the Thailand scene. I expect big though. I expect big from Bacon Time. But if we're talking about lineups, Full Sense also has an PH import.
Yep. And we're seeing their team intros right now. They are about to enter the stage. Okay. That's a lot of... At least for the first day, I'm surprised with the amount of people that we're already seeing in the venue. There you
That's
go.
true. There you go. It's Boss, Guns, Kang, Spider Miles, and Exort. So that's Bacon Time for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. And we are... Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the crowd being day one, and we, of course, got to focus on Full Sense as well.
Yep. There you go. That's Dominic. You saw him just now. That's one Filipino player we were talking about. And I think I'd also like to highlight here Angelina. We have a female player joining us here in Full Sense. You love to see it. And they will be making their way to the stage right now as well. So I believe this is going to be their starting five. Can't wait to see what these guys have in store for us, Goni.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Angelina, you mentioned Dominic, but they also have Flash SR, Porza Naruk, they have Neja as well, and you can see by their faces, they are ready to rise, right? It is time to rise in Thailand right there.
Yeah, and Flash SR, I think, also deserves a bit of a highlight here because he has been a former coach, and I think it's a bit unusual to see that kind of transition of being a coach to a player, because usually it's being a player then becoming a coach, but this is different. So he already has a bit of a background, he has experience in terms of coaching MLBB, so let's see how that will all come down to this matchup, to this best of 3 series, which we are expecting to really set the pace, because this is the first series we'll witness here in MSLTH.
Yeah, again, guys, you guys are witnessing history because this is day one of season 1 MSL Thailand. So let's see here, right? Being it's Bacon Time, going up against Full Sense. There you go, the official team lineup. Kang, Boss, Exort, Guns, and as well as Spider Miles.
All right, so still the roles we're most familiar with for Exert and Spider Miles, and I think we were talking about this behind the scenes. Guns, it's so suitable for him to have that IGN because he is a gold laner. He will be going up against Neja though, on the other hand. And Dominic still in the EXP. Flash SR, that former coach, will be playing jungle role. I would assume a lot of the shot calls will be coming from him. Angelina in mid, and Porza Naruk as the roamer.
Yeah, again, a banger match we got in store for us. And again, let's see which team will be the first team to rise here in MSL Thai. And you can see here, players are getting ready. Coach, we saw them, right? It was Noel and Dran. So let's see. I am most intrigued to see what will be the drafts look like
Yeah,
for
that's
the
true.
Thai
That's
team.
true. Oh, and now we have our talent predictions brought to you by Infinix. So I'm seeing that we have different opinions about this matchup, Gani. I am
Yes.
thinking we are going to a game three, but I am in favor of Bacon time. And you think it's a 2-0?
You know what? I like full sense, and you know what, guys? I'm just going up against Brigida at this point. Ooh, we got the local talents as
Wait.
well. Oh,
Oh, this
Wawa
is
seems to agree with me.
this is interesting. Okay, I did not expect to be in the minority for this one. Um,
Well, I'm still in the morning. Oh, you're right.
yeah,
You're right. Technically, you're right.
because it's 2 out of 3 talents in the Thai broadcast who think it's gonna be full sense rather than bacon time. But that's interesting, I guess. There could be a bit of there could be some other factors as to why they have been very successful too in the MOBA scene.
Mm-hmm.
So I would understand if maybe when it comes to the argument of chemistry or carrying and expanding their empire, right, there would be a bit more favor towards full sense. And Bacon Time, arguably, they do have 2 Filipino players, but we don't know how long has it been since they've tried to work out their team chemistry and stuff like that.
That is actually true, right? We have not known the, I guess, the screen time, the chemistry you
Yeah.
mentioned. Also, the language, right? What are they currently like calming
Ah, that's
using comms?
true.
What do I? Of course, maybe they're leaning towards more English, but that a challenge? Is that a barrier right there, or
Mhm.
has they? Yeah, are they like fix that, or is it fixed already? But let's take a look at bacon time and full sense here. One of my fellow casters, international casters, okay, named Kronos. He's a big fan of bacon time, Brigada.
Really?
So yeah, so
Oh.
he messaged me and he's like, "Yo, you know what? It's bacon time. I think it's their season here debut. So let's see here, right? So a lot of expectations
Oh.
already, not just from the PH region, but also internationally, Brigada. So let's see here if Bacon Time can deliver that expectation this season.
Okay, that is gonna be really interesting. Because I think even if you look at other regions, right,
Mm-hmm.
preseason, you already have a certain, let's say, tier list or maybe even expectations or power rankings for the teams
Yes.
before going into the season. And I think for both PH and ID, to some extent, these expectations weren't really met in a sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So I I personally, before casting for MSLTH, I've also been, of course, looking at team or Bacon Time, but we will never know because the for the Thai casters to have a majority vote of full sense, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Like, what other information do they have for them to actually predict this way? They most probably know a bit more than us, but that's just me. That is my prediction. Those are my expectations for this matchup. I wonder how much of a surprise the drafts are going to be, as you mentioned, and we are
Yeah.
jumping right into that. So, for the first map ever here in MSLTH, we will be
Ooh.
having Broken Walls. Okay.
We're gonna have broken walls indeed, Brigada. So a lot of rotations. Maybe expect cheeky angles to be
Yep.
taken by both teams as well. And let's see here. Oh, the drafts are in, right? We are gonna have Bacon
Whoa.
Time being blue, and that's already all 6 heroes banned. What will be the first pick from Bacon Time?
That's such a quick draft. Okay. Well, at least for the first part, we don't see that much of a
Yes.
difference, I guess, in terms of like what we're
Yes.
used to seeing in the drafts with both PH and ID. I guess the most surprising would be the Khalid taken out for me, but that's a quick response. The Phobius and Guinevere also immediately locked in. Might not be that much of a great time for the Freya Prio here, which we don't know if it is gonna be in the jungle, gold, or EXP just yet.
Yeah, it's still up in the air here, right? So this is going to be very exciting again. Full sense. I feel like the Guinevere is jungle because it's quite
Yeah.
popular. It's very popular, but who knows? Might go to Rome. Let's see later on. Bacon time though,
Yeah.
they will lock in the Harley and
Whoa.
the Sora.
Okay. At least now we know that there is gonna be the jungle Harley, so it's down to
Yes.
the Sora and the Freya to decide on who's which. Is it Freya Gold or XP, or is it Sora Gold or XP? We'll never know. But I like the carry pickup. I was supposed to mention it earlier too because it could have been a really great answer to the Phobius Guinevere in a sense, and to the other potential threats in terms of sustain or frontline that could come in from Full Sense. But now that they secured it for themselves, um, that's less to worry about if you're Full Sense. But if you were to consider like what other roamers are actually still available, I know Spider Miles is more on a I mean, during his time I was
Yes.
used to seeing him on utility,
Yeah.
so
We might see that, right? We might see that again, Brigada. We might see that side of Spider Miles again. And for the second phases of bans here, it seems like they will take out the mid laner of Yves Farsa and of course the glue, which is very popular in
yeah.
ID. I'm quite surprised that it survived the first phase, but okay, at
Yeah.
least it did not survive the second phase, right? Now,
Yeah.
Bacon Time, what are they going for? Because again, from the drafts, Full Sense, they have DPS, they have a playmaker in that Guinevere slash, of course, jungler that can play
Mhm.
make, and of course, Phoebe is a hero that is able to assist first Turtle, you know. It seems like they will lock in
Yeah.
the Lunox, so there will be a commitment
Oh.
towards a mid laner lock here for the side of Bacon Time.
Yeah. Although there is already a carry on the side of Full Sense, they just probably want to minimize the shred potential that you could expect, so they might be going for a tankier option in the in the roam role. But they pick up the Kadita. Okay, it's pretty interesting. Um, they're just so much crowd control to expect from Full Sense. It's great that you have options to just go in and out for Bacon Time so far with the first three picks.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but if it's about the tanky, revitalized roamers that we might be looking at, there is a high loss. Although that could be such an easy target for these combos of the Kadita and the Guinevere. The Kalea's still there. Oh, they're going chip.
Ooh. Wow, I did
Oh,
not expect
that's
that.
yeah. Especially into the Guinevere
And the
Phobius.
Kadita, right? So the shortcut timing needs to be precise here.
Hmm.
And I feel like Big in Time, what they're saying is we want to fight fire with fire. You want to fight. You have heroes that can play make, multiple heroes that can play make. We
Mm-mm.
have one hero that can teleport all the teams to get into the fight. And let's see here, one last hero to lock in the composition. Full Sense.
Hmm.
What do they need though? Need more. Okay, they need a mid
If
laner
it's
utility.
it's a if it's a Guinevere jungle, that's confirmed. Oh, so it is a Guinevere jungle. It's a Kaja roam for
Rome.
Polzanarok. Huh.
Wait,
Okay,
it's a Kadida. Oh wow.
it's a
Wow, wow, wow.
Kadita. No. It's a Kadita mid. I think
Yeah.
we just need to like tweak things a bit, but it's
Yep.
pretty
Yep. Yep.
self-explanatory. That's a carry gold, Kaja roam, Phobius EXP, Kadita mid, and jungle Guinevere. I think both lineups are pretty interesting to me, mostly because for Bacon Time, the main, or at least they might be playing around the um, team fight potential. It's only
Mm-hmm.
the
Mm-hmm.
Kimi really that's considered as the range for this lineup. But because of the chip pickup, I'm wondering how they're planning to execute the macro, because you can pressure the lanes already with just the Freya and the Sora, but to think that you add the chip on top of that, there could be a lot of
Yeah.
mind games that goes on.
That's the thing. That's the thing. And I feel like the coach, I believe it was Noel, that's what the game plan was, right? Let's see though, execution. Will they be able to execute that properly? Because, a chip level 4 is what he
Hmm.
needs. And one good, like the opening shortcut needs to be good from chip just to set the tone
Yeah.
properly for his team. Because after that, it's technically like do or die after that first shortcut. If it goes well, they will control the tempo, they will have map pressure. But if that first
Hmm.
shortcut did not set the tempo properly for their team, yeah,
Yeah.
they gotta find solutions to recover from that situations. Let's see though. First game ever for MSL
Hmm.
Thailand, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. By the way, I just have to add, it's not just Dominic who is a Filipino player, by the way, it's also Neja. So it's
Ah,
the EXP and the gold lane for Full Sense.
so it's two
And
v2.
that's, yeah, it's the sides for Full Sense and it's the mid duo for Bacon Time. So it's a 2v2.
Will you change
Even,
your
even,
predictions
even
now, Brigada?
Nah. I voted 2-1. I still voted 2-1. It's because of, I guess, a bit of more. I'm a bit more familiar with the Filipino players that we see in Bacon Time. But even the coach is Filipino, actually. No, it's a different team. It's a different team. No, yeah, it's also Coach Dran. Coach Dran. So it's a
Coach Ran.
3v2 technically, but let's see how this goes as we get into game number 1. That's a Purified Chip and Freya.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you can expect
Yeah.
that, right? We're gonna going up against a lot of these crowd controls as well. But Lanadon, here we go for the first game ever between Bacon Time and also Full Sense. First game ever for MSL Thailand Season 1. A lot of aggressive rotations already. Angelina, below 50% HP.
Yeah. Yeah. Those are both the junglers already seeing each other in the mid lane, but a bit more of the invades coming from Bacon Time. At least Dominic will be here to help a bit though, and they don't really get to steal away that green camp. But I'm liking the aggression that we're seeing, because even Full Sense, poor Zanaruk started or decided to start strong. He showed himself in the purple buff, but Bacon Time, they responded just the same. They said they're going, or we're going for an invade, or the invades. It's something that's, it's a great sign for both of these teams.
Yeah, both teams just looking out for each other here, like looking to cut off rotations. Oh, Kaja is spotting B-Boss here. Not level 4 just yet, though, is Harley. So the kill
Mhm.
threat isn't there just yet, as we are about to enter perhaps our first big fight here for the first. So you
Mhm.
see Kadira there, top lane already. 2v1 action.
Oh, not gonna use the combo just yet. They had to delay it a bit more so the crowd or the chain CC would land. Kang Kang, with only using the flicker and ultimate, will survive, but that's the EXP laner of Bacon Time not immediately present for this turtle fight.
Yeah, that's big, right? Kadira not level 4 just yet, so no kill pressure. It was just to force recall. But let's see here. The first turtle
Action.
contest.
Whoa. No one
Hmm.
is allowed to come near. Full
No.
Sense had full control over that turtle pit. And it was, I think we did mention, oh, hold on, that's the spatial migration into the Violet Requiem's Exort is gonna be first blood. Neja, though, traded down bottom. It's a 1-for-1 so far.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 indeed. And keep in mind, though, full sense they got the turtle. And now Spider Mouse has a shortcut. So ladies and gentlemen, be ready to see a pick off, a big, suddenly a 1v5 potentially.
Yeah.
And the side laners, they gotta be aware that, they gotta sense like when everyone is missing in the mid lane on their maps, they gotta expect this chip, Spider Mouse, to be around. And slowly but surely here, both teams are slowing their tempo down.
Yeah. I mean, even just the fact that there's a chip, I think it discourages you to play too aggressive when you know that you're alone. Because
Yep.
there is going to be the threat of a shortcut anytime that you'd be suddenly ganked on by multiple members from Bacon Time. But at least Porzonaruk's keeping Spider Miles in check, so they kind of minimize the threat of a surprise gank. But what they don't know is that Vivo's also here using the deadly magic, but Porzonaruk's going to be very tanky and is able to deal with that. So we might be looking at the next turtle again, but before that happens, Flash SR. Yeah, he's waiting for someone.
He was. There was if he saw a potential angle, he might jump in. And first turtle, the setup was a 2v1 with Kadita, ganking on Kang, right? So let's see here now with the turtle up. My guess is they're gonna try the same blueprint. They're gonna gank someone, force him to recall or pick off one, and then it will be a free turtle. But it seems like they will occupy the turtle's area. Spider Miles here, looking for an angle, perhaps.
Yeah. Oh my goodness! And off cam, B-Boss, he decided to let go of this turtle. He wanted something else. That was Neja on his second death in this game, not looking too good for Full Sense, although they do get the second turtle. But it hasn't been such a great laning for their gold laner so far. At least they're able to hold down. Oh, hold on. Divine Judgment, the burst onto Spider Miles, but this might be the counter engage coming in from Bacon Time. Porzonaruk gets punished hard. Dominic 2 joining in Infernal Pursuits, but he's up against 4. He'll only get the kill on Spider Miles.
Yeah, man, oh man. The tempo has gone up quickly here after the second turtle. Even before, right? You mentioned the pickoff and Neja not having a good farm. It seems like Full Sense, they're slowly, but surely here, they lose on that tempo. And this is not a good sign here. Because Bacon Time, they got already 1,000 gold lead. And take a look at the damage Porzonaruk is taking.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Flash SR though, they were ready. Neja 2 finally picking up an assist. And Spider Miles will be the pickoff there. So at least they're still... I'd say they're not too reactive to what Bacon Time's trying to do. I think for the most part, Full Sense is still the team who gets to set the tempo in the team fights. Because look, they need to be the ones who are in control of the map because of the nature of their lineup. They have the Guinevere's, they have the Kadita, so they have to be able to hold these bushes so they can go in for those surprise attempts. And speaking of surprise attempts, that's another pickoff. You get to see from Spider Miles. He gets to lay down the portal just in time though, so Guns will be able to join as well as Kang. They're already able to take down 4 members from Full Sense. It's Dominic all alone against 4, but I don't think he'll get to last that long.
Man, oh man. Bacon Time it is. Finds a very cheeky shortcut, a very honest shortcut, and their execution, their coordination was on point. The way they target members was also very good because, they neglect, they ignore Dominic. They take off the, important members first. And there you go. Take a look at the chain reaction after that wipeout, Brigada. They got the mid turret. They got the last turtle. And map control wise with a chip, Bacon Time, it is their game to lose. So let's see here if Full Sense can recover. What can they do? I think they now just gotta focus on Neja. Neja needs to get farm. Early game it wasn't a good laning phase for Neja. But now you may say it's too late, but I think they're banking on Neja to get those items. Trinity to have a chance to recover because the lead for Bacon Time right now, it's huge. 4K, 8 minutes in with a chip.
I'd say it's both that playing around, starting to play around Asia, and also um, being more wise. Because you see how Full Sense are able to really capitalize on map control. It's just that the targets might not be the best targets at times. I think that previous team fight we saw was
Mhm.
off of their failed attempt to just really lock down Spider Miles and burst him before he's able to do anything. Because even if they had the damage to deal with him, he was still able to lay down the shortcut, and that's where Bacon Time found their opening to actually fight back. So if it's
Hmm.
them utilizing these pickoffs, that divine judgment, spatial migration, or even the petrify and the breath of the ocean combo, it should be on targets that would really be valuable pickoffs, I guess, and not targets who could like really just last long enough so others could catch up and stuff like that. But hold on, look at the positionings of both Kang Kang and Bibos.
They
At least I don't think
yeah.
they're gonna try to take on Dominic.
That's the thing, right? I think because the Phobias. Oh, shush, that's a chip. Moving on towards Dominic.
Okay, I'm taking back what I said. They actually tried to take on Dominic, and there's the Divine Judgment on Spider Miles once again. Now with the portal
Ooh.
already laid down, Full Sense are the ones who are able to take a pick off. Full combo already committed here by Angelina, but yet to burst down anyone. Guns at least gets it down though by Dominic. That's a double kill. Kang Kang too finding Angelina, but Bibos, the retry holder, gets picked off as well. That's gonna be a 4-for-1 trade. Clearly in favor of Full Sense.
The anticipation, the composure. Full Sense was able to display that in that last big team fight, and look what they got. The lead, the economy that was on Bacon Time's side, gone, right? They got the Lord, they got multiple shutdowns, and now Full Sense, they're actually back in the game. Because guess what? Nasia, one kill, but that was a whole bounty. So they have chances now, even with the Lord, to play around with. Bacon Time, you mentioned it. You called it, Brigida. That was the Phobias. Why would they jump on towards the Phobias? And Dominic, with the calm flicker, was able to delay and bought time for his team to just anticipate the movements, and they got a Lord to play around with. Bacon Time. Loki fumbled, Brigida.
It's is that the story for the past two failed engages? It's picking the wrong target. Full Sense tried to take on Spider Miles, didn't work for them. Bacon Time tried to take on Dominic, still didn't work for them. So now whatever we said for Full Sense rings true for Bacon Time as well. It's really important that you know who your targets are, because
Yeah.
look, as we get into the latter portions of the game, these wrong choices are a lot more expensive now. Oh, hold on. Flashes are all alone there up top. Those are three members of Bacon Time who decided to take him on. Now Guns, though, trying to go for the defense. He is going to get some help, though. But then Full Sense actually decide to fight under the turret with no minions, though. Still failed to take down that base turret. And that's a flicker from Kang Kang! He actually still wants to fight! Still uses the Thunder form. Dominic once again isolated. Dark Wave. But he's all alone now. That's gonna be a kill over to Bacon Time.
Yeah, he was in too deep right there. I mean, he almost made a huge play, Brigida, under the turret, pops the winner crown, but the damage was not enough to take any member of Bacon Time down. He made it back, he kept his distance, but he was, like you said, isolated. And Full Sense, they technically lost two members, being Flash SR in the top lane and also Dominic. So that kind of was the reset button. You can see the economy being very, very non-existent, and that is, ladies and gentlemen, the current state of the game. We're 13 minutes in. The early game was for bacon time, but the mid game, Full Sends fired back. But
Yeah.
it is all equal right now. So
Yeah.
entering the late game, it is going to be very crucial. You mentioned again being the targeting. I agree that the prioritization on the targeting is going to play a huge part here. And Spider Miles with the shortcut ability needs to, you know,
Hmm.
maximize this power. Oh,
Yeah.
full sends there. Will they do a full send on towards the Lord?
Wait, they're bursting it. Spider Miles though. Oh, now they commit the Divine Judgment on him once again. That's gonna be the shortcut laid down for Bacon time though. And the others are going to try and go for the follow-up. But full sense, they're ready. It's just Kang Kang and Exort left to fight back. But without Kang Kang,
Oh
what
my
can
god.
Exort do? He's up against 4 members of Full Sense who decide to let go of the Lord.
It is endable. Exort needs to delay 10 seconds. Can he do it?
Oh, traction pull's gonna get laid. Oh no! They actually land the spatial migration! And that's gonna be it for game number 1. Full sense! Wow! Now we get to see a glimpse of why the Thailand casters actually favored Full Sense.
This is intense, Brigada. That was our officially the first game of MSL. And you know, the tempo, you can see just both teams firing back. It was action all around. And 2 good fights for the side of Full Sense was enough to take the game. This one was the first fight I feel like was favored Full Sense.
Yeah.
You know, they were able to neutralize the situation, and this was the second one.
It's like, I think the notable, there were only like 3 notable team fights really, and each of them really changed the course of the game. Like the first team fight, it suddenly allowed Bacon Time to get control over the game, and then the second team fight happened, and that led to Full Sense getting control over the game, and then the third team fight happened, things got evened out, and it was just that last team fight which cost Bacon Time their loss, because it could have been anyone's game, I think, especially when we were able to even things out towards the last part. It's just that I'm trying to like look back on what happened. It was a decision from Full Sense to burst down the Lord. We thought it would have been a dangerous decision because Bacon Time had the conceal. Spider Miles was looking for a target, but for some reason they still made it work.
Yeah, in that fight specifically, B-Boss Harley got took down way too early, Brigada. So you know, one of their main damage dealers plus a retribution holder was out and down too early. And of course, we get to see the MVP. It's gonna be Angelina here, with a 3-2-7 respectable, stat. And I gotta say, Angelina brought the Kadita, who technically is not really in the meta, who's really not in the popular picks.
Yeah.
But Angelina made it work, and you can see the highlights. Angelina was one of the factors why the tempo was shifted towards the side of Full Sense.
And I gotta say that in a way, she also really contributed to how Bacon Time weren't really able to take full control immediately of this game, because the Kadita has so many ways to keep herself in the game. Like there's a passive that just gives you back your lost HP so long as you don't get bursted within like a certain amount of time. And there's just the Petrify. There are multiple ways for this Kadita to stay alive, and that's something you do not want as a Harley, because even that brief amount of immunity that you get for, let's say, during your casting of the rough waves and stuff like that, is an immediate way to just deny the threat of the deadly magic. So I think B-Boss here, we kind of see why they just decided to keep rotating down bottom. But even if they paid so much attention to Neja, that didn't stop the other members here for Full Sense. That didn't stop the mid trio here of Full Sense to actually find other things across the map. And again, it's great because you get the first MVP ever in MSL Thailand. It's so rare to see female players in the scene, but you make a statement with this performance from Angelina. Well deserved.
Very well deserved, right? It is technically with that game win. Maybe it is their time to rise, and you get to see a full overview, ladies and gentlemen. In case you missed the action, here's the conclusion. All right, 14 minutes of game time. So we got to see one Lord. Technically, we didn't really get to see that Lord in action. They got the base already, but man. So early game, it was bacon time. Got the tempo with the chip as expected. Spider Miles clean with it, but then just Full Sense again. Just the anticipation. They know they solve the issue quickly, and they were able to find important kills. Especially Neja getting that one kill for a shutdown. It was huge. It's
Yep.
it's it's crazy. Full Sense was just too composed. I feel like after that first
Yeah.
loss, they were down 4K by the way, and they were
Yeah.
able to recover. So I want to see Bacon Time back to their drawing boards as well. But you can see just the damage dealt by Neja, man. 43,000 at the end of the day. That's a lot of damage.
For someone who died twice
Uh,
in the laning
she was
stage.
0-3 at one point.
Yeah. But didn't matter. Didn't matter at all
Did not
for Full
matter.
Sense.
Yeah.
Just when I thought the team fights were gonna be a lot more favoring Bacon Time, because this is a chip. You got a Sora and the Freya. Just imagine how chaotic the team fights would be. But I think Full Sense also just decided to take it one step at a time. That's why they were so reliant on their pick-off potential, which it's great. It actually worked for them in the long run. So I agree. I would definitely want to see Bacon Time back to the drawing board, or maybe trying to not overcomplicate things. Because I think you kind of see the fundamentals. They have a clear idea of what to do, but the fact that they went for an almost all fighter lineup and a chip roam kind of made things really, as I mentioned, a bit complicated or confusing at times, because you don't really know what the play is supposed to be. And it was much simpler for Full Sense here. They just have pickoffs. Okay, find pickoffs, we're good.
I agree. I think they overcomplicate, and I guess they overthink a little in that game. They saw Dominic. You know what? We might have enough firepower to burst Dominic down, but I feel like that's also just overextension, right? So they overextend, they overcommit, and then of course they got punished for it. Next, Neja got the kill that he really wanted. He got the bounty, and that really sets the tone for Full Sense to turn the tides. That was game one, ladies and gentlemen. We are still in for the series, Brigada. Will there be a 1-1, or will there be just a clean sweep for our first ever opening match here at MSL Thai? We'll have to wait and see. And
Yep.
draft-wise, I'm a bit surprised that the glue isn't really prioritized here in this match, because it's really prioritized here in ID. What about in the Philippines, Brigada? Is it prioritized, like first phase?
The glue in the Philippines isn't really as prioritized. I'd say in the few moments where it actually does get picked up,
Situational, yeah.
it's situational, and it I think majority of the times it does not result into a win, especially if it gets picked up way too early in the draft. Let's say first phase, um, even without the presence of, let's say, Faramis and stuff like that, because it's not just really that which gets to counter the glue. There's just so much prio on the marksman as well, in the gold laners nowadays. Um, it seems as if um, even or especially in situations where it goes up against the Claude and stuff like that, it just allows for the opposing team to have a much easier time. So I don't know if we could say that there are already certain signature picks from Thailand
Yep.
just based off the first game. The Kadita is
Yep.
already one, but I don't know if that's just a full sense special or if it's something that you'll get to see more often here in MSLTH.
Yeah, that actually might just be a full set special, right? But man, it's 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 going to be very interesting going to game two. As we all know, it's bacon time here. They're down 0-1. And actually, I want to know: will they stay on blue side, or will they
Mm.
like switch sides?
Ah, that's
Getting that
right.
last pick, because remember game one, that Kadita pick was on the last pick. It was
Yeah.
that
Ah, was
last
it
pick
the
value.
Kadita or the Kaja?
Oh wait, actually, it was
It's
the Kaja.
either.
It's
Yeah.
either. I think it was the Kaja, but like that last pick value that red side has definitely can shake things up here. Let's see though. Will Bacon Time go for the red side this time around?
Yeah. A lot of, um, I think, reset. It's definitely gonna shake you in some way, because that was an unexpected loss. We
Mm-hmm.
just entered the 12-minute mark, the 13-minute mark. That was again a 14-minute game that we got to see for the first match, and I believe not even Bacon Time expected things to turn out that way right after that Lord fight, which didn't even really turn into a Lord fight anyway, because I think like from the very beginning their call was to just go for
Yep.
hero.
Yep. Yep.
So um I can't really blame them. It seems like they were too spread out. A lot of their heroes are capable of doing things by
Yeah.
themselves, so we didn't really get to see how they were able to use it together in a team fight. But um nothing it was still a relatively close game, so it hasn't been such an easy win for Full Sense anyway. Let's see what the second map of the game is gonna be.
Let's see. It was Broken Walls game one. It will be expanding rivers. So, expect a lot of fast rotations here. Maybe fast mobility composition type of draft as well. Bacon Time, Full Sense. It will be the same side. So Bacon Time will have the
Oh,
blue side, and Full Sense will go for the red.
okay.
Okay.
So if this is gonna be similar to the first draft, then we're seeing
Yeah.
another Khalid ban from Bacon Time. And then I'm not entirely sure. It's Valentina for Full Sense to wrap up the. Oh, they changed it. Not gonna be the Khalid anymore. Is still, or instead gonna be the Fulvius. Oh, and they banned the Freya. Okay, I wonder what the prio
So,
is gonna be for Bacon Time, because there's a Harith, Valentina,
yeah.
Sora.
Sora, will that be prioritized now that the Phobius is gone, right? So both
Yeah.
teams actually taking a page of game one. Phobius banned out from the side of Bacon, Freya banned out from the side of Full Sense. First pick for the side of Bacon Time with this sort of drafting phase. Sora is solid. I like the Sora pick.
It's just that there's a Valentina open, so
Yeah, that's the thing. So they pick up the Valentina to anticipate the Sora coming from Full Sense, and they also want to take Sora for themselves. So can we expect the
hmm.
Yeek to be picked up third? Oh, they don't care.
Uh,
They
they don't
don't care.
care. Still gonna pick up the Sora. Okay, so without the threat of a Fulvius or anything, and I doubt the Freya, wondering if Guns would like to pick up his gold laner here. Already sees what the overall idea of, or what Full Sense is mostly gonna play around. So Guinevere Sora. But I think in Thailand, maybe apart from the fact that a lot of the fighter gold laners were open earlier, we don't really see the gold lane being prioritized as much yet.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So I think
Let me see.
gold could be picked.
Oh, they still go for
Oh,
the Claw. Okay.
they still go for the Claude, which again, just I feel like with the expanding rivers, it allows Claude to rotate. Let's say if he wants to clear both mid and gold lane
Hmm.
respectively very fast as well, right? Certain timings, of course. But with the Suyo,
Yeah.
it's just so in the meta right now because the rotations fast clear as well, and of course the kit of Suyo, it's hard to catch. And the hero that was banned in game one, being Khalid, will be picked up by
Yeah.
Full Sense. So again,
Hmm.
expanding rivers, mobility, right? Khalid just it allows Khalid to be this threatening hero,
Yeah.
threatening towards the composition of Bacon Time. The Uranus ban, they do not want to heal. They don't want to deal with like a hero that is unkillable technically. If, say you got a
Yeah.
3K gold lead in the first like early minutes.
They don't like the annoying XP laners to come out for Kang Kang, because I think really earlier to Kang Kang, when he had or played this Sora, was he had a really good performance. So I think Kang Kang and the aggressive XP laners work well together. Um, if it's just that though, I think there's still a lot of options available for him. You still got the Arlot, the Yuzhong, um, you still have the Lapu, but they don't seem to be looking at that. They will take out the chip instead for Spider Mouth. I think one of the things I'm really curious to see too is if MSL Thailand or the players in Thailand consider the Khalid as a flex still, because I think it's just mostly been in roam role.
Mm-hmm.
But if that's the case, because I mean, you can't really tell. I think three of their picks are flex heroes at this point, so and they
Yeah,
will still remain as flex picks.
they can play it around. They can play that mine uh they can play that, mind twist. Will they be able to
Hmm.
deliver it though? But it's gonna be the Lunox here to burst, which is interesting because technically they ban out the Uranus, which can be shredded by the Lunox, but Full Sense says, like, you know what? We don't care. We still
Yeah.
need someone that can be shredded. They need some sort of DPS. They will lock in the magic shred though with that Lunox. But Bacon, hey, Spider Miles Cho, very.
Hmm.
I've seen clips. Spider Miles is quite good on the Cho. And let's see here with the Cho, will it allow them to force a game 3 and to lock in their. Ooh,
Oh,
wait. I was
wait.
talking about
So
Spider Miles Cho.
okay, yeah. So they all along they've been flexing the Valentina in the EXP, but that's assuming the Sora is gonna go EXP. But what if it does not? Okay, it is, because we're seeing a Hanabi.
Bring it on. Bring
Yes,
it on.
Connie.
This is actually crazy. Hanabi from Full Sense.
Ah, have you casted a Hanabi game in MPL ID?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. MPL game? No.
So has
You?
it only been in PH and MY that a Hanabi has been played?
Wait, I was there? I don't think if there was, I don't think I casted that game.
Okay, so
But
this is
like
your first time casting a Hanabi game.
this is gonna be my first time. So this is your not your first experience?
This is not my first time. I would like to give my shout outs to Mr. Netsky
Right.
for playing the Hanabi a couple of times now in MPLPH. And in my experience, it has been a very passive gold laner. Couldn't say the exact same thing for MPLMY because I believe their Hanabi got a win. I think I was innocent. So let's see what's gonna happen here in Thailand.
Let's see. Let's see. Again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for Game 2 between Bacon Time and Full Sense. Will Full Sense clean sweep this series, or perhaps Bacon Time, recover, and potentially we might see an equalizer from their side?
Yep. I think we would definitely want to see Bacon Time at least bring us to a game number 3, but let's see if that's gonna happen because poor Zanaruk with this early game rotation. Oh, he is keeping B-Boss in check. Just look at how he's forced him to change his jungle patterns just by standing in front of him.
Yeah, the intimidation is already enough. The presence, right, is already intimidating enough. And we can see, though, for Hanabi, Neja is actually assisted early by the Khalid. Yeah, as expected, though, Hanabi needs a quiet and chill early game to be able to have a good mid game and a better late game. But let's see here. Is Neja gonna pull off the Hanabi this time around? Because that is a difficult hero to pull off.
Yeah. And if they don't want him to be able to pull off that Hanabi, we gotta keep our eyes on Spider Miles and Exert because I think these two have to do something. They have to make the most out of either their pick-off potential, their poke potential, and just overall just having a Suyo by your side because there's just so much burst. Oh my goodness, but look at that jump from Flash Azar, Spider Miles. He merely wanted to check that bush. He's a Cho. He could be the guy to do that.
Yeah, unfortunate there. And just like game 1, Dominic and Kankang having a solo there, but Turtle should be Full Sense again. So yeah, I mean, looking at the first game, it's a similar story here, Brigida. Just before the first Turtle, Full Sense got a pick off on towards, or not a pick off, but they were able to send Kankang back in game 1. But in game 2, they got a better deal. They got a kill, and now they got the Turtle. So Full Sense, after first Turtle, they got the control here. Now I want to see the quick recovery from Bacon Time.
Yeah.
Because that was a big loss for Suyo.
When is it even gonna happen? Because their gameplay right now seems very passive, but you would also say they're trying to wait for the perfect timing for a much more calculated pickoff. But Full Sense seem to be reading the map so well that not even these positionings that you're seeing from Bacon Time are really put to great use. Because poor Zanaruk, he's just so reliable in making sure that all these pushes are checked, that his teammates are not going to walk into any traps laid down by Bacon Time. And so far, we don't really get to see these aggressive rotations from both Spider Miles and Exort. It's always Full Sense who gets to position themselves first, even in this scenario where they're not really on a Kaja lineup. This is a Khalid, Guinevere, and the Lunox that you're talking about, not even a Kadita anymore, but they're still the ones who get to position themselves first.
Yeah, the rotations has been more clear. Oh, that's a flicker kick on towards the clone.
Flash SR, Easy Violet Requiem, 2-man stun from the Raging Sandstorm. Poor Zanaruk, he will be taken down too, but what could be the trade? Angelina, I think she got some sacks on the Sky Piercer there, but B-Boss is just gonna take him down.
Yeah, even though a very, very funky opening there from the side of Spider Miles, actually with the quantity that Bacon Time has in that river flow, they were able to pull off a good team fight, right? They got Angelina, they got Flash SR and Porzanarok in that fight, and again, they were able to now take a look at the chain reaction from that fight. They got the second turtle in contest. Let's see though, Flash SR in position to steal.
Oh, Porzanaro going in. B-Boss secures the turtle for Bacon Time, but now all 5 members of Full Sense are still alive. They will be fighting back. Kang Kang looking like the next target. Neja here to join as well, but Bacon Time, they see him and decide not to fight anymore.
Yeah, it was very crazy. It was a crazy fight there from that turtle, but B-Boss finds the retribution at least. Porzanarok. Oh,
Okay.
let's see. Okay, let's see. That's gonna be guns now with the DHS. So, with this, you know what? 6 minutes in, Full Sense now looking to perhaps reestablish their positioning, or at least they want control. Bacon Time.
Yeah.
They gotta switch things up though. They gotta find a pick on towards Anisha now, who is, I feel like, having an okay farming phase, you know?
Okay. So at least for Bacon Time, it's just really mostly Angelina who's picking or taking majority of the kills, and the gold. Neja has had a much more quiet time in the first 6 minutes of the game. I don't blame Neja though. It's something to be expected for a Hanabi, especially in the laning phase. Let's see how they get to capitalize on that in the latter portions of the game. B-Boss though finding Porzanarok here, lands the stun with the Raging Sandstorm, but it's still gonna be a kill over to Bacon Time. That's right before the turtle too.
That's right before the show. Finally, pressure towards Neja. That's gonna be Neja though, taken down under his own turret. And Kang Kang off camera kill, top lane. That's the Valentina taken off. So technically they got a trade, but they lose a structure in the bottom side. And of course, being the turtle here in the bottom side of the map, they will get it as well. Bacon Time here, applying the right pressure.
Yeah. I don't think you'll be happy with that. Bacon Time losing both their gold laner, a turret, and the turtle all at the same time. So that's gonna hand over some sort of lead to Bacon Time. At least though, that's only like the first death that you get to see from Neja. But that's the thing. If that kind of rotation already resulted into a kill for Neja, then what more if you get to see, let's say, Kang Kang joining the fight with a stolen Thunder form, or B-Boss, Spider Miles too, using the flicker ins. Oh,
that's gonna be the jump from Full Sense. Spider Miles, he was just a roamer, you know, but that was a lot of resources spent. Now B-Boss trying to make a play here in a 3v1. Higanbana actually popped. B-Boss repositions, and that will be the just reinforcements presence. That's the Petrify, the Kadita combo, but Khalid is just too tanky to be bursted down like that. Flicker though spent.
okay, they're still holding on to their mid turret at least. And I'm liking what we're seeing from Bacon Time now. There's a bit more aggression. There are more coordinated rotations among themselves. So we get to see them a lot more confident in terms of positioning as compared to the first few minutes of the game and even game number 1. Oh my goodness.
Porzanarok taking a couple of turret shots, still able to tank it. Guns will have to recall, and that surely is a structure taken. Take a look at the mid lane though. Bacon Time is trying to occupy it, but it seems like their call is to just slow the tempo down. Structure bottom side will be defended, but oh no, it will not be defended. Full Sense got the timing right. Now that the first lord is up here, it's still anybody's lord technically.
Yeah. Both tier 1 turrets are already taken down for Full Sense and Bacon Time. The lord's already low!
That's the combination. The Petrify doesn't really connect though. That's gonna be the, again, Blazing Duet pop, but Kang recovers the Lord. And Bacon Time with that takes it. Oh, in the mid lane, that's gonna be action. Dominic looking for an opening. Blazing Duet. Not enough. That's gonna be Guns taken down though. Oh, under the turret. That is a nasty opening from B-Boss. It's a 1-for-1, but remember, Bacon Time, they got the Lord.
Yep, Flash SR, great job at using the spatial migration to cancel out those skills, those ultimates, that blazing duet that you get to see from Guns, but they'll have to pay attention to the Lord first, and that is something Bacon Time also has to respect. The possibility of their all-in team fights somehow being cancelled out by either the cloud form, by either the spatial migration, and the answers or the damage output that you could expect from Angelina and both Ninja too, who you could say are playing a bit more passive this time around, but that's something that could really reward them in the long run. They just need to wait for that one setup that you could see from Dominic, who still hasn't died to this point, by the way. He's tried to use the shifting skies a couple of times now, but I guess Bacon Time too are really just quick to react. Oh, speaking of Dominic, he needs to avoid getting picked off first too, because that's Spider Miles and Exort, both heroes who are really capable of just dealing so much damage and crowd control.
Yeah, their crowd control is a lot, but somehow they got to juggle their crowd control towards Neja, right? The inbuilt Purify that Hanabi has can be annoying to deal with, Brigida. So they gotta find a way to trigger that and target Neja and to have a, you know, a one-sided fight. And so far, they have done it. They have attempted, but, you know, Neja is still just one kill, one death.
Yeah.
So I expect more pressure, but it is all okay. 2K, 12 minutes. It's still technically anybody's game. Bacon Time, they're not out of the woods just yet.
Yep. Spider Miles, okay. Looking for someone. At least Bacon Time now are also very careful about the riverside, because it's always been full sense finding these pickoffs alongside the right mid bush or the left mid bush, but Bacon Time, they're not really walking into these traps anymore. They're also able to hold it down for themselves, and it's great because they're putting a lot more focus on the left mid bush. That's exactly where they need to do that. There is a Lord spawning in 2 seconds, so this is where we're expecting a lot of the action to happen. Neja is finally joining here. They gotta pay attention to whoever might go for the flank, but what? Okay.
That's a cheeky one. They know their composition. They know that they have it. Hanabi, who has the items already, and they were able to technically Ninja Lord it. You know, they got
Ninja
the
Lord.
Yeah, they got the Lord without any consequence, without any, you know, repercussions. And that might, you know, swing things for their side. Let's see. Bacon Time has the economy, but they got a Lord to fight for in the mid lane here. Guns will not commit, but yeah, Bacon Time, they gotta defend first.
Yeah, that's cool because Hanabi is technically a ninja. Or is she not a ninja? But anyway, that's a thing. Full sense.
Yep.
Okay. Spider Miles seems to be really struggling to find that right angle. You have to be careful though. Again, there's a Lord, so you cannot make any mistakes in terms of this Lord siege. Oh, what? Oh! Okay, I was looking at the minimap and Slash SR tried to go for something there.
Yeah, in a 2v1 situation, but they got to take care of the Lord now, who is already charging the top lane. Oh, that's an opening by Exort. Pops the ult. Raising Sandstorm defensively with Spider Miles has immortality, but they will lose that structure. Now with the Blazing Duet pop with the winner crown just to delay, but that will be the Lord taken down. They got the top, they got the far lane here, full sense. That's a win!
Oh!
But Asia overstays and will be punished. That's an important stun and an important kill for Bacon Time.
Yep, at least they get that base turret up top, but it's just gonna be that. They're not even able to take down this tier 1 in mid. And they lost Neja in the process as well. So this is what we were talking about when we were looking at the draft. This Hanabi is definitely looking like an easy target. And speaking of target,
Uh-oh, that's going to be the opening. They are still a man down here from the side of Full Sense. Flash SR jumps in. Oh, take a look at the damage. Forzanar loses immortality. B-Boss flanking from the back. That's a blazing duet. That's just Bacon Time in their prime, finding the right engages, and that's a triple for B-Boss. Now Nisha in the vicinity. Higanbana with the winner crown. Avoid, but Nisha finds a shutdown. Take a look at this Hanabi firing her skills. That's a petrify, but that's the inbuilt purify here. Gone down by Nisha. He is here to create his mark and time to rise.
look at that clutch AGs coming from Nisha, surprising us. And even Exort, especially Exort, because you already had the full combo, you had the Petrify ready as well. But who would have thought that Nisha or still had that Aegis? It's another Ninja Lord done here by Full Sense. And the immortality pickup from Dominic, I think that'll help them a lot in their upcoming engage, but we'll see. Bacon Time, that could have been such a highlight for B-Boss. That could have been the MVP highlight sequence we get to see in our post-game discussion, but now that we're seeing Full Sense in their second Lord Siege of the game, that might not be the case anymore, especially if they're able to finally find the end angle.
Oh my goodness, Brigida. Oh my goodness. Let's see. The Lord already in the area of Bacon Time. They will focus on the Swords structure here. That's an opening by... Oh, the cancellation from the Sora Valentina. That's going to be Dominic stunned up. That's going to be the damage coming. Immortality will be taken down. Take a look at the back though. Suyo is doing work. The delay will not be so strong as he was be able to burst it down by Angelina. And that will actually Bacon Time defending their main base, but they will lose the mid lane turret.
Props to B-Boss. He did such a great job at delaying the other members of Full Sense here, so we didn't really see the 5-man attempt to go in for the push to provide the follow-up that was necessary for Flash SR to maybe just even be able to survive that failed attempt of the spatial requiem into the spatial migration into the Violet Requiem combo, because the Winter Crown was forced out of Flash SR, and I think if there only had been, I guess, even Angelina nearby, then things could have been a bit more different. But just because B-Boss caught or bought so much time, caught their attention, I think that was both Angelina and Porzanaro were trying to take on B-Boss. Then we didn't really get to see Full Sense make the most out of that Lord Siege. But yet again, still map control clearly in favor of Full Sense, and even just this slight gold lead that you could say doesn't really matter anymore. So let's see if they're able to find a way to deal with Neja this time, because earlier on we were already talking about it. That Aegis is gonna be a problem. That inbuilt CC immunity is gonna be a problem.
I mean, it's annoying, you know. I've faced Hanabi multiple times on my rank games, and as a roamer, it's annoying, you know. Now the Lord, this is an evolved Lord, ladies and gentlemen, the first one in MSL Thailand. And let's see here, Bacon Time pops to conceal, looking to pull the trigger, but take a look at the disengage. Oh, the immunity, Violet Requiem. He wants to jump. Spider Miles X sword under the chain. CC doesn't really work, but Dominic goes down. Nevertheless, that's gonna be the Hinganbana popped on towards 3. But take a look at the isolation on the retribution holder, and that allows Full Sense to take control of the Lord. Orzanaro trying to hold on, has immortality guns, not enough damage, and will use the art of thievery to go back.
Oh, B-Boss could have had another highlight reel. We could have made another highlight reel, but Full Sense. They knew that Dominic had to be the sacrifice there. Them trading the jungler already meant that they win that Lord fight. Angelina too, perfectly timed. Neja not being the first target, but I think everything we should definitely give credit to Flash SR for how that entire team fight boiled down. It was because he did not panic to press any other button rather than the Violet Reclaim to just keep himself immune from that combo. Because Spider-Man's even committed the flicker when he did that. So he did not expect that reaction from Flash SR, and now they have the Lord marching in mid, but they'll take down that bottom turret first.
Yeah, they look for the N angle here. Oh, Dominic misses. Only finds Kang. That's going to be the kick. On towards 1. Petrified. Take a look at the crowd control. The firepower. That's going to be Neja just free hitting in the back. Immune. Oh, blazing the white winner crown cancel. Angelina taken down. That's going to be double kill for B-Boss. Bacon time. They have not just recovered. They have defended and find 4 in the process.
Every single time, B-Boss just delivers with this Suyo. And now that could have been the turning point for this game. Bacon time with that single defense play could finally or could potentially turn things around. It seems as Porzanaro just wanted to go for the cut, but Exort is gonna pay attention to him. Oh, that's the way of the dragon. Now, could this be a one-way?
This is going to be a one-way. The timers are down. It's a wipeout. Ladies and gentlemen, Bacon time will take us to game number 3.
Now, look at that. At least I'm getting this right in my predictions. Gani, we are indeed going to go into a game number 3, but I already have an idea of who we are seeing in our MVP screen. We saw endless highlights from B-Boss in that game.
Man, oh man, B-Boss. Double-digit kill.
B-Boss.
And what a performance.
It's
This
this
defense.
Yeah.
That shifting clouds from Kang really turned the tides, huh?
I mean, it was looking like it really looked like an end angle, especially for Neja. He was landing those Higanbanas. Everyone was just connected. Ooh, our Thailand casters are fanning themselves. I wonder why. It's been such a heated series, between these two teams. Okay, but when you see the Hanabi targeted by, let's say, the Blazing Duet and stuff like that, you don't really get to avoid that. There is little to no mobility skills present for a Hanabi, and packing the AGs also meant that you really limit yourself because you just want to focus on CC immunity and stuff like that. So still props to Full Sense. That really looked like it could have been a sweep, but B-Boss.
I mean, B-Boss and Kang was B-Boss, but also B-Boss, right? Again, you mentioned highlight reels. Yes, multiple times. Definitely that Suyo will enter the highlight. But yeah, as you mentioned earlier, it's gonna be B-Boss. Double-digit kill, 4 assists, and a 94% kill participation.
Whew.
Man, what a performance!
This is why even in PH we've been saying that Suyo is busted, because it seems like Suyo really is busted. Like whoever
Yeah.
gets his hands on the Suyo seems to be having a much better time playing compared to all other junglers who have to go through one, either the constant invades, two, either the difficulties in just finding targets overall. Suyo is just the guy who can do both of that, if not more. Because also packing the Sky Piercer, I have to double check if he actually did pack the Sky Piercer in this one. No, he did not. So see, that's another thing.
Nope.
He did not have a Sky Piercer, but he was still able to perform this way. So that speaks volumes about how good of a jungler and a hero Suyo currently is in the meta. But also, you couldn't do all this if it weren't for, you know, B-Boss and his mechanics. This is why we were looking at B-Boss. A lot of people are really fans of B-Boss because he's known for his aggressive mechanical playstyle, and using a hero like this just proves it.
It really does. It really does. And yeah, I mean, Suyo, if we're talking about that hero, it's just so annoying because if you think about it, it's so complete, right? Fast rotations, has an escape skill. The retribution power is huge during Lord fights or neutral objective fights, and this was gonna be that was the last push. But man, oh man, after a 14-minute game time for game one, now we get to see a full overview, a full package of almost a 22-minute of game time and just all action here, Brigida.
It's it's been a 14-minute game, now a 21-minute game. I wonder what's next for us in the series because Bacon
Oh
Time
my
and
God,
Full
you're
Sense
right.
seem to be getting a grasp of the situation at hand. It I really can't point out that much of, I guess, the lapses that we got to see from Full Sense, because I really want to credit them
Mm-hmm.
for even their execution of the early game, because we saw the idea, we saw them carrying over the momentum, Porzanarok just posing a huge threat towards even just the jungling patterns here of B-Boss. But this just shows that even if you're able to pressure him a bit in the early game, that's not going to take away his capability to just bounce back. He was forced out of his jungle, but he eventually became the biggest problem here for Full Sense. So I think we already have like players to watch out for at least, and our game one MVP has been somehow shut down in game number two, which I think is also one thing that worked really well for Bacon Time, because they knew that in contrast to, I guess, the Kadita, the Lunox needed a bit more setup. You need to help this mage a bit more to really rack up those kills. That didn't really happen. It seems like Porzanarok was always poked. Porzanarok had a much difficult time using his ultimates aggressively. He was almost always using it to get away.
ที่ลืมหายใจ
So
ตอนจะขึ้นบ้านค่ะ
Oh, I
ขอบ
think we have
คุณ
a
น้องเบ
quick
คนะคะ ที่
interview
ทำให้
here.
พี่มีลมหายใจต่อนะคะ
ขอบคุณมากค่ะ เดี๋ยวอีกท่านสวัสดีค่ะ อันนี้ชื่ออะไรคะ
ชื่อน้ำครับ
อ๋อคุณนะวันนี้มาเชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษ
มาเชียร์ไฟส้มฟูเซนครับ
แล้วก็ในส่วนของเกมเมื่อกี้เนี่ยรู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
รู้สึกว่าฟูเซนก็ทำได้ดีมากครับ แต่ก็เอาแก้ใหม่ในเกมที่ 3 ครับ
ขอบคุณมากค่ะ ก็ขอบคุณทั้งสองท่านมากนะคะ เดี๋ยวขอส่งต่อกลับไปให้แคสเตอร์ได้เลยค่ะ
That was cute. We see, like, in as early as day one, our audience are very active and participative
Yeah.
in MSLTH.
Yeah, I think it's I like it. It's a fresh look. I just, after seeing 2 games, I feel like
Yeah.
it's refreshing gameplay wise. It's something new. We got to see the Hanabi. We're gonna 2 games in, and we get to see a Hanabi and a Kadita, both games, by the way. So it's definitely a different look, and it feels like it's we're in for a treat because we still
Mm-hmm.
technically have three more matches, which
Yeah.
again we haven't seen their identities and whatnot. But after seeing two games, man, I am all for it for MSL
Yeah.
season one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hanabi
I'm
Hilimbanagi,
loving.
Asia.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're loving. I'm loving it too.
The drafts are not too different from what we're used to seeing, but you see a touch of
That's the thing.
uniqueness. Yeah, so you get to see the Karida.
Which definitely changes the tempo on the drafts here, Brigida. I will really want to
Mm-hmm.
know. And for the side of full sense here, is
Mm-hmm.
Angelina. I mean, Angelina on the Lunox was just also, you mentioned Angelina on that Lunox who was struggling low key on dealing the damage, but Angelina got 6 kills, but then it was just not enough because the jump and the pressure, especially on that defense, the final defense from the side of Bacon Time was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah,
juggle of skills was just great.
that's true. Um, because I don't think even Full Sense was prepared for that kind of defense. The
Yeah,
the the last two, or especially the second to the last defense, we saw B-Boss, right? I was pointing out how he was able to separate and split up the team fight. He isolated Angelina. He isolated both Angelina and poor Zanaruk. I think
yep.
that could have been one of the game-ending pushes for Full Sense, really. But it was all because of B-Boss that they really didn't make it happen. So, yeah, I guess what I'm expecting for game three really is the respect ban on the Suyo, perhaps, or if they're not, or if they're ever switching side, they might want to pick it up for themselves. It's such a good hero. And now we're finally getting into game number three. What could be the draft for this one? I think it's always randomized, no? So now
Yeah,
we're going
yeah.
with Broken Walls.
So to recap, guys, game one was also Broken Walls. Game two was Expanding Rivers, and in the final game of this series, we will get to see again the Broken Walls. Now they will not switch side here in their final game, so it will still be, I feel like, somewhat of a similar draft, right? Maybe just a minor adjustment here and there. Like game two, there was a minor adjustment on the bans towards Freya and also Phovius. So expect that coming to game three as well. So Bacon Time still on the same approach here as they did game two. What will
Whoa,
be the change though?
yeah, are they not gonna ban? Well, to be fair, I don't think it's really banned. Like the Suyo isn't really a go-to ban, so it's more of like a deny pick if ever we get to see it later on in the draft.
Yep.
So if we were to follow a similar pattern to what we saw earlier, the Valentina Flex is still available for Bacon Time if they want to go for that. Um, that's helped them a lot, I think, even if it wasn't the EXP lane earlier. So they're gonna still stick with that. Now, full sense, the question is, do they really wanna stick with a Sora pick still into the Valentina, or do they want to change it up a bit?
I think they should change it up,
Hmm.
no? Yeah, you mentioned being a
Yeah.
deny pick here for the side of Suyo. I completely agree. I think they gotta pick Suyo here.
Ah, yeah.
I think yeah, because last time Bacon Time they took it after. They took it technically second pick on their term. So full sense. It's gonna be the Khalid. I expect the Suyo,
Oh.
but they will instead go for the Harley, and of course Bacon Time will lock in the Suyo and Sora. Wow, wow.
Oh. Yeah, so now they get the Valentina and the Sora. Imagine that. Uh,
Wow.
this is not gonna be an easy game for whatever Angelina is gonna pick up. Like, honestly speaking,
Yeah.
there's it's not an easy game for an Eve, definitely. Even though Eve is like probably next to in terms of priority, it's not gonna be an easy game for a Farsa. Not gonna be an easy game for
A
the
Lunox as well.
Lunox. Yeah.
It's going to be very tough here. What do you roll? What do you main, Brigada?
It's I'm mostly roam or mid.
Roamer mid. So yeah, it's going to be tough going up against a lot of like jump compositions, right? You got Sora, you got Suyo. Let's see here. Carry though, they will lock in, so they will pull back to what works game one with Ninja rocking the carry, but they will ban out the
Mhm.
Cho after that second game. Spider Miles displayed a utility type of Cho.
Yeah. I'm wondering if they also want to take out the Uranus still, or if they just want to focus down on the Rome heroes, because the chip is also still open for Spider Miles if they want to take that out too. Um, if not, wow, it's actually Bacon Time who banned out the Uranus themselves. Okay, pretty interesting here. So it's a chip that's still available if they want to take that out. Other invade heroes too, I think, includes the Hilda. Though this is gonna be a Harley, so I feel like there will be a lot more ways to play around the invades, and you're guarded by a Khalid either way. You don't know what the
Yeah.
mid lane hero is gonna be paired up with a Khalid just yet, but oh wow, look, he's pointing at the camera. Oh, okay.
Okay, it's gonna be the Harith. Laning phase, yeah, uh Harith is a tough opponent. So now I feel like big in time they have identified that, hey, the first three picks from Full Sense is kind of thin. That's why one of the reasons why they ban all the arenas, because of course Full Sense wants a hero that can tank a lot, and there you go. That's gonna be another ban towards the Esmeralda, a hero that
Hmm.
can, if fed, can also tank. Now, first pick in the second phase for Full Sense. Oh, they definitely need bodies, man. They definitely need big bodies. Like, oh, they instead lock
Whoa.
in the Kadita first. So
Okay.
that's gonna be a hero for Angelina. By the way, Angelina got the MVP with the
Yeah.
Kadita.
Yep. And if we're talking about the few mages left who could actually play a bit okay up against this lineup, then maybe this could be, because you have a Petrify that you could use defensively. You have the Breath of the Ocean or the Rough Waves just to prevent people from going for the chase. Your ability to kite, I think it's also going to be there if you want to win, according to our lovely producer here. He likes the Karita. Okay, got what? Moskov.
Oh,
Oh,
wow. That's a good pick. I
so
like it. I like the Gatot pick here.
yeah, okay. I wonder what the jungle. No, the jungle is Harley. What is the EXP gonna be? So, is it another EX? Wait. This is mid Valen Rome. Okay, XP Sora. Ah,
Wow.
hmm.
I did not expect that. A lot of magic damage here from the side of Full Sense indeed. And you know what? Seeing the
Just yeah.
composition, Briggs, I gotta
Mm-hmm.
side with Bacon Time here.
Yeah.
I think it's
Yeah.
more balanced, more well rounded. But hey, Full Sense, execution wise, Angelina got the MVP with the Kadita game one. So maybe Angelina will be able to pull that sort of performance here for game three. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to enter the final game of the series.
Yep. This is still, no matter how you look at it, I believe a comfort pick, a very comfortable lineup for Full Sense. And that is one thing that oftentimes changes the course of the game, even though we favor a certain draft so much more than the other. And let's see if they're able to make that happen this time around. I did predict Bacon Time 2-1 though. So
Putting it out there again.
yeah, putting it out there. So let's see. Oh, okay.
That's a lot of damage already taken by Porzanaro there with the lead. But yes, you can see here again B-Boss with a very outstanding performance on that Suyo second game, looking to follow it up again on their third game. Let's see, will he be able to replicate that sort of performance? Because looking at the spells here, nothing too crazy. But that's gonna be Dominic. Oh, lethal battle. Angelina
Wow.
will be the one who gets it.
That seemed like it was just a skirmish, but there were so many things that were happening all at once just for that little wanderer fight. Oh, the taunt actually lands though, so does the concussive blast. Look at that, an early flicker forced out of Poison Ariuk, and it's with a couple recalls.
A couple of not just a couple, Briggs, but
They're not stopping
but
it.
yeah, they're not stopping it. But that's a small win right there, forcing the Khalid to use that flicker. So for that turtle fight, it's gonna be big, right? No Khalid jump plus the flicker. But ooh,
Oh, the revitalize! Nah, it's not gonna be enough. Now it's Full Sense turn to use the recalls. I mean, if I were Spider-Man's, right? Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
yeah, that was quite unfortunate. Oh, on the bottom side, that's already another flicker popped there from the side of Full Sense. But yes, with the turtle spawning top, it's going to be Harley on duty to poke it out first. Let's see here if B-Boss finds an opening and finds a cheeky steal. Oh, they reset it.
Okay, Dominic already here as well. Angelina, gotta be careful. Oh, Throne of Ruin on 2, but B-Boss wins the retry battle. Now they're gonna look for targets. Flash SR gets taken down first. Porzanariuk looking like the next target. But the Breath of the Ocean from Angelina is actually gonna save him. But still, it's a clear win for Bacon Time.
That's a clear win indeed. They got it. They got the turtle. I feel like Full Sense, I mean Flash SR, he wasn't confident enough to just pull the trigger there to commit on towards the turtle. Rightly so, right? And take a look at the jump. Dominic here still able to slide away to safety, but they need compensation here, Brigada. They lose out on the turtle, and it feels like their focus should be maybe towards pressuring guns, who by
Yeah.
the way popped flicker off camera. So maybe they're keeping tabs here on the positioning, and hence why Spider Miles is prepared to cover
Yeah.
guns.
Yeah, because pretty much they've already taken control of the EXP lane matchup. It's been Dominic who's able to provide a bit more help in terms of that previous turtle fight. He's also really managing the laning against Kang Kang. Mind you, this is also Kang Kang's hero in game number 1, so it's not just Angelina who's able to get another comfort pick. So I think it's a lot of respect too for Full Sense. That's why they really want to limit the movements coming in from Kang Kang. But the next turtle is gonna happen here down bottom. It's Spider Miles getting poked down. So let's see who gets to actually join the fight first, because it seems like Splash SR and his rotations aren't really towards the turtle just yet. He might need to prioritize taking his orange buff.
Yeah, and they gotta delay this, right? Porzanaruk is not capable to delay it just yet, and that's why they're taking it. Guns is here. I don't think they can contest here.
Yeah, Flash SR is a bit too far to go for the contest. They will try to push the waves up top instead, but I don't think there will be a clear trade whatsoever
Bottom
from
side.
Full Sense. Not unless they get this kill on guns, but the revitalize is actually still there. Spider Miles, he saw it coming. That was a calculated play coming in from Bacon Time.
Oh, very well played there. Guns getting that kill, very important, by the way. And sure, it was just a roamer, but that really, like allows pressure to the side of Full Sense. Now, slowly but surely here, B-Boss, he has a Sky Piercer. Ooh, that's gonna be a first stack
Ooh.
for B-Boss.
Oh my goodness. Angelina though with the plays. And I think I saw just now a Genius Wand already picked up. Let's see how they're able to utilize this with a lot of magic damage in their lineup. So I'm assuming it'll be good for them. So far though, it's a lead in the hands of Bacon Time, but they're looking to take this bottom turret. Spider Miles and Guns on the defense though will be able to defend it. So it's been a pretty even game so far, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Entering the mid game, we are at an even level playing field. Sure, 1,000 gold lead towards the Bacon Time side, but definitely playable for Full Sense. Take a look at the items here. It's Radiant Armor for the Gatot Kacha, and the carry locked in one item. So can deal damage, but of course not a big one. Still needs to
Yeah.
focus on the farm. Still deathless, so still okay, but he is a level below if you compare it to Guns, which can be concerning.
Yeah. They'll have to play for the late game once again and wait for the perfect timings. Same for... But I think that's the overall idea of Full Sense and their draft anyways, right? Because they're playing around the idea of a perfect Throne of Ruin, a pick-off that could be done by either Flash SR or Angelina, or the setup for Porzanaruk to just go for the counter engage. So right now, let's see who gets to trade better among these two teams as they try to position themselves around the turtle.
I don't think they can contest here, Full Sense. And it feels like, yeah, they will concede it. He knows, B-Boss is level 11 now. And Flash SR is still level 10. So, needs a lot of recovery. And you can see all across the board that Bacon Time, they got technically the lead here with the level, with the gold as well.
Yeah.
And Full Sense, they're what they can do is just respond.
Oh, but how do you respond to this? Porzanaruk! He just used the quick sand guard and there was nowhere else to run. Angelina, though, I'm looking at Angelina. Look at where Angelina is currently positioned at. I doubt B-Boss has an idea about this, but could it actually be B-Boss? Oh, Exort finds her there.
Great awareness.
call.
Great awareness from Exort. And with this, I think now the tempo has really gone towards the side of Bacon Time. Slowly, they're running away with it, right? At 2 minutes ago, it was only 1,000 gold, but take a look at them now. They doubled their economy lead. And of course, right, EXP-wise, Neja being pressured, they got a kill on towards Porzanaruk as well. Bacon Time, they are, I feel like, pressing the right buttons, applying the right pressure.
Yeah.
They will trade the structure though. They will take top and lose bot, but it is within their calculations. Just take a look at their positioning. They're in the jungles of Full Sense. They will take another structure.
They'll get much more than what Full Sense
Almost.
could potentially get. But they have to pay attention to where they are gonna cross, because look at Angelina once again. She likes to put herself in
Suyo.
these positions. She reminds me so much of what? Like how Light or Baloy would play, let's say, but that's a mid laner. not necessarily a roamer, but she likes to really
You're
go
right.
for these off angles, these flanks. Exort though might just spot her there. And this is a Lord fight that we're gonna talk about, Gani.
Flash SR spotted.
Okay.
They're touching and going here. The Lord not committed. Of course, B-Boss here level 13 and Flash SR level 12. So Bacon Time, they have an advantage.
Okay. Who is Exort gonna use his ultimate on? Throne of Ruin still not getting used by Dominic. Deadly Magic. Oh, why was it used on Spider Miles though?
Lord.
There goes the Throne of Ruin onto 3, but then the IMU combo from Exort is used as well. The Lord gets stolen by Full Sense, however. But does Bacon Time still want to fight? They don't.
That is impressive. That was impressive, Briggs. A level down. and a retry battle against a Suyo. They will lose the mid lane structure though. They got the Lord, but it seems like Bacon Time they understand that they're still at an advantage, and that's why they're just again pressuring on the right lanes, pressuring on the right timings as well. Dominic here trying to guide the Lord on the bottom side of the map, and full sends
so
here trying to
tanky.
respond back.
Yeah. Not even Guns is dealing enough damage towards Dominic. I think that's gonna be a massive problem for them. AOG used in mid. Flash SR actually gets taken out. Kang Kang though will use a Thunder form. Doesn't land on Porzanaruk, but then that saves them from the pressure that Full Sense could do. They are no longer able to capitalize on the Lord down bottom.
Nope, the Lord will be taken down, no problem, from the side of Bacon Time. I really like what Bacon Time is currently doing here, Briggs. They understand that, okay, we lose out on the Lord, but we have more items. We have more economy to play around with. And they got the mid. They are able to, that Lord was non-existent, wasn't relevant enough to even be a threat for the side of Bacon Time. And full sense now, the chances them with the Lord to neutralize the game gone, right? So they gotta find solution to neutralize the game again, because that Lord was not relevant enough to turn the tides.
Yeah. And we're waiting for an entire minute before we see the next Lord spawn. So Bacon Time with this small lead. Let's see how they're able to take care of things. Right now, we're seeing really great positionings from them as well. It's Spider Miles constantly making sure that he has Guns in check. I think this is something they've been doing in as early as minute 1 of this game as well. Spider Miles has always been trying to help out Guns so they could ensure that the laning phase is going to go fairly well for their gold later. And we're seeing the fruits of that because Neja is still deathless, yes, but is also 0 assists and 0 kills to this point. So we're not really able to see him. Oh my goodness, Flash SR! Oh, both junglers, are they actually gonna go down? It's a no, it's just Flash SR who gets outplayed there.
Yeah, the outplay, the regeneration popped in time, and down goes Flash SR with the Lord up. Yeah, full sense they know they can't contest. It's going to be a free one here. And my goodness, is this the beginning of the end for full sense?
B-Boss on this Suyo. What did I tell you about this Suyo? It's been such a big problem. And B-Boss with the mechanics. He's just so hard to find. Like, look at how much effort Angelina is trying to put in just positioning this Kadira across the map in hopes of finding a very high value pick off against Bacon Time, but it just doesn't happen at all. Spider Miles and even Exort, the way that they're just so aware of the map, and I guess it's also hand in hand with how Spider Miles just constantly tells the others that, oh yeah, the Kalida's not here, watch out, there's probably somewhere there. Oh, speaking of somewhere there, I think she was spotted out. And the SOD is gonna land on Angelina. Uses the rough waves just in time, but Exort, there was nowhere to go.
My goodness. Just awareness, right? I think the Kadita, haven't shown the map, but now with the Lord, they have an angle. It's a 5v4 as well. Let's see.
Okay. Throne of Ruin used. Raging Sandstorm as well. Lands a stun on multiple members. There goes the Cloud Form as well. Exort all alone. Doesn't land the rough waves on anyone and now gets shut down by Flash SR. B-Boss and the rest of Bacon Time might have to run. But Dominic will actually try and go for the chase. There goes Porzanaruk as well. But that's going to be respect for Bacon Time. They're not going to force it anymore.
Yeah. They not getting structure top, not getting the turret top is a win for Full Sense. And
Yep.
Bacon Time losing Exort is another win for Full Sense. So this time around, great defense displayed here by Full Sense, right? They were able to isolate Exort. You know, Exort jumped in by himself, but like they were able to
Yeah.
recover. They were able to anticipate that movement. And it's another reset. Bottom side though, you know, it's the far lane. Full Sense, they need to defend this. Because if they lose that turret, oh, that's the deadly magic right there.
Yep, okay. Quick check on the items. Neja! Neja's able to outplay B-Boss! And also finds the kill on Kang Kang. Flash SR is still alive. Now Dominic and Porzanaro going for the chase. Spider Miles below half HP. But without the damage, they are not going to fight. B-Boss might not make it in time to position early before this Lord.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the timers here, B-Boss still will be off the Lanodon for 10 seconds, and they gotta blitz this. I don't think they can though. With the positioning, Bacon Time, they can delay.
Yeah, and Neja's also down. Neja is supposedly the shredder of this lord. That's the Winter Crown, already used by Porzanark alongside the Quick Sand Guard. Just to keep himself safe now, Flash SR with the Retribution secures the lord, but that's gonna be an exchange of Porzanaro. Oh, the SOD! Lands on Flash SR as well. Guns still finds a double kill, even despite losing the lord. Oh,
Guns
Neja?
down. That's gonna be Neja though, taking the kill. They got the Lord, but they will lose too, and they will force the fight.
Oh my goodness, they're still going for it. Neja will get terrified. That's the Purify already forced out of Exort as well. Guns! Still finding Neja in the back lines and is now trying to look for more. That's going to be a double kill and he gets some help from B-Boss. They do not care about the Lord anymore, Gani. They have 2 minions alongside them. That's the stun that's gonna land on Dominic. He's gonna do his best to defend, but it's gonna be Bacon Time taking this series.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bacon Time will be the first winners of MSL Season 1 here in our opening match. And so unfortunate for the side of, oh my god, it's so unfortunate.
Yeah,
For Full Sense.
that was
But
a
like,
reverse sweep.
That was a reverse sweep, and the composure from the side of Bacon Time won them that game.
Yeah, I agree. They just, as we said, literally had to go back to the drawing board, and that's all it took for them to eventually turn things around, because we saw how they started to become a lot more calculated about the plays that they go for. And even in game number 2, where it felt like it wasn't really them in control of majority of the map, they just knew what had to be done, which was literally extending the game, prolonging it a bit more. B-Boss knew he was capable enough to also find those individual plays that could just really extend the duration of the game. And Guns, I'd say Guns was able to really step up when we needed him the most. He was able to deliver during those last few moments of the game on this Moskov, those clutch
So,
SODs and
Spider-Man,
everything.
That was an amazing
And now
play.
let's see this interview
how
on
do
stage.
you feel about your last match?
Actually, I just enjoyed the last match and I keep on what do you call this? I keep on I forget. I'm so nervous. Yeah, I just enjoyed the game.
ค่ะ ขอบคุณมากค่ะ thank you so much คุณกัน NC มีอะไรอยากจะบอกทีมที่กำลังจะมาเจอเราในอนาคตไหมคะ
ก็ทำแผนมาดีๆครับ ทีมผมดาวโหด
ขอบคุณทั้งสองคนมากค่ะ เดี๋ยวขอส่งต่อให้กับแคสเตอร์เลยค่ะ
Okay. He just enjoyed. He just chose to enjoy that last game. And I think it was pretty evident from Spider Miles and the way he just kept moving around the map.
I think that was yeah, I mean, especially game 2 and game 3, right? Game 1, they won't talk about that. They lose out on, I feel like the second, like, if you remember, if I recall correctly, the second big fight, game 1, was what turned the tides for the side of Bacon Time. But game 3, man, guns, I agree. That triple kill, that SOD landing on that Harley was one of the key factors on why, you know what, hey, let's neglect the Lord, let's find bodies, and guns was able to deliver, especially with the items that he already has, right? It's a full item Moskov, 62% kill participation, not taken down once this game. And
Not
with
at
the
all.
emblems, with the
Yep.
bounty hunter, with bargain hunter, he was able to collect the items faster.
Wait, Ryan, you're right.
So
Yeah.
it's Guns has one thing in mind that game: get items, get kills. That's what he did.
Yeah.
That game.
Farm fast. Farm fast was the idea here for guns, and it was well worth it. I guess I understand a bit more now why we get to see Spider Miles beside him a lot of times. Because it was just really the idea that they wanted to pull off. It was to farm up quick, farm fast, join team fights early. And we saw it work wonders for Bacon Time in this entire game. Because even in this 10-minute objective fight that we're seeing, even in the previous fights that we saw, and even in moments like this where I feel like they could have just really left that Karita to what both Kang or even B-Boss. He just really decided to go for it. He wanted the gold that you get from the kills. He wanted the additional resources that you'd get from being part of these kills. And so I think for a Moskov, he would really just expect to go for the pressures on the lanes, the wave management. He's had a higher team fight participation. It's a 62% team fight participation, and it's not really the kind of Moskov that just constantly goes for the split pushes. It's the kind of Moskov that's there to rack up gold and end the game fast.
Yeah. And we saw that, right? It was very evident. Oh, this time we got a mix, right? We got the 14-minute game time for game 1, 23,
Okay.
22-minute game 2. This one down right the middle, right? Almost 18, 17 minutes, 20 was all it took to take full sound in Bacon Time. Like you predicted, Brigada. Like you predicted. They got 2-1. And you can see here for the full set of emblems and also earlier, like the stats.
Mhm.
Yeah, Porzanaro on the Khalid. Not really a fun game. And again, after seeing the drafts, right? I think we mentioned as well, like the composition from side of Bacon Time was more well-rounded. It was technically easier to execute. Angelina had that cheeky, looking for kills, type,
Yeah.
but the awareness from Bacon Time was peak that game.
Yeah. And another thing, I guess, is that Bacon Time was just always grouped up together. So I don't think it's that wise for a Karita to just keep trying to pick off heroes when you see that they're clumped up together. Because you really just want to find isolated players across the map, but that rarely happened. Guns was always alongside Spider Miles. Exort was doing his own thing, but he was never alone. I think he was also always with B-Boss, and I don't think you'd really want to go for Kang because Kang is just a Sora who has so many ways to get out. Like you just use the Thunder Form and you're safe. So that's a wasted combo if you were Angelina. So it was tough to find targets here, and it's really props to Bacon Time and their ability to just adjust overall.
That I agree, especially after the first game, second game, the adjustments, I feel like, from the drafts as well and execution. They got lucky, not gonna lie. The second game, they were defending, they were on a losing side,
Yeah.
they were losing economy, and they were but the recovery, I feel like the reset mentally, they reset mentally as well, and also execution game 3 draft wise as well. Props to the coach. Very, very well done. And unfortunately for the side of Full Sense, it's a league, it's their first loss. Take it as a learn. You'll get more matches later on down the road, and hope to recover soon, because with MSL season 1 going around first time, it's a league, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. So
exactly, yeah, because we have what, 3 more best of 3s coming your way for the first day of MSLTH. And up next, I believe we will be having Hydra Esports going up against VLTH Esports, so we gotta set that up, and we'll see you after this break.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる男子供騙しかアマテラス
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control and flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
ふっ行くぜこれが 俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しが待ってます
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる王君と子供騙しかお待ってろ
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now.
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
วันนี้สำหรับ Hydra Esport พบกับวลีชัย Esport ถ้าพร้อมแล้วยังไงขอส่งต่อให้กับแคสเตอร์ของเราได้เลยค่ะ
Will the underdog Hydra team be able to deliver a high-tier performance up against the fresh collective of new gens of Valley Thai Esports? Welcome back to MSL Season 1 here. Second match of the day, still with Gani and of course Brigida to deliver you the good treats. Match 1, it was a 2-1 victory for Bacon Time. Let's see what will be the scoreline and the victors of the second match of the day, Brigida.
Yep. Just in a bit, we will be recalling which or whatever our predictions were prior to entering this day, because so far I got one correct prediction already, and I would just like to say that Gani decided to go against all of my predictions, so let's see if that is gonna help him this time around. But yeah, it's been a very close series that we saw in our previous one. I'm hoping that this will be the same, because I think if our first series was relatively a match between both Bacon Time and also between Full Sense, this one, I think you could sort of say the same, because it's more of like a slight underdog story against some quote-unquote rookies who are playing for fun under Valley Thai Esports, but it doesn't mean that they are not as competitive as the other teams who are also here in the league. They might be playing for fun, but sometimes it is in those kinds of mindsets where you find players who literally have this nothing to lose play style, and that helps them a lot.
That will definitely be the key highlights here, right? Valley Thai, they're dubbed as a, they're a fun bunch, right? Personality, very, very loose, I am assuming.
Yeah.
So, I
สามารถเป็นอาชีพ
wonder,
ให้หลายคนได้ครับ
will that
สร้างมาตรฐาน
display
ให้
on the drafts
ที
as
มอ
well?
ยากแบบติด1 ใน 3ครับเพราะว่าเราตั้งใจซ้อมกันมากแล้วมีแฟนคลับที่รอเชียร์เราและให้กำลังใจเราตลอดครับแม้เราจะกดดันในเวลาซ้อมมีเครียดในเวลาซ้อมก็ตามแต่เรามีกำลังใจจากแฟนคลับเสมอครับอยากชนกับทุกทีมเลยครับรู้สึกว่าระดับความพร้อมของทีมครับมีเปอร์เซ็นต์สูงมากในการเข้าไปเล่นเพลย์ออฟได้ครับผมรู้สึกมั่นใจกับทีมของผมมากเลยครับ
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Team
เปลี่ยนไป
Hydra.
ในทางที่ดีมากเลยครับเพราะว่าที
This
ม
will
ไทย
be
แต่ละทีม
Valley
ก็
Thai
อยาก
Esports.
เป็นแชมป์โลกสักครั้งหนึ่งต่างทีมก็ต่างฝึกฝนพัฒนาเพื่อให้ตัวเองก้าวกระโดดขึ้นมา
น้องคิดว่าน้องมา MSL ประเทศไทยรอบนี้น้องคิดว่าน้องเกี่ยมพร้อมหลายน้องเชื่อว่าน้องเห็นได้
เราก็ไม่น้อยหน้าที่จะเดินสู้กับของทีมนานาชาตินี่แหละ
คิดว่าเด็กไทยมีความพร้อมกับ MSL ซีซั่นแรกแน่นอนครับผมเด็กไทยเต็มที่ครับผมเด็กไทยสู้ต่างชาติได้แน่นอนครับ
There you have it, right? The two teams for, interesting preview, I suppose.
Yeah.
They will be ready for their opening match for their respective teams, right? This is going to be their debut on the stage. After seeing what happened in first match, I expect, like you mentioned, it's going to be very competitive in this current series as well. One being the underdog, like you mentioned, one also being a fresh collective. It's going to be very, I expect hot-blooded in-game. A lot of just mechanics, showing off pure mechanics is what I expect. So hopefully that we get to see those sort of performances, and also I want to see what actually be the draft be like. Is it going to be similar as our previous match, or will it be completely different? Because each team we have yet to see their quote unquote identities slash
Yeah,
playstyles.
it's true. It's true. And the only thing we know about Valley Thai Esports, which we'll be talking about in a bit, because right now we are going to focus on Hydra Esports, and the fact that, again, they are actually an underdog team. So we could say that in the past, despite their experience, and I'd say they have a lot of experience if it's just about competing in the MOBA scene, that they are still considered to be underdogs. They are still considered as a team who has, I guess, a lot to work on and improve, but they actually have already shown significant improvements throughout the past few times that we saw them play and compete in the MOBA scene. So let's see how they are going to carry that over going up against Valley Thai Esports, Connie.
It's gonna be very intense, right? Valley Thai. People dubbed them as they're a fun personality, they're a fun team. Hopefully, we get to see that on the Atlanta Dawn as well. But of course, their competitiveness side, also, I hope to see that more in the MSL Thai scene, right? They look ready, they look relaxed, and boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we are definitely in for a treat.
Yeah, I agree. And it's also because we, again, aside from the fact that we are still establishing the identities of these teams who we're seeing here in MSLTH, it's also because some of them, and Valley Thai being one, have very interesting takes on the entire MLBB or the entire competitive scene in general. It seems as if you can say that, or for some they like to call it troll, but it's, I guess, more of being experimental, I guess, that we could expect from these teams, because I feel like even in our very own or our respective MPL regions, right, we see the rise of more and more unique picks coming out there. We've seen some Harley Gord combos even come out, and that's just like the tip of the iceberg. There is a lot more that we could potentially expect when it comes to how willing these teams are to explore the current meta. And I have a feeling that Valley Thai Esports really could be one of those teams to show us the more unique side. And it's something that really excites me, especially when we look at a new region. That's always one of the things that excites me.
It excites me too, Brigida. I can't. I can't lie. Was already quite impressed. But hey, again, why are you always on the opposite end, Brigida?
I think that I should be asking you that question. But yeah, so Gani and I will have different takes on this. If I were to explain mine, it's mostly because of experience. Like, I know they're considered as underdogs, but the fact that they individually have had such remarkable experiences in the MOBA scene is something I will be definitely looking forward to see. And I'm just hopeful to see them really carry that over and do that in MLBB. But for Valley Thai Esports, I honestly want to vote for them, but I guess I'll just leave it to you to explain.
There's always a next time, Riggs. For my reasoning for why I predicted Valley Thai, I'm a fun person. I'm a fun guy. I see the word fun on a team. You know what? I will vote for you. And I hope you get to display that during games, because sometimes when you're intense in a competitive setting, sure, it will help you to maybe perform great, but sometimes if you're relaxed, it keeps you going. What about you, Briggs? Are you the type of that can do well under pressure, or you're the opposite?
I would prefer staying calm as well. I mean, we we do have this new feature in MPLPH and ID2 where you get to see the heart rate of the
Yes.
players. I think it's a lot more helpful to just stay composed because it clears your mind. It allows you to be more calculated, I guess. But it's not to say that having a high BPM also affects you negatively because it also just
That's
can
true.
be
That's true.
adrenaline. It's just you being in the zone, and we are not going to see that from these players, but at least we could see it in terms of their body language. And at least for now, it doesn't seem like they're worried about this matchup at all. And if you're talking about Valley Thai being a very fun bunch, I guess they're just really excited about this matchup.
They are, and hopefully, I my guess is also for the side of Hydra, right? I'm double checking here if they have like a like an import, but nothing really comes to show. But
Hydra.
let's see here. Let's see here. Game one. Oh, we will see, like for the third time, I believe, we are going to see Broken Walls today. Now let's see here.
Okay.
Hydra and Valley Thai Esports.
Yeah. I think both teams have imports from Lao. So that's Yuri for Hydra, and Valley Thai has KO. KO. Both of
Yep.
them are from Lao. So we have two players from Lao here in this
Yes,
series. That's pretty
yes.
interesting.
But there you go. Team
Okay, the
Hydra.
bands are different here.
Yeah, the first ban is definitely different. You know, we did not see a Lancelot ban or pick in the first series, but it seems like Hydra, they think otherwise here. I think they're really respecting the jungler here, being Clover K, and his potential to play that Lancelot. But that's going to be the Zushin. That's still pretty standard here as being on the red side.
Yep. There's just so much focus on Clover K, I guess, for Hydra Esports here. I guess that tells us something about the key players in Valley Thai Esports because he seems to be considered, or at least in height. Yeah, I think that he seems to be such a key player for Valley Thai. But hold on, I think we switched the sides if I'm not mistaken. Because Valley Thai is supposed to have no, I think Hydra is supposed to have Clover Cave, right?
Yeah. KO is
Cave should be in Valley Thai.
So are the team names or the logos that are switched up?
Yeah, we aren't sure about the sides. We'll confirm
soon. But let's focus on the heroes. It's gonna be the Marcel here banned out from the side of Valley, or from the right side, I gotta say. And I wanna see what will be the prioritization be for the side of Hydra.
Okay. This is really interesting to me because a lot of the common bans are still open. The Freya is still open. The Eve is still open. No, it's not like we paid too much attention to that earlier too. But the Valentina too, the Sora, even the utility junglers are actually still open, which is really interesting to me. There's so many options. The Suyo Harley, the Marksman, even the Fulvius is still open. The Glue is still open.
Yep. Sora.
I wonder.
You wonder, I wonder. We wonder the same, Briggs. And
We're all wondering.
We're all wondering. But at least what I can say from the first series is they like to take things slow, right? Especially the early game here, Briggs. It's not like an all-out from the first hurdle. If they don't have the advantage, they will concede it, no problem, right? They are not forcing a fight, At least that what I can gather from that first series here. So I expect that's a standard here in this league. If you can't do it, don't force it.
Okay. Oh, there, I think we already switched
Yeah.
up the names.
So the logos were switched.
Yeah. So it is Hydra on the red side. VLTH first pick. The Harley. Ah, there goes the Freya we mentioned as well. There's so many options out there. Even the Valentina, honestly.
Yeah. The Valentina, the Sora. I expect Hydra to pick up Suyo Red 3 just to close
Yeah.
the jungle, just to lock in the jungler before entering the second phase.
Unless they
Valley
want to
though.
flex it.
Ooh, you're sniffing a flex here, Briggs.
I mean, we can't really say, but at least they pick up the Phobius for VLTH. Um, yeah, I think even the gold lane is gonna be a bit tricky to draft in this series. Because if you're Hydra, you already know that there's a focus on the other side, so you might not want to go directly into the Harith Claude matchup, even though it looks really tempting right now. So the Suyo, as you mentioned, could be an option if Hydra does want to lock it in and take out the flex factor. Because in a way, the Freya still remains a flex. You don't know if it's EXP or gold.
That's true. That's true. That's what they're discussing, I believe. So Hydra, what will their approach be? It's gonna be the Leomor, so they do lock in the jungler, but we won't be seeing the Suyo. Instead, we will be seeing the Leomor. Second phase, we go. So I feel like VLTH, right? They have DPS for magic and for physical damage. So what they need now is a playmaker, someone that can initiate, someone that has CC. And I believe Hydra should definitely eliminate those sort of heroes, So maybe a Cho, I'm expecting to be banned.
Yeah, can be the roamers, or also I think. Wait, no. I initially thought the Eve would work well in this lineup, but to think that there's a Khalid and a Freya already for the dives, I don't think it'll be a wise choice to go for that either way. But it could have worked so well for them in terms of just putting up a box. So they might want to look at other options. And speaking of putting up a box, they also take out the high laws. Hydra did such a great job at taking that out. Oh, but the ban on the Yu Zhong still. I wonder if they're still considering like an artillery mage to pair with this lineup, or if not an artillery mage, because what else did they ban the Yuzhong just for the Claude? I mean, I think there are some arguments online wherein they say the Yuzhong does answer back the Claude, so
That's interesting. That's a very interesting argument there. But it will be the roamers focused down from the side of Hydra, right? The Grok and the Hylos. So I think Hydra, their approach definitely can go for the Lunox here. I like the Lunox pick here for Hydra. Just to have that shred and just to have that balance, right? Someone that can jump in as well alongside Leon, alongside Khalid, alongside Freya.
yeah.
But if they
think
want to
that
balance
works.
things out, yeah, but it's got to be the Alice. So interesting approach here. 2 roamers, man, and also 2 EXP laners, man, from the side of VLTH.
Oh, okay, it's such a great pick. We're literally seeing a dead lane, I guess.
We might.
VXP.
Technically, 4 fighters locked in by Hydra with the Khalid.
That's true. So in a way, that's a lot of action still. I wonder how they're gonna close out this draft, because we don't see like, is their main carry really just gonna be a Freya? Because the Leo Ward has occasionally been falling off, especially if you don't get the kind of early game that you need.
Yeah.
Focusing on Valley Thai though, we still need a front.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow, that's a glue and a Valentina. I really like the last two picks from the set of Ali Thai. You know, fighters, they will want to close the gap. You know, they want to close the distance, but with the glue mounting on you, it's going to be a super annoying.
Might as well get a range mage.
Yes,
Mage
yes.
with range.
Mage range.
But that's a Valentina you're up against too, so you have to consider that.
Mm-hmm.
What other mages can you actually pick up? Wow. You just gave black shoes to the Valentina.
That's true. That's true. And technically, the Valentina can play around the alts of Raging Sandstorm as well. And, you know, if the Valentina wants to go crazy, you know, Steed is also up and available. That's crazy.
I might actually. No, okay. So if we were to put it in perspective, early game, definitely. I might go Hydra here because that's a Lilia, Khalid, and the Leomord. But you delay him just a bit.
Yes.
You kind of. Okay, wait, before I go to that. Talent prediction once again. 3
Wow.
casters in favor of Valley Thai. What do you think? Gandhi, I think you kind of are on the same page as our Thai casters.
Yes, I feel like so too, Riggs. But hey, you know, didn't work out for me being in the majority for the first series. So gotta be honest with you, Riggs. I'm quite nervous for a second series, seeing the Thai casters being on the same boat with me.
Okay. I think based on the draft, even it's kind of like something I would agree on. Even though I voted for Hydra, it's very early game dependent. And if they don't get that early game, I'm just looking at how Valley Thai could keep going for the outplays because that's a Harley, that's a Valentina stealing away the black shoes or the Raging Sandstorm, as you mentioned. That's a Glue in Rome, who you said is actually one of the very hot picks in the recent matches we see
Hot
in
picks,
FPLTH and
yeah.
ID. Yeah. It's scary for an early game, for the early game, because it's almost all fighters, but it does have its conditions.
Yeah, I think with the early game being so, you know, threatening for the side of Valley Thai, what they need to do is understand that, right? They cannot force a fight. They got to choose their battles here, especially in the early game when they don't have the items. But ladies and gentlemen, let's witness the second match of the day. Valley Thai taking on Hydra. Lanadon, here we go.
Okay, we are gonna see. Taking a quick look at the battle spells for now. It's a Vengeance Phobius. Understandably so. And again, as expected, the early start for a Khalid Lilia in mid. Definitely not making things easy for Chajame and Lixie. Oh my goodness, and there was an off-cam kill too, by the way.
There was an off-cam kill. That was the retribution holder. Harley taken down early, and that's not a good start for Valley Thai.
Who? That was just the Freya? That was Watson? Oh my goodness. And I think he's still trying to take on KO. Okay. Look at how much pressure Hydra Esports are trying to apply. Katinaro, he just got his first buff.
This is tough. We mentioned a bit earlier that, you know, Valley Thai needs to just don't fall a lot. Just don't, you know, lose out on a lot, especially in the early game. But it seems like they're losing their control here. Let's see if they can recover, because Hydra, they know that they're strong in the early game, and they have been able to maximize that potential here so far. First minute in, 0-1 for Katanaru. Again, that's not a good sign if you're supporting Valley. But
Yeah.
again, just in the mid lane, it's so hectic.
Yeah. So much action going on, but at least Yuri already taking his level 4. They will try and blitz this Lord as well, not allowing for Valley to just even go for the contest. But this is something you probably sort of expect to happen, considering that you've done such a great job at limiting Katinaru in his farming early on. So he's yet to get his level 4. Oh, Clover K?
That's gonna be the jump. That's gonna be Linksy forced to use that flicker. That's VLC flicker as well. Linksy here stole the Phantom Steed just to escape. So again, right, Hydra. Oh, that's gonna be the Chajame finding the mount, finding the mobilization. Will he have enough damage? That's gonna be VLC being the target here. Still level 3, not having the flicker, but he survives. And here comes the reinforcements. Now he is the one who is isolated, trying to buy time here perhaps, and that's gonna be the split popped. Oh, this is a lot of time. Even the steed was popped, and that's gonna be the kill finally for Yuri.
Still a kill over to Yuri, but I think that was a lot of time. Katinaru already able to catch up in terms of levels against Clover K on this Leomord. So, although Chajame did go down in that sequence, I feel like they've been able to delay things a bit, and that's actually working for them. But that is something that Hydra Esports is capable of doing just the same. Just look at Outcon right now. He's just constantly going for the cut, and you could expect him to join the team fights anytime now, but down bottom, seems like Hydra Esports are looking to do something. At least Chaos senses danger.
Yeah, good awareness, right? And that's gonna be Watson here, immobilized, looking for the commitment, but you know Yuri's around to provide cover, and they will not commit on towards the fight. 2 important kills still bagged here by Hydra, and take a look at the river already. It's a 1v1 between Chajame and Watson, but I'm sure nothing will come out of it just yet, as they will definitely focus on towards the turtle.
Yeah, they are trading this though. Valley no longer going for the contest once again. That second turtle going over to Hydra Esports. Might want to try and go for the push down bottom. But since multiple members of Valley will be here too, let's see what the game plan is gonna be. There's a dive. Okay, Kyo.
Oh, it's a 4-man dive under the turret. Oh, great Terrify in the back, but take a look at Kyo under his own turret. Will fall, and that's going to be Kyo taken down alongside Linksy. That's a 3-man knockup by the Phobius. Down goes Outcon. That's a triple by Shashame. And that's going to be Valley responding. Top lane, though, very, very free farm for Katanaru.
I'd say Valley actually got a lot of value out of that, even though they kind of lost some energy plating, even though they kind of lost their gold laner, they were able to trade it out, taking up 2 kills away from Hydra. You have to give it to Nicholas as well. The way he was able to use the Dark Wave on 2 members, they were able to capitalize on how aggressive Hydra Esports were trying to position themselves down bottom. They were clearly able to take a win from that, and now they're the ones who might potentially go for the push up against Watson here down bottom.
Yeah, they will look for the jump. 4v2 now. Watson taking half HP. Terrified. The crowd control is huge. Nicholas finds it. That's going to be the stun. That's going to be Steed popped by K-Lover in the back. Shajame will be the trade. Take a look at the Phobius. Nicholas doing crazy work. Finds a double, but Clover finds a trade as well. That's going to be a double for the EXP and a double for the jungler. Top lane, it's still Kat and Naru looking for a structure takedown.
My goodness. Valley though, despite what happened, still got more out of that. And they turret up top courtesy of Catenaro as well. So could this be the first time they actually try and go for the contest, since they've actually cleared out a huge part of their map early on, but the deny from Hydra Esports, their decision to just blitz it once again, all three turtles taken by Hydra Esports, but at least VLTH are yet to give up any of their outer turrets.
Yeah, it's a trade still, right? It's compensation. They have compensation. Hydra though, I like it. They blitz the turtle 3 times and it worked for them. And for VLTH, you know, this is what I expect. Control. They understand that Hydra is very strong with technically 4 fighters in the
Yep.
early game, so they will keep their distance. They won't fight unless they have to,
Yeah.
and that's what keeps them in the game, right? They're just behind by 400 gold. That's practically nothing. And
Yeah.
Hydra, they're on a ticker. They need to pull the trigger because KO will be online soon. And once KO is online, that will be a difference maker. He will be the difference maker later on. Top lane though,
Yeah.
heavily pressured. That's a structure for Hydra.
I like how you phrased it. It seems as if VLTH are just really being patient with their timings. They know when Hydra Esports really is going to be online, and specifically that's early to mid, wherein we could mostly feel how great this lineup could be, especially individually. So they're really finding the right opportunities. Oh, hold on.
That's a revitalized spot. Raging Sandstorms on towards KO. No follow-up though. Steed. Oh, great cancellation by Nicholas. Now that's going to be Blazing Duet pop by KO. Take a look at the damage. That's just the golden staff already enough to burst the Khalid down. That's going to be Clover taken down as well. It's a 5v3. Take a look at the dismantled by VLTH. And one by one, they should fall. That's a great trade though. But it's just more bodies on the floor for Hydra.
VLTH, KO. There were so much ultimates and resources burned just to try and take down KO. He was the guy they were after from the very beginning of that team fight. But up until, I guess, the last few moments, KO was still alive. If it weren't for Yuri being able to catch up, then they wouldn't take or be able to actually take him down. And that was something VLTH clearly were able to capitalize on. All members being present in that fight, Nicholas going in for the sustain, not even using the vengeance when he was using the infernal pursuits on the members of Hydra Esports. That just goes to show that they're already this tanky. They have the right amount of damage, as you mentioned, even just having the golden staff to take down this Khalid. And they will no longer be afraid to take on Hydra regardless of this fighter lineup that we're seeing from them. Now it's going to be the Lord Siege, and we will be seeing them focus on the waves up top first, as Watson will be dealing with the Lord. But look at how much pressure VLTH are able to do.
Yeah, they're currently taking the map. The map is currently blue. That's going to be Phantom Steed. Black Shoes forced by Linksy. Also the Flicker, but they will lose the mid lane turret. Freya is still bottom side here, dealing with the waves and the Lord. Taken down though. And now Hydra, what's going to be their call? It seems like their call is let's just clear lanes. Let's just hit the reset button. And as we mentioned, right? Hydra, they're on a ticking time bomb. And I feel like their window is gone. So what they're banking on right now is, an overextension, a blunder, a misposition from one of the main damage dealers from VLTH, and they will look to capitalize. But let's see here. It seems like VLTH will go on towards a structure takedown. BLC taking a lot of heat. That's going to be a defense, though, still from Hydra.
Okay. Katinaru stealing away the purple buff as well. Clover King. Not the kind of position you want to be put in, and this is what we were talking about earlier in the draft. You look at the Leomord, you know there's just so much snowball potential, but the moment you become a bit too reliant on it, it don't get that early game.
Yeah.
Considering how tanky these members and how high mobility these heroes from VLTH Esports currently are, I guess the easiest you could really gain access to would be Nicholas, but do you really want to go for that? Oh,
That's the Uranus though. They're going in. That's going to be Shijame now trying to perhaps create a perimeter. That's going to be VLC isolated, taken down. Take a look at the Freya jumping in, but the damage will not be enough. Blazing duet from Kyo finds the Uranus, force the black shoes, and down goes Yuri. A Valley Thai applying the right pressure, pressing the right buttons, and 3 members of Hydra, they're down.
And Linksy didn't even have to use the black shoes! During the entire T-fight, Linksy was just holding on to the black shoes, and now just in time, the holy shields are down. That's gonna be a base turret taken by Valley Thai Esports before they could even transition to the Lord, which is already being started here by KO. It's just so tough to dive and jump in if you're Hydra Esports, even if you do it all together, because Valley Thai Esports have so many ways to reposition. Chajame and Nicholas are doing such a spectacular job at tanking majority of the damage. And you see it, even Yuri, this isn't... Well, yes, technically there is range, it's a Lilia, but when we were suggesting range earlier, we were thinking of heroes who could offer the same, if not higher amount of damage without necessarily putting themselves in such a dangerous spot, because it'll be so hard to dance around as a Lilia if you have to constantly worry about the crowd controls of the Dark Wave, the deadly magic even from Katinaru, and this might be an angle for Valley Thai if Hydra are not able to defend.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, speaking of Katinaru, Holy Crystal already on his belt, so that's going to be extra powerful damage. Take a look at the Uranus shredded down here, very low taken by the damage there, but Valley Thai, they're not able to find that kill just yet. 5 members still up from inside of Hydra. They will lose all structures though. That's going to be the Steed here trying to find more space. Clover, oh, that's the mount. That's the pull. That's going to be damage taken. Clover down. It's a 5v4 now. The stun. Freya will not survive. And one by one, Valley Thai finds an angle to take all the members of Hydra down. The recall is there. And take a look at PLC. Nothing that he can do. And just watch his main base falls.
Valley Thai Esports number 1 didn't even feel the need to worry about this fighter lineup, did not even look threatened by the potential that we could see. From the very beginning, they knew what the conditions were, and they just played it calmly. This is Valley Thai knowing who to play around at certain moments in the game. We saw Katinaru not necessarily being part of the team fights a lot of times. The focus was just really farming. The focus was just really going for trades across the map, specifically during Turtles, because we never really saw Valley Thai contest the Turtles. They were always giving making sure that they would just look for other trades across the map, and props to them because it seemed like they were really it would work. And when you got to see the Harley already starting to use the deadly magic on certain members, KO, I think KO is such a highlight here as well, because there were countless times in this game where they were just trying to take down KO. It's always KO, but he held on. He always held on to the Blazing Duet. He always held on to the BMI. Okay, he is that we have to watch out for here.
Definitely. I feel like at least based on that first game, right? It's a small sample, but I feel like they know. From the side of Valley Thai, at least they know what they're up against. 4 fighters. They know that the early game, it's not their battle. They keep their distance. Sure, they lose a couple of members early, but it's nothing that they can't control. And that's what I feel like what I feel like the side of Hydra needs to, figure out second game. If we're going for an all-out early game, we need to really pull the trigger. Because if you won't pull the trigger, that
Yeah.
window gone.
Gone.
And we saw
Gone,
that,
he
right?
says,
Minute 8.
gone.
Gone, he says gone. Brigida says Briggs.
Because it's true. I barely got to see the Leomord use the Phantom Steed and get much value out of it. So our MVP
That's
for that
true.
game, okay, we're gonna give it to Chajame. Well, I agree. There actually has been a very impactful moment for this glue, I believe. It was during that one moment where we thought he was actually going to go down, but he didn't. And it was
Yeah.
also that one play down bottom where he still actually got to land the grab. And it's always those clutch moments which
Yes.
help you and which give you that game-changing play. And also, how could we forget that one time he bought so much time just
Yeah.
by getting the attention of two members here from Hydra Esport.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, right? I think all 5 members of Valley Thai deserves a MVP shout. KO definitely deserves a shout. The mid laner Valentina, and of course Shajame here, very active. 94% kill participation. I think he is just one off, so a total of 17 kills, and he is able to contribute to 16 total kills. That's a lot of kills. And of course, you mentioned, right, the time bought by this guy as a glue as well. He understands, like, you know what, I'm capable of taking this much heat and still survive. And we saw that. Sure, he got took down a couple of times, but like you mentioned, Briggs, it's scary. This was the first blood, by the way, off cam.
Yep.
But like, yeah, after this was like one of the game changers, I feel like, where the window that was small from the side of Hydra after that fight was smaller.
Yeah. Because you see it. Look, this is one. Yeah, Phantom Steed, Clover K. Okay, got one. But after that, especially when he's left all alone. To be fair though, I think he did what he could. It's just that it's very difficult to find the right entries as a Leomord. We saw that he knew how to make use of the angles, but the thing is, you're expecting it to come in a bit later when there's a lot more to do when there are like team fights to do cleanup. But that's the thing. I think we never really saw Valley Thai low enough to encourage like a cleanup play from Clover K, or like I think that's what everyone wanted. That's what Watson's wanted also on the Freya. They just want to go in. But yep, unfortunately, Valley Thai, they had all things covered, and it was one of the fastest games we've had today. Actually, gone over 14. I think if not, it's the fastest because earlier it was 14 something. This is 14:08.
I think this might be it, right? This might be the at least so far, Briggs, right? We haven't seen an 11-minute game here, where usually 11-minute game ends where just the first Lord to be able to end, but 14 minutes means there's technically 2 Lords, and we saw that from Valley Thai, right? 2 Lords was able to to be taken, and they got the game. It was one-sided though, I gotta say still. But take a look at this category right here.
Tough. It's surprising to see KO here on the best wingman portion, but he wasn't really the guy to take the kills. I really want to give shout outs to Lixie as well on that Valentina. That Valentina who came in relatively later in the draft, but still had such great purpose because you had the black shoes. I think it was always the black shoes. It was always the black shoes that got chosen for the IMU. And there was this one time we even pointed out that he never really used used it. He was just there throwing shadow strikes because there wasn't a need to use the black shoes, and it's become such a problem. Honestly, the idea was there for the draft, but I feel like they weren't really able to maximize because of the presence of too much fighters going up against this kind of lineup. Because imagine, you had a Uranus, yes, it was reliable enough in terms of managing the waves,
Yeah.
but afterwards, your playmaking is so one-dimensional. Like, you rely on the Freya jumping in, you rely on the Kali jumping in, when in most cases you have to have at least more than one way to like approach a team fight.
That I agree. And I feel like because of that one-dimensional, approach from the side of Hydra, I think VLTH, they are able to find a quick solution. Just keep their distance. Picking their battles when they are in their prime position to fight. When the cover is right, they will fight on their terms. And that's we saw that right early game. It wasn't really a sure win, even though the three turtles was taken from the side of Hydra.
Yeah.
But it wasn't really evident to the game. It wasn't really, it's a sure win. But let's see here, the recovery, the bounce back, and the drafts. I need to see a dramatic change on the drafts, especially from the side of Hydra.
Yep. So what kind of map are we gonna see this time around? It's been broken walls in game 1, and in game 2 it's still gonna be broken walls. Okay, I did not expect that we'd
I
be
agree.
seeing broken walls twice in a row.
I want to see flying clouds. Briggs, what's your favorite map?
I actually, before it used to be dangerous grass, but I also like flying clouds now. It just it's just so cute. It's fun. It brings
Why
you
is it cute though?
back.
Why is it cute?
Because you fly on clouds and it helps you get back in action fast.
And that equals to cute in Brigida's,
Well,
well,
we are seeing another
it's fun.
Lancelot ban, yes.
That's gonna be a respect, right? That's gonna be a respect. I think. Oh, they switched sides though,
wonder.
right?
Yeah, but they switched. Yeah, so they switched sides. Is it gonna be all junglers again, banned out by VLTH? Because earlier it was a Lancelot, Yi Sun Shin, and then I think it was. Let's see if we could. It was a Lancelot, Yi Sun Shin, and a Guinevere. Oh, but now the Guinevere was banned by Hydra.
Ooh, VLTH, they gotta ban the Zushin, no? Zushin is top priority, I feel like.
They should.
But that is going to open the Lucas. Because Valentina is banned by the side of Hydra.
Have there been a lot of Lucas games in MPL ID already?
I mean, sorry, not Lucas, Sora. My brain says Sora, but my mouth says Lucas. My bad.
No, but because even in PH, there was a time where Renmar has been looking forward to seeing the Lucas played. So I was thinking that there was a possibility. But yeah, taking out the Juicin means the Freya is also going to be open, means the Sora is going to be open. Oh,
that's
but
true.
They don't take out the Juicin nor the Freya. It's all junglers.
It is all junglers,
Could
Clover
this be the
K
game
here.
plan for Clover K?
Heavily pressured from
Yeah.
game 1, right?
Yeah.
Hero-wise. So let's see here. You mentioned the Freya. The Sora is still open, but the Zushin definitely is still top priority. Was banned in game 1. Was banned the whole first series, by the way. And now we finally get to see Zushin in action.
Honestly, even Marcel is open. Like,
Oh my god, you're right. It was banned game 1.
if they wanted to consider that. So there's a Sora, Freya, Marcel. don't necessarily need to rush the mid lane because you already see. Not unless you want to keep hiding your strategies here. I would go. I would go Sora. Because you can force out the Crimson Beacon from the Juicin a lot of times. I would
Yeah.
go Sora. Oh! Well, that's
Fair
a
play.
that's their play, yeah.
That's their
At
play.
least
They
they
wanna.
deny. At least, yeah.
Yeah, they denied their jungler technically, right? Three
Mm-hmm,
junglers
mm-hmm.
ran out, and then they picked the jungler first. So what? They're forcing Clover to go into deep waters here. Technically, a lot of junglers are still in play. You know, if you want to pull off another Leo mode performance, maybe. But then let's see. Sora is still open, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, do you really want to go for another Leo Mord though? Like I'm thinking, okay, so there they pick up the Sora and the Hilda for themselves. I'm thinking if they want to go. No, because if they go utility here, and because the Sora, we don't know if the Sora is gonna go EXP or gold. Could
Yeah.
be EXP though. But if they go utility, then the pressure on Watson, right?
Mm-hmm.
The
Mm-hmm.
pressure on
Mm-hmm.
Watson to be able to serve as the main carry without the Freya. No, honestly, the Freya is still out there, but I don't know if you want to consider that as your main because it's gonna be very similar to game one where you have so much fighters. That's a Sora and a Freya and a Hilda and a
Yeah.
utility jungler. So you might not want to go that route.
Yeah. That's why I feel like they also Valley Thai they went for the Phobius, which again Nicholas was a monster on the
Yeah.
Phobius that game. No glue though, right? For Link, no, for Shajame.
Yeah, for Shajame, no glue and no Claude for
Tie
KO.
game. Shajame.
So that's one.
Ooh.
But because they have the Phobias, I think they'd be okay with picking up the Harith as well because you already have the Phobias, and now they're banning out the carry. Other options too might include the Moskov, but I think you
Yeah.
could already rely on the Harley to manage the opposite wave or the far lane if it's just that. So you might want a team fighting marksman or gold lane, to which again I would bring back the Hearth unless Hydra ban it out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Aside from gold laners too, they're also looking for their mid lane actually. So they still ban out the Freya, thinking they might go for a fighter gold. Okay, what actually works well with the Khalid? Against the Juicin, you would generally go for the Eve,
Yeah. But it's
but
tough.
you don't know the jungler of
Not
Hydra.
yet.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of a Harith pickup here for Valley Thai.
Yeah, exactly. That's mhm. Okay. So let's see if it gets. Yeah. So there they take out the Moskov. Yeah, I am starting to really think that they would want the Harith because again they have the Phobius in their lineup.
Yep.
But it gets
Oh,
banned.
good
Okay.
spot. Good spot there.
Hmm.
So with the Harith being banned, they surely have a plan B, right? For their gold lane.
We're running out of gold laners. Other options in the gold lane have been what? The Obsidia?
Oh, you're right. Obsidia.
The
Against
Obsidia.
this composition is it's doable. You know, you gotta lane right though.
Mm. Unless they want to save it for last, so they just really see the matchup. Oh, wow. It's been so long.
It's been some time, yes.
Okay. Oh, we know it's gonna be a Granger. Hydra Esports. Their jungle. What are the other junglers that are still actually? I definitely do not want to go Joy
No, yeah,
here.
you don't want to go Leo Mord here.
Nolan?
Oh, ooh, Nolan, that's a pull, but like, oh, Obsidia is actually will be deployed by Hydra.
Oh, there you
Oh, you
go.
mentioned it. You mentioned Nolan.
At least you have ways to get out.
Out.
And you get to provide burst damage because I don't think Hydra has burst damage yet.
Yeah.
So the Nolan can do that. But Valley Thai, looking for their mid lane. Now that you know this is the matchup.
You
Okay.
cannot go Yves unless you're
I
bold
mean,
enough.
if they're confident, yeah, if they're bold enough.
What do you go here? Valent. Oh, Yves. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You're bold.
Still gonna go
Okay,
for
you're
it.
bold, Linksy.
'Cause-
You're still
yeah,
gonna go
it
for
works
it. So,
well. It works.
yeah, against a Hilda, against a Sora, sometimes positioning wise, it's doable. You gotta keep their comms right here. But let's see here, right? 10 heroes has been set here, Briggs.
Yeah.
And the first turtle, I got to give it towards again Hydra. I feel like they will get the first turtle here, but will they be able to maximize their first turtle take or not?
Yeah. Of course, a quick suggestion would be yes, it could seem as if things are going really well, especially if Valley Thai aren't really the type to go for a contest, but you have to pay attention to what else are they doing across the map if ever they do decide to just let go of the first few major objectives in this game, because this is match point for Valley Thai Esports. A lot of our talents have also predicted this series to go their way. Let's see if Hydra Esports are actually able to bring us to game 3.
Let's see. And you can see here, one jungler goes to the orange buff and one goes to purple. Ooh, again, just the early fights, right? Lethal Wanderer will be contested, I feel like, but no. I think they will concede it. Oh, Clover actually is looking for an aggressive angle, but yes. Again, Nicholas actually will bring with the again Vengeance, right? Vengeance is going to be the play here for the side of Nicholas. Wants to be that annoying presence here during team fights. Perhaps creating a two parameters of team fight where he zones multiple members, but laning wise, the gold lane here is going to be okay. Oh, that's a flicker, then an expensive one.
Oof. Yep. Very expensive because it even cost him his life. Chajame had to go down in that moment. And this is what we were talking about when it comes to burst and early damage. A Nolan is able to provide just that. Pair it up with Yuri and BLC, then you could have a very reliable early game against heroes who tend to invade, such as Chajame. So that's a win. That's a win here for Hydra Esports. Let's see if they're able to bounce back here in this upcoming turtle, because it seems like Hydra have already positioned themselves around the river. And with Nicholas yet to get his level 4, that's going to be a bit of help from Chajame. They really aren't going to set up. And the biggest difference compared to game number 1 is that Hydra knew they were actually planning to contest. So there aren't any trades for Valley Thai just yet.
Yeah, and take a look. Oh, top lane, kill.
Oh, KO gets knocked up. Doesn't get to survive that even under the turret. Can Chajing find the trade on BLC? It's gonna be a no. Katinaru, though, might go for the chase, but instead will pick off Yuri. They have no idea Clover K is actually there waiting. Chajing finding the kill on BLC off cam. Outgone here down bottom. Gets taken out by Nicholas as well. And surprisingly, Clover K wasn't able to find anyone.
Clover K wasn't able to find a kill, but Matt Nicholas is a beast, right? That's
Yep.
a solo plus a flicker spent for Outcon. And yeah, Hydra, I think they have more avenues, right? In this composition, with this composition, if you compare it to first game, but they still gotta choose their battles here. They can't go in on every possible fights. They can't go in on every potential angles. They gotta wait and sit, especially when the lack of informations of the positioning of Valithai, right? They gotta make sure that they are at an advantage. And so far, Hydra, even though they're okay, never mind. The gold is at equilibrium. Clover K though, gotta keep in mind he is level 7 right now, a level ahead of Katinaro, so that's an advantage during neutral objective takes. Valithai, they gotta ask, they gotta find solutions here. Do they want to concede neutral objectives now, or do they want to contest?
Okay. It seems like they really want to contest. There was a clear plan to at least poke Yuri or force something out of their mid laner, but it was a failed attempt. Still, though, Valithai might actually go for it. Raging Sandstorm already committed Flicker as well from Chajabe
Oh.
and the Quick Sand Guard. BLC gets taken out and the real world manipulation's already burned, so Valithai might not force the fight anymore, but at least they get one in exchange of the turtle. Oh, Outcome? Does he still want to go for this? Okay. That's gonna be 1 for none and a turtle.
Yeah, just a turtle and a kill, right? Technically, they got BLC, but they lose out on the turtle here. Valithai, so at least they got compensation. Outcon though builds a War X here. Wants that spell vamp. 5 minutes here, 5 minutes in, it's a total of 6 kills. That's a lot of kills if you think about it. Oh, Yuri in the mid lane. That's a great knockup, but Shajam still able to just walk away. And the tempo from the side of Valithai is controlled. I like it. Oh, Nicholas.
Yeah, that's the burst coming in from the Nolan. He still gets to survive it though, and even almost that thunder form from Outcon. He was so close to finding an outplay there. Now it's Chajame and Linksy up top together with KO trying to take on BLC, but he's just too quick to run away. So HD or Hydra don't really lose anything. And it's just Nicholas going down. They might have to say goodbye to this turret up top though if they don't get to defend. Oh, that's the ultimate coming in from Watson, but still Linksy finds the last hit. Katinaro coming in from the sides trying to burst down Yuri, but Yuri's gonna be okay. Okay, that's a deadly magic. He just used it now.
That's a lot of damage taken. That's a lot of bodies on the floor, especially from the side of Valithai. Hydra responding with composure there. They defended the structure top, which was pressured by Valithai. Sure, Watson, he was the one initiated that fight, but at least his friends are able to find the kill. That's gonna be the last turtle taken, so it is confirmed a perfect turtle for Hydra. Same story as game 1, but let's see if the outcome will be different, because game 1 they got the 3 turtles, but they weren't able to translate it towards the mid game. Valithai, they will try to change here. Remember, Kyo, Katinaro, there will be power spikes happening in the mid game, which definitely hinders the movements from Hydra.
Yep. And it is the same story, but there's so much of the subtle differences that Hydra decide to do. So now they have a clear advantage up against Valithai. Oh, but fighting under the real world manipulation. Crimson Beacon already forced out. KO landing these bullets, but still failing to take out some of the members. Only Clover K and Outcon get taken out for now in exchange of Nicholas and Katinaro making it just in time, forcing out the flicker from BLC. Now it's Valithai. It's their turn to fight back.
Yeah, and they want to go for more.
Oh, the flicker's in as well. Watson still finding some kills across the board, but that doesn't stop VLTH from getting more.
Nope. And VLTH here, again, just like game one, I feel like, right? Where we are entering the mid game, they just always, they always find a way to, find solutions in game. Their in-game decisions has been spot on. Clover, unfortunate, also taken down first there, which allows VLTH to take more space, allow VLTH to take more grounds. And after that fight, they got the mid turret, which Hydra, they have less space to play around with. This is not good when you have Nolan. This is not a good sign when you have Zushin as well. It's a great sign if you have Harley on your team to take the mid structure down. More bushes to play.
Yep. At least though, BLC will be there. A reliable guy. Oh no, up top, Clover K! He gets to dodge the Raging Sandstorm, but then Outcon gets left under the real world, and Nicholas just keeps jumping on everyone with the Infernal Pursuits! Clover K though finds the kill on KO, but that's about it. He is gonna trade out 3 of their members in exchange for that 1 kill.
That's a 3-for-1 special from VLTH. And that will allow VLTH to take the Lord cleanly. And this is not good for Hydra. Ladies and gentlemen, Hydra, they first game and second game, they got the 3 turtles, but just lose out on the mid game. And now they want to take the purple buff. It's a reset. VLTH is, okay, we got the Lord already. Take your purple buff, no problem.
Yep. They'll have to just wait for this upcoming Lord. They're going to help Clover K to get these resources, but this isn't gonna look too good for Hydra Esports if VLTH get to take down more structures. Because you already did point it out, this is a lineup that thrives in more map control. This is a Harley. This is a Khalid who just keeps annoying everyone while allowing for KO to snipe them from a distance. Oh, but Katinaru gets spotted out here. Clover K, can he actually finish off the kill? The sidesteps, not gonna be enough.
Yeah, finally a good pick-off strat there. Clover K wasn't shown on the map, and I feel like Katinaru wasn't aware that Clover was around, so that 2v1 strat was pulled very, very good, and also bought time actually with the Lord there, taken down no problem from the side of Hydra. BLC cannot overextend here though. Now it's a 3k gold lead. Is it over? Not just yet. VLTH, they know that they have K-Lover. Interesting jump.
Clover K dodges everything. Really hard to catch, but then there goes the setup coming in from Outcon. They aren't able to convert it into kills just yet though. Watson from the side gets bursted down before he even gets to do anything, and the Sky Piercer stacks are just coming in for KO. 3 members down for Hydra Esports.
Things are looking and things are going from bad to worse here from Hydra. Watson looks for a flank play, but actually bursted down. You mentioned it perfectly there, Briggs. And now without Yuri, without Watson, without Outcon, they will lose more structures. We saw that earlier, and hence, Clover K is not level 15 yet. So this is not a good sign. 30 seconds on the clock for the next Lord. And VLTH, they can just, right now I feel like they can just go for fights.
Oh, speaking of fights, Chajim gets taken out real quick though. Clover K, you did not want to lose that hero before the Lord fight. Linksy though with a free hits, KO2 catching up. 2 members being picked off before the Lord is not a good sign for Hydra, and now they are going to look at taking this mid-base turret before anything. They lose it even without the Lord.
Yeah, again, right? With this lead and with this sort of composition plus map control, VLTH is actively looking for fights, and we saw that, right? Even though they lost Shajame early, they don't care. They can still fight with the firepower that they have right now, with the equipments built already within their composition. Hydra, they cannot contest. They gotta concede again, and with the mid turret taken down already, I feel like VLTH, of course, they can look for the end angle if possible, but if not, they can play the slow game. They don't have a bad late game composition as well. So, they can take the side turrets first, then look for the end angle. But if Team Hydra here allows it, say overextends, one member picked off early, VLTH definitely would go for the kill.
Yeah, because as much as I want to say that there's decent wave clear coming in from Hydra Esports, I find it so difficult for Watson to time everything. Because the moment you try to attach to someone, there's a
Yeah.
threat that you get immediately bursted down. And we see it happen a lot of times. So now VLTH will focus on clearing down all base turrets. Clover K not even able to burst down Link C. There goes another attack from Watson, but Outcon
Triple.
falls next.
Maniac.
It's a triple and a maniac here for KO, and he actually picks up a Savage. The first Savage we'll be seeing here in MSLTH.
And on the opening day as well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MSL Season 1 Thai, where literally anything can happen. And Keo, with that Savage, man, it is your time to rise. My, oh my, it's a clean sweep as well to add to that cherry on top Savage performance. But Hydra got dismantled that game, Brigida.
That
Then,
again.
oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. That was Keo from Lao, an import who has delivered a savage performance in his debut series here in MSLTH. You gotta remember this guy. He's led the team to this result, even in game number 1. Even in that previous game that they played, this has been such a spectacular performance that we got to see from the gold layer of VLTH, and it seems like it's Goni who's getting his predictions right in the series.
It's 1-for-1. All right, 1 for Riggs, 1 for me. But hey, who's counting? Who's counting? But yeah, apart from that, just the display right here. They're not afraid of losing members. They know even if it's a 5v4. They can still win with the firepower, and there you go, right? This was the opening, and take a look at the positioning of KO right here. Crisp. And the Sky Piercer stacks is stacking.
Yeah. He used that flicker last minute to reposition because he got caught by Outcon. But that's the thing, there's no follow-up at all. Who could even provide follow-up in that kind of scenario where everything's just so messy? You have
ก่อน
to
เลยนะคะ คุณแคท
be
ตี้
careful
นารุ
about
มีอะไร
surviving.
อยาก
Also,
จะบอ
let's
ก
hear
ถึ
a
ง
few
ทีม
words
ที่
from
กำ
our
ลังจะมา
winners.
เจอกับเราในรอบต่อไปไหมคะ
ก็อยากจะบอกว่าทีมพวกผมตั้งใจซ้อมแล้วก็เก็บตัวกันมานานมากเลยครับ ก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมวลีไทยด้วยนะครับ
ขอบคุณค่ะ ต่อไปค่ะ คุณชาเจมวันนี้มีอะไรอยากจะบอกถึงกับแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ที่งานแล้วก็ทั้งออนไลน์ด้วยครับ ขอบคุณทุกคนมากครับ
ขอบคุณทั้งสองท่านมากเลยค่ะ
ครับ
ยังไงเดี๋ยวขอส่งต่อให้กับแคสเตอร์เลยค่ะ
There you go. There you go. That
Okay.
was a beautiful series. First series it was a 2-1, but it seemed like the second series we don't need 3 games to
We don't.
decide who's the winner.
Yeah, I have to say, this is the first time our producer has not jinxed the results of this series. But we have to give it to our game MVP. Who else could it be, Gani? It has to be Keo. He got the first Savage of the league.
Welcome to history. I mean, you will be a part of history, KO, man. 12 kills, a double-digit kill as well. Perfect goal per minute. I really like that number, and of course the equipment's very, very standard. You know, a Sky Piercer. So before he was 7 kills. No, wait, what's the math again? What's the
You
count
get
again, Riggs?
10. You get 10 stacks when you build it, and then additional 10 for each kill.
No, like so 12 kills before the Savage. What was the number?
12 kills before the Savage. What do you mean before the Savage?
Before the
Oh!
Savage, how many kills was he on? It was my
Oh
question.
no, you're making me do math! 7. 2, 3,
Okay,
4,
good.
5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah,
5.
it was
Okay.
7.
I'm so glad the
7
caster
kills.
cams are not on.
7 kills before that last Savage, just to make that kill double digit. And yeah, a very, very sound performance. Again, what's wrong with Hydra, right? 2 games in a row, they got 3 turtles, but they're not able to translate it towards the mid game nor the map control. So, VLTH, wow, hats off. Again, just from the drafts, I feel like both games, I like their drafts and also their execution.
It's true. It does feel like they know the heroes that they want. They know they know the players they do not want to play. They know they just want to keep shutting down Clover K. I think that is one key takeaway that we got from the series in terms of the draft. It's always been a focus on Clover K. It's always been the bans on the Lancelot, on the Eastern Shin, on the Guinevere's, or even the Suyos. And you don't even see the Lancelot being picked up anymore. I think the last time we got to see a Lancelot played, and this is in PH, was when Carl TZ ran out of junglers in their previous series last week. So that was the only time we ever got to see a Lancelot again. I'm not sure if you get to see it in Indo, but it's a rare case. And what we could at least get from that, I guess, is also the fact that VLTH Esports is a team who does really deep research against their opponents.
Yeah. So maybe, right? So the Lancelot ban maybe was one of the keys to victory on why, Hydra wasn't able to get a great game or wasn't able to, find their pacing rhythm. And you can see here from the stats, it's again, apart from the 3 turtles, Hydra wasn't able to, just based on the stats, you can see that Hydra did not have map control. And of course, the rich guy, the carry, and the best wingman here being from the side of VLTH. Great performance, wonderful display as well. 18 assists? That's crazy.
18 assists for Cha Jame. And congratulations once again to VLTH Esports. They got the first sweep, the first Savage, and that's the beginning of much more, I guess, for VLTH Esports if they're able to continue this momentum and this kind of precision in terms of their playstyle and draft. There's just so much to look forward to when it comes to this team, or should I say to all of these teams, because it's just the first day here in MSLTH, and it's definitely there's definitely a lot to learn from all of these matches.
Definitely a lot to learn, and it's still a long way, Briggs, because technically we are still just in our opening day, so expect a lot more, perhaps Savages, a lot more, unique picks as well. But that was our second match of the day. We still got 2 more, upcoming. It's gonna be intense as well. We got ACT Esports Club going up against Tenacity. Who do you got there? Do you remember?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I can double check. I went for. Are we really gonna spoil it now? Okay, I went for ACT. I said it.
I did not went for ACT. That's spoiler news. That's spoiler.
Okay.
Spoiler alert.
So if he didn't go for ACT, then guess what? Guess who he went for? I wonder who he went for. But yeah, it's ACT versus Tenacity coming up next for our third series of the day, and that is gonna be our second to the last series already, because we only have 4 best of 3s today for our opening day, and afterwards I think this is a much awaited star match or highlight match for you guys. But again, before that, we have to head over to our third series, right, Lonnie?
Yes, so stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, and grab your snacks while you guys wait for the third series. We will take a short break. Stay tuned.
I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しか待ってろ
行くぜこれが 俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越すほかげになる。
愚かなる弟子供騙しがお待てろ。
ふっ行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かな老夫と子供騙しかお待ってろ
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Big up, big up, big up.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かな老夫と子供騙しかお待ってろ
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigga, 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 bigga. Bigga, 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 bigga. Bigga, 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 bigga. Bigga, 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 bigga. Bigga, 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 bigga. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
สวัสดีค่ะ ยังอยู่กันไหมคะ พร้อมแล้วหรือยังคะสำหรับคู่ต่อไปของเรา ระหว่าง ACT Esport Cup พบกับ Tenacity หากพร้อมแล้วไปพบกับเหล่าแคสเตอร์ของเราได้เลยค่ะ
Hello, hello, hello. It's a mic check.
Hey!
A second take. So we welcome you back once again to MSL
sir.
TH Season 1. We are on our third series of the day. Still, it's Brigida and Goni bringing you the action. And it was already mentioned previously by our host, but I think these are also two very famous orgs in the esports scene in Thailand. This is going to be ACT Esports Club going up against Tenacity. So this is something I'm really excited to see, Gani, because you don't get to see twins in a team that often, you know?
Ooh, yeah, we will get to see twins in action. We got brothers, a couple of brothers. I believe the Malaysians has twins, right? At one point, Min and Man. But yeah, very a rare case, right? So we will get to see both in action today. And you mentioned it, right? ACT and Tenacity. You know, based on the first two matches, I can't expect anything now. You know, I think we got a Savage already. We got unique heroes. You got to see Hanabi. Didn't win, but at least I'm already satisfied with, you know what, I'm just gonna do whatever. Tenacity,
ผู้เล่น
ACT,
ที่เริ่ม
hopefully
เล่นนะครับสามารถ
we will
ย
get
กระ
to
ดับตัวเอ
see
ง
their
ขึ้นมาสู
best
งได้มี
performances,
การแข่ง
but
ขัน
this
ที่
is
มากขึ้น
going
จะ
to
กระ
be
ตุ้นให้ผู้เล่น
ACT
เนี่ย
I
มีความสา
believe.
มารถที่สูงขึ้นครับและสามารถแบบไปในระดับโลกและแข่งกว่าในปัจจุบันได้อย่างมากครับ
ก็ตอนนี้ก็ซ้อมแล้วก็พัฒนาตัวเองมากขึ้นไปเรื่อยๆครับแล้วก็วางแผนการเล่นให้ดีขึ้นครับแล้วก็คาดหวังว่าจะได้แชมป์ในอนาคตครับทีมเราเป็นทีมที่เล่นได้ดีอยู่แล้วครับเหลือแค่รายละเอียดเล็กๆน้อยๆที่เราต้องเก็บให้ละเอียดเพื่อที่จะคว้าชัยชนะได้อย่างแม่นยำครับ
ใช่ได้เลือก Mobile Legends นะครับผมเล่นเกมโมบ้ามาหลายเกมครับแล้วรู้สึกว่าเข้ากับตัวผมเลยครับก็เลยรู้สึกว่าอยากพัฒนาตัวเองและอยากแข่งกับทีมก็เลยรวมทีมกับเพื่อนแล้วมาแข่งกันต่อครับรู้สึกว่าเป็นเกมโมบ้าที่เล่นแล้วสนุกที่สุดแล้วครับ
Alright, you got to see a glimpse of the twin brothers right there. So they were seated not next to each other, but if you look closely, you would have seen the twin brothers in ACT Esports Club. And that's, I think, a plus for them in terms of chemistry, because they've been competing together even way back. And a lot of them, I think you could consider them and their average age being very young. But the experience that they have in the MOBA scene is definitely something. So I'm hoping that they get to bank on that as they go up against Tenacity, who just the same, if it's in terms of experience and achievements, even internationally, they have a lot under their belt.
Yeah, it feels like for Tenacity, their experience is definitely above. I shouldn't compare that. But hey, you know, let's welcome you, the home team, for our third game or third match today. It's gonna be ACT. You mentioned the twins, right?
There you go.
And it's going to be Seros, Sylvie, Carnes, Super Mains, and of course Cairo, who will be deployed today for ACT Esports.
Yup. Still considerably a powerhouse in the Thailand esports scene, and ACT Esports Club are looking ready. I love the intro music, but just the same, look at Tenacity. They are the ones to be introduced this time.
Yeah. With tenacity,
Ooh.
you got Water, you got Song Jin Woo, you got Arjex Mudang, we got Snap, we got Griffith as well. I believe this team has an import of Lao, so he's a Laotian
Yes.
esports, one of the standout talent from Leon Esports as well. And for the other team, ACT, it's actually an all-Thai team or all-Thai roster. So, wow, it's going to be very interesting to see the dynamics, right?
Yep.
Between these two. And of course, we got to shout out the head coach, Chiz.
Yeah, there you go. Shadow and Disday. And hey, previously, our Lao import actually scored a Savage in the series. So that's a statement for our imports here in MSLTH so far. This time around, though, it's Grift, who also has a couple years of experience already in the MLBB competitive scene. So definitely he will be sharing that with his new team. But to take a closer look on the team lineups for ACT Esports, as mentioned, that's Cairo on the EXP lane, Ceros in the jungle, Karns in the mid lane, Superman is in the gold, and Sylvie in roam. So it's the jungle roam duo for the twin brothers.
Very ideal, right? The jungle roam, one who sets up the tempo and one who executes the tempo. And for tenacity, we got Sung Jinwoo on the XP, Water on the jungle, Zosnap on the mid lane, and Riff on the gold lane. And we got Arjax actually on the roam position.
There you go. I like the jersey designs we're seeing so far.
You like the jersey? Okay, which?
TH. Oh, wait.
Challenge prediction.
Hey, we're different again.
Different. Why, Briggs? Why?
Why do you keep doing
wonder.
this, Connie?
Hey, if we're keeping tabs, we're 1 for 1. Okay?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But we both think this is gonna be a sweep.
Also true. Also true.
Okay, let's see. Because the last time I predicted, at least my predictions for sweeps or game threes are accurate. At least. At least, that's the thing. Hey,
It's been
oh my
one
goodness.
series.
Yeah.
It's been
Grab
okay,
the
I'll give it to
redeem
you.
code.
Don't forget the redeem code, all right? And also follow MSLTH on Facebook, YouTube, and also TikTok.
Yeah.
I believe they also have an IG page. Check that out.
Yeah, you will be one of the first few followers of MSLTH because again, we are just starting this very historic league in an esports powerhouse, which is Thailand, and it'll be great if you guys can keep yourselves up to date because we have a lot of things coming up. This is just the beginning. Imagine seeing a Savage in as early as day 1. So we still have a lot of, and to think that we're not even seeing all teams play today. Like we have teams who are just going to have their debut matches tomorrow, so that's another thing to look forward to. But I'm looking forward to see maps other than Broken Walls and Expanding Rivers, you know?
Please, 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 please. Oh, okay. Well, Briggs. Well.
See,
You
I
jinxed
jinxed it. Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay, at least it's just the map, right?
At least it's just the map.
Okay. Wow. Another Hilda ban.
Yeah.
Okay.
So feels like tenacity here. They're I feel like their approach here. They're trying to deny, and also they're trying to open. They're open to a assassin type of gameplay, right? The Harleys, the Suyos,
probably.
And also what interests me the most is they banned the Zushin while having blue side.
Yeah, that's true. I wonder, like, what kind of game plan requires you to not open the Juicin in blue? Or maybe they just want to like keep a lot of the other options open, which can be another route. Because at this point, oh wow, I was just about to mention that the fan is actually
That's the thing.
Oh,
I was about to
Okay.
say as well, right? Okay, so what's open here? No Valentina. Is this just a Sora pickup? But then again, the Freya is still on the table as well.
Well, the Freya actually is banned, Connie, so...
Oh, my
Well,
bad.
that's weird too for ACT Esports Club, because then they banned out the Valentina, knowing fully well that there could be a Sora prio. But it's not gonna be the Sora anyway, so... Oh, okay.
It's gonna be this Baxia here, prioritized by Tenacity. Do I like that priority pickup? I have doubts, you know. Maybe one of the reasons why they banned the Zushin because they really want to play the Baxia, right? And maybe it's starting to make sense. So naturally, it's gonna be responded with the Eve, which it will show.
Great.
And
Great.
ACT, they are quick to pick up the Claude as well. And they know that they need firepower to shred the tanky boy of the Baxia, and Claude is definitely an answer.
Yeah, and it's an answer to the Eve as well, but now they're already able to secure the Claude, so there won't be much problems for the Eve, I assume, for ACT Esports Club. Now, Tenacity, it's gonna be tricky to pull off a Harith because again, you don't know the ASB lane. It's also gonna be tough to play it under the real world, so they'll just revert to the Kimi Fove. Well, again, it's probably a Baksha jungle, right? So
Yeah.
it's gonna be fast rotating at least together with the Kimi. I think it's where it works. The Khalid is also still open if you want to just like double down on the early game, but you might need a bit more of the damage in the gold. So I'm wondering if they're gonna be looking at the likes of a Yisunshin gold.
Ooh, for Tenacity, it does make sense, right? Especially going up against a Claude in lane. But that's gonna be the glue
Yep.
here, locked in. It's going to be very annoying towards a Baxia here. Going up against a glue can be mounted. And, sometimes against a Fofies as well. So imagine glue mounting you, pulling you back to a real world manipulation. That is
True.
going to
Not
hurt. Not fun. Yeah.
Okay. And it's a great ban on the carry as well, because you also don't know what the other frontline hero or engage hero is going to be for ACT Esports Club. So at least you eliminate the threat of a Shredder. We did see a couple Lunox bans earlier on as well, but I doubt that's going to be an option since they already picked up the Kimi, and the Kimi is oftentimes a mid lane already.
Yep.
Not unless you want to switch things up and put it somewhere in gold, but I think it's very unlikely to happen considering the matchup against a Claude. They also took out the Moskov, so they're really narrowing down the options for gold lane here. Tenacity, on the other hand, probably gonna look at another jungler. If I were Tenacity, what do I do not? Well, how about they take out the Fredrin? Because the Fredrin Claude Eve look very,
Yeah, disgusting, right? That's a very disgusting composition if it were to be on the same team. But also, let's don't forget the Suyo. I was about to say the Suyo, but instead they shift their focus. They limit the EXP a bit. Some sort of a playmaker as well, right? With Sora, it's annoying,
So they think it's a blue roam, or they want to force it in
roam.
Okay.
Yeah. So fourth pick here, first pick in the second phase. What do they go? I feel like they can go for an EXP, right? Just keep your jungler last.
Okay, yeah, because there's a Harley still actually.
Yes.
But again, you're up against a Baksha. I'm not sure you want that. So
That's
they'll just
Suyo,
go
yeah.
Suyo.
I expected Tenacity to ban that one.
What other gold lane options are there? We haven't seen the CC in a very long time now.
There's the Harith, but I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, it's tough. So
Granger,
there's a
okay.
Granger. Granger gets picked more than the Yisunshin gold here in Thailand. That's one thing.
Yes. 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 First
Okay.
series though, keep it. I think it was banned out a couple of times, right? The Yisun Shin, but the Marcel finally making its debut.
Yep. We're seeing a golden R. um. So for EXP lane, if it's a playmaking hero, or a dive hero, I think you need a dive hero.
Yeah. Okay, so EXP, you know what? I don't mind. Okay. Maybe too ambitious, but Lapu Lapu. But oh, whoa. So it is going to be Glue EXP.
Yeah. So it's a
Sylvie on
glue
the show.
fove. Okay. Cho, I'm expecting a lot of purifies then.
Yes. It's forced now
Pure
with the Cho.
tenacity.
So Kimmy,
Yeah.
Granger, Purify.
Okay. Well, I'm just really excited to see this jungle roam connection between the twin brothers and ACT Esports Club. And there you go. It's just the Kimmy picking up the Purify. The Ranger seems to be okay with the amount of range that it actually has, so they'll just opt to go for the Flicker. Okay. This seems like a very fast-paced game, if you ask me. It's a Baksha and a Marcel. That's a very annoying combo if we're talking about the jungler roam connections. But on the other hand, I think even though it will take a bit of setup, the Suyo being Suyo is just such a difference maker in this draft.
Yeah. After seeing a couple of Suryo performances today, I think the Suyo here has an advantage. But let's see here as we welcome you to the Land of Dawn for our opening game of this series between ACT and Tenacity. Actually, Sylvie here taken to below 50% HP.
Okay. Something you could expect, definitely, from a Baksha jungle. There's just such quick response. They did not contest the Little Wanderer anymore, though, so they handed it over to ACT. And I guess it's gonna be okay if you want to just really prioritize being careful in the early game. But okay, we're looking at the talent predictions for the Thai talents, and Goni unfortunately will not be on the same page as them this time around. It's gonna be me. I have the exact same prediction as them.
Sweep for all of us, but only me that went Tenacity. So how did it feel, Brigada, to be on the majority side now?
It's actually fun. I think for once I am not too unique.
Okay, interesting take. But yeah, you mentioned earlier Griff taking the Flicker. Personally, for me, that's a bold move, right? Sure, you can close the distance. You can also keep your distance with the Flicker, but the amount of crowd control from the side of ACT cannot be underestimated. Let's take a look at the turtle take here. The first one, Water looking for an opening. That's going to be the glue mounting the Baksha. Taking a lot of heat there. Ooh, real world motivation. The box will lock Baksha down alongside Argix. 2 members out from Tenacity here as ACT. 5 members already in the vicinity, and they will take the first turtle, no problem.
Oh, typical calls for an early or first turtle fight. ACT did such a great job at really focusing down on Water. It's not the usual go-to pattern considering that this is a tanky utility jungler, but in cases like that, it is indeed the best decision to go for because it is the guy who has the retribution, and Tenacity are clearly playing around this Baksha. So the moment that they were able to take him out, that already spelled so much disaster for Tenacity right here. Seems like they want to go for something though, but Sylvie is gonna be quick to respond. So far it's a clear win for ACT Esports Club.
It is no compensation whatsoever, right? From that 2 kills plus the turtle. And Tenacity here with the Baksha not getting the first turtle, not getting like the early game tempo that usually what Baksha can do, is able to do, this is not ideal for Tenacity. So maybe now their focus is to look for picks. Take a look at the invasive Cho that Sylvie is giving.
Ooh. Yeah. That was just a way of the dragon to push them back because they just wanted to commit on the invades. Now Song Jin-woo's gonna join though. I don't think it's gonna really break out into a fight. At least they were just able to exchange some blows here. It's probably in the upcoming turtle that we'll see something, or here in mid.
Ooh. Teasing. Sylvie is teasing with Zosnap, but peep the Sky Piercer already in the hands of Griff. So they cannot give kills towards this guy, and Tenacity will like to give kills towards Granger.
Yeah.
Just to maximize that inbuilt equipment. Second turtle though is up.
Okay. ACT wants to start things off. Sylvie really watching out for whoever might want to attempt to go for an entry. Oh!
That's a lot of damage. Argix flickering out. That's going to be the... Ooh, Serox finding an angle to take one down. Now with the turtle already in control of ACT, they might go for more. Let's see. Tenacity now being a man down will not be able to provide the contest. But that's the purple also gone. Seros is level 8. Water is still level 5.
They just left Flukeo to take that objective, and the rest of ACT went straight to the purple buff. Sylvie now guarding Flukeo. Argix will be here. Might land a tracking shot, but Flukeo decides to BMI out. And it's such a great call from ACT Sports Club so far. They're in the clear advantage. 3k gold lead up against Tenacity. And they really know how to juggle all these resources. Imagine that. You mentioned the level discrepancies that we're seeing in or between our matchups, and this is definitely not good to see. It's a 3-level gap between our two junglers, and it's about to actually become 4. Oh no, it's actually clutch. Yeah, there's still 3 up top.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens now that ACT
Definitely.
is able to start converting. It's looking like the gold lead is just about to grow.
It's hard. The top lane structure taken down as well. Oh, that's a great encounter there. That's gonna be Karns though flickering out. Ooh, take a look at the golden hour. Now, no follow-up damage. Sylvie is still a-okay. It looked good for a second for Tenacity, but the damage wasn't there for their side.
I agree, because even the projectiles from Zosnap, I'd like to think that they got accumulated down there, but they weren't really locked onto a specific target. Sylvie's still okay. Karn's using the flicker still okay. At the very least, though, they're able to minimize damage. Oh, but wait, Karn's off-cam kill.
Yeah, no flicker. They kept tabs, and I think in the mid lane there was some movements with the Baksha shield unity crashing down on towards cards. Down goes the Yi. But it's just still the jungles of Tenacity here, invaded by ACT. That's the theme of this game. 7 minutes in, 3k gold lead, and take a look at the turtle. Even if they force, it's still level 11 Suyo against a level 8 Baksha.
Not sure if they want to fight that. There are complete ultimates intact for Tenacity though.
Let's see the fight here. It's a 5v5. A raw one. That's going to be the frozen movement. Piper trying to delay. Ooh, Seros finds the turtle. Naturally, that's going to be the Kimmy. Free hitting. That's a kick as well. Argix goes down. Blazing Duet from Flukeo. Now the reposition. Sylvie perfectly timed. Griffith very aggressive, but that's just going to be a gold and roam trade. Now with the mount here, Water is trying to hold on, but the damage from the side of ACT is just too much to handle by Tenacity. 4 down from their side, and ACT, they're going crazy.
Imagine that team fight dragging out long enough for the real world manipulation to actually make it back in time. Karn's clutch and making sure that Water and Song Jin-woo won't survive that either. With another turret taken down bottom as well, ACT have extended their gold lead to up to 5,000 up against Tenacity. Definitely not looking good for them. There's just no way that they're able to stop this team fighting prowess that we're seeing from ACT Esports Club. Even when you want to think that they are also equally capable of starting things up, they have the Traction Pulse, they have the Back to Shield Unity, and even the Dark Waves. ACT, they're always ready to fight back, and they deny yet again another buff.
Uh-oh, Karn's figuring out. That's going to be the golden hour. Locking down 2 members of ACT and 1 from Tenacity, though. That's going to be the damage coming still from the side of ACT. That's the Blazing Duet finding Sung Jin Woo. And Snow Snap was also a casualty. Man, oh man, every fight that ACT is taking, they're just controlling the fight.
Yep. Mind you, Rift also got a Sky Piercer stack earlier, but it got reduced because he immediately got killed afterwards, so it's not working so far for Tenacity, and they might have to let go of this next upcoming objective as well, which is, mind you, already the Lord, because we're 9 minutes in this game, which has been for a majority controlled and under controlled by ACT Esports Club. And the fact that even if Argix gets to check the opponents, or even if he does get to provide some information, they're not really able to do anything with it. They do not have enough damage to take on ACT Esports Club just yet.
Not yet. And I feel like the window is getting smaller here for Tenacity. 8k gold lead. This is the largest gold lead we have so far this season, I believe, right? We haven't seen a 10k gold lead just yet, but 8k is practically, you know, it's building up towards a 10k gold lead after, you know, structures taken down. Let's see though the defense from Tenacity. Can they hold on?
They definitely want to at least extend this a bit more. Give some stacks over to Griffs and find a turning or a turnaround angle, but now they're about to lose almost all of their outer turrets, Gani, and they still have a Lord marching up top.
Yeah, they're taking their time here in this first Lord push, rightly so. But they're somehow just choking Tenacity, right? They're putting them on a chokehold. You know, camps taking away buffs, taking away structures, going down as well. And there is nothing that Tenacity can do. Their response is just waiting for an overextension, waiting for a misposition again. And let's see, ACT, will they do it? Sylvie looking for an angle, still able to clear. So at least with this first Lord, all 3 base turrets from the side of Tenacity are still up.
Okay. And fortunately for them, they did have the Holy Shield still up, so that's a lot of help, I guess, for Tenacity to at least hold on to their remaining base turrets. But for this upcoming objective, it's not going to be the same. It's going to be so easy for ACT Esports Club to just run through these turrets, run through these members, especially with this 10k gold lead that we're seeing right now. So we'll have to at least hold on Tenacity's capability to go for a miracle play, if not just really waiting for a mistake, as you mentioned, because they do have the golden hour anyway. At least they could just buy some time and stop ACT Esports Club from doing what they want to do. Speaking of, they already used that golden hour just now, and it's in those kinds of scenarios where we want to see it really utilized. It's just preventing further damage from ACT Esports Club, but it's so expensive if you have to commit your golden hour just to do that for a single turret.
Yeah, I like the way you put it, right? You know, it's a big alt that it's a shame that if they gotta use it that way, you know, for that approach. But you know, with this lead, okay, officially we hit 10k gold lead for the first time here in MSL. Oh, I don't think this is gonna be the right call. That's gonna be Flukio finding the right Blazing Duet, forcing a couple of spells. Only one rather. Argix popped the flicker, but that is still just ACT reaping the rewards, taking the Lord, and they look to end here. This might be the final Lord push.
Yeah. They're just taking this step by step. I doubt that Water and the rest of Tenacity would also want to risk looking for a play. That is definitely not going to be the right call. You gotta be careful. There's a potential flicker away of the Dragon. Oh, now they start things up.
Oh, that's going to be one RJX very low. Ooh, the burn not able to take him down just yet, but they will take the mid base turret down. Now the bottom side will be the focus. Will get it. That's a stun. Oh, isolated. Sylvie is able to get away with 1 HP now. The Suyo is able to run away as well, but the Lord will be taken care of surely. They will go back, they will reset, but they take 2 base turrets down.
Okay. I think that's still a small win for Tenacity. You still get to prolong the game. You show some signs of life, and you hold on to 1 base turret still, because again, ACT Esports Club probably saw an opportunity. Even without the Lord, they tried to go for something, and it is sort of warranted because you are already looking at a 12k goal lead either way. It's just that it's still possible, based on what we saw, for Tenacity to actually fight back, and I think that's a really good sign for them. But they might have to say goodbye to their last base turret right here. Sylvie.
Yeah, with the real world population finds Zosnap very low there. Still able to reposition, but take a look at the immobilization on Water. That's on a Baksha.
That's on a Baksha. It's a wishing lantern already intact for Karns. We're yet to see and double check if they're actually already completed their items. Oh, they're going for the fight!
Yeah, they're going to gamble this. Blazing Duet from Fukio finds Arjax. Down he goes. Take a look at the back. Song Jinwoo will not be able to delay more, as he will be another casualty. Now ACT moving on towards the base. Zeros finds a kill, a double. That's going to be Water. The Baksha will be melted down as Suyo claims a triple. It seems like Griffith now still able to keep his distance. Suyo moving, but take a look at the main base. It's slowly going down as ACT, the biggest lead so far this season, will take the first game in the series.
Wow, what a dominant start to your run here in MSLTH. You saw the connections, you saw the chemistry, and you saw how well they executed this draft. ACT Esports Club now at match point. My goodness, there is definitely going to be a conversation between Tenacity after this one. They barely got to answer back in that entire game. And that last sequence was, as you've mentioned, clearly a risk that they took, because if they chose to not do anything, then it probably also would have ended the same, considering the amount of lead that was already in the hands of ACT Esports Club at that moment. Although there could be, or you could say that there could be an argument that they could have at least utilized their base a bit more in terms of actually, I guess, providing more damage against this lead who has a crazy lead up against you. But at the same time, it's dangerous. If you give or grant them access to your base, then that's pretty much the same thing. You allow for the Claude to just focus on your turret, or you allow for the Suyo to just focus on your turret. So I think it was a decision that they all agreed on to do, and we're just hoping that again they find a solution to this moving forward in game number 2.
Yeah, and that issue, I feel like it all started from the drafts, right? Blue side banning out Zushin, tough, and also picking up the Baksha first pick was for me a questionable move. You know, maybe if you asked me like a year ago, that would make sense, but
yeah,
this time it's questionable. So we got to give the MVP. We gotta, you know, all 5 members did their role, did their jobs, you know. But Cero's here. He was one of the main factors on why the tempo, you know, the pattern. He was at one point again 3 levels ahead of his head-to-head.
Yeah. Ceros, I think anyone who gets his hands on the Suyo so far here in MSLTH get to really deliver crazy performances on this hero. And you saw it even in the last few moments. he was just diving under the turrets and going for the cleanups. He was taking out Zosnap. He was trying to take out Griff, because I believe Griff was able to survive until the very last minute when they were going for the end push. But other than that, there's just crazy damage coming in from Saros. And he doesn't need to worry about anything, honestly, because you don't even get to see the invades happen. It was always ACT Esports Club playing the more aggressive game. And that is also on top of the fact that the real world manipulation timings are almost always perfect. The golden R, I think it's one of the that's something I really want to point out to Gani, because the golden R, I feel like you could have done so much more with it, but we weren't really able to see Tenacity make use of it in a way that could really just benefit them.
Yeah, I agree. It's tough, Briggs. You know, seeing the drafts, I couldn't see an outcome where Tenacity would win just from the drafts. Even though they got Marcel, yes, but yeah, it's limited. I feel like the usage of Marcel in this sort of composition cannot be utilized well and properly. And you can see from the outcome, 13-2, 15-minute game time. Could have gone sooner, but I feel like ACT, they do not want to get ahead of themselves.
Yep.
They don't want to, they want to dance it slow. They want to take things slow. So again, props, right? Discipline is key. And like we mentioned as well, they are practically putting Tenacity on a chokehold. They're suffocating Tenacity in that game, and hence the result. Flukio, Carnes, and Sylvie, congratulations on your category. Another double-digit assists for the roamer.
Yeah. It's yeah, Water has been through a lot in that previous game. It's sort of expected for a Baksha utility, but it's just sad that they weren't really able to convert all this damage taken into something. He was a sandbag for a reason, but I don't think we got to see Griff's really scale up, or even Zosnap find or rat in some kills. So it's I think those are the main requirements, of course, if you were to look at a utility jungler. So here we get to see yet another dominant performance from one of these teams. Now it's ACT Esports Club, and it's, I think, a challenge for Tenacity to reset after what happened in that game, because you got to see the biggest leagues, the biggest lead so far in this league. But I don't think it's something impossible. Tenacity, they've been together for quite some time now, and as the name goes, Gani, as the name goes, it's tenacity, it's endurance and strength. So I just read that, by the way, but we're expecting them to be very tough.
I expect them to be tenacious in the second game, right? A bounce back. Because you're right, their name is Tenacity. Now, I didn't see any tenacity or animosity in the first game, so I'm expecting them to save that. You know what? Okay, let's recover. Second game, we'll give out our best and force a game 3. Who knows? Maybe we might get to see the second game 3 today. And but hey, you and the Thighcasters predicts that it's gonna be a sweep. And if Tenacity displayed that sort of performance again on game 2, I might have to agree. We might see a 2-0. I mean, I can't lie,
yeah, that's true. I wonder what our producer thinks, though, because we also need to hear his thoughts about this matchup. If he does think it's gonna be 2-0 ACT, or if he thinks we are gonna go to a game 3, because I think our producer has very valuable insight so far.
Valuable insights. Guys, in case you guys are all wondering, our producer has been making predictions,
Behind the scenes.
behind the scenes. And I gotta say, I think 50% of them has been wrong. So, hey, that's a good rate, though.
Can't you say 50% has been right instead of wrong?
50% has been right. Okay, I'll change it. I'll
Okay.
change it.
I helped
50%
you
has
there.
been
I
right.
helped you there, Mr. Producer. Okay. I helped you there.
Yeah.
So it's been a tough game number one. But we'll see. Cause it's not that difficult to pull off the adjustment, especially if it's just started with the Baksha first pick and stuff like that. No, honestly, I feel like it would have worked. There is a world where it would have worked, but also maybe not with the Granger gold lane, I guess. Or maybe.
So with that composition, it's very tough. It is very tough, Briggs. But yeah, let's see the adjustments, right? I expect dramatic changes from the drafts if we're talking about the tenacity side. And as for ACT, if they're able to replicate their draft, should be a clear win. So let's see here, folks. And hopefully, Briggs, I don't want to jinx it, but I hope we don't get to see Broken Wall.
Oh, you're right. Do not give us the back-to-back Broken Walls map, so we get to see something different. And then they give us Expanding Rivers, which is also not too different because we got to see one earlier today.
Just a game. We haven't seen Dangerous Grass and Flying Clouds, yeah? Just the two today. Am I correct?
Yep. It's always been Broken Walls. Oh, there's another redeem code, by the way, guys. So if you want to get some prizes while watching, please do put it now.
Follow the MSLTH social media page as well, guys. If you guys just tuned in, you just found out about, hey, there's a Thailand league going on right now. Yeah, it is. This is our opening day. This is the first day of this league. Check it out. Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. We got our Instagram as well. And, stay up to date. It is very important.
Okay. Based on their body language, though, look at ACT Esports Club.
You can read body languages now.
Not really. It's just basic. Looking at if they're smiling or not.
Okay.
If they look happy or not. And based on what I saw, I think just look at, if I'm not mistaken, that's Sylvie, right? It's Sylvie or Saros. Because they're twins, we can't really say which is which, but it's probably Sylvie looking really, really comfortable. Okay.
Here
we go.
Let's see. Finger crossed, Briggs. Finger crossed. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. There you go. We are gonna see a different map. It's Dangerous Grass. Okay.
Now, if we're talking about Dangerous Grass here in ID, expect a Hellcurt pick. Is it the same for you guys in MPLPH? It's not an auto Hellcurt pick, but sometimes a Hellcurt surprise pick might come if there's Dangerous Grass. Is it the same for you?
Oh, really? Yeah, I think if it's in PH, it's more of like expecting the Hildas and stuff like that.
That's true. Also the Hildas.
Rather
yes.
than, yeah.
The Hellcurt.
Okay. Oh, speaking of the Hilda, see, they took it out.
They will ban the Hilda out. So this time around, though, Tenacity banned their hero from game one, Marcel. And they banned also their hero from the first game, Baksha. So they learned and they will adjust, right? There will be dramatic changes from the side of Tenacity. As for ACT, Zushin is still on the board if Tenacity doesn't ban it. It's not going to be the Zushin, so it's going to be the Freya instead.
So yeah, Zushin is still on the board. Sora, Valentina. They want to go creative here. But let's see what is going to be the first pick for the side of ACT.
Oh. Okay, this is pretty interesting. It's Tenacity taking out the Vaksha themselves?
Yeah, that's
Okay. Well, it's... Whoa.
that's the Khalid. That is the Khalid right there, big.
Khalid first pick, huh? Let's see if they go in for another... Ah, no, because they switched sides. Earlier it was ACT on red. Okay. Do you wanna deny? Do you wanna deny the Suyo, which is still open?
I like that idea.
There you go. Do you want to deny the Suyo and then go in for a
Valentina? Ooh.
Ooh. Well, I okay. Well, there might be no plans of picking up the Sora anyway for Tenacity. Cause earlier they were on what was that? Weren't they on the Phobius or something? Wait.
They were
They
What,
were
ACT?
on a they were on a Phobius, like Tenacity were on a Phobius, so they probably
Right.
don't really want to pick it up. But oh, you just gave it to ACT again. That's a Valentina and a Sora.
Yeah.
You know what? How exactly do you match that, right?
It's tough. Yeah, it's tough. The again, remember it's dangerous grass. So with the Khalid, it can allow the Khalid to occupy the grasses, and with the help of the Sora, the pressure, right? The pressure is just intimidating. Tenacity, though, they will pick up the Uranus just to maybe hold off pressure. Get a great EXP laner that is technically a independent laner, and maybe to relieve off pressure. So second phase, Tenacity, they can try to limit the options for the jungler. I expect them to just eliminate junglers here. There you go.
Okay, there you
Asking
go.
Zeros a question: what are you going to play?
Yeah, that's true. Because they're taking a majority of the good options. If we were to look at the others, though, I think the Harley is still up there for Seros if they wanted to go for that. Other assassins too. What else are there for assassins? Because if I don't think the Hayabusa has been making much appearances lately. The Nolans appeared more than the Hayabusa, but okay. What would they really want to just double down on it? There's a Fredrin still if they want to.
There is a Fredrin, which actually is not bad. Is not bad of a pick, especially if they ban like maybe the glue if they want to,
Whoa.
right? But that's gonna be another potential jungle / gold limited
Yeah.
by the side of Tenacity. But the glue here, do they want to ban the glue from the side of ACT? Or
Well,
will they not?
yeah, I
Okay.
guess it's more of the setup heroes because you don't have much crowd control if it's a glue and a Uranus put together in your lineup for Tenacity. So I think Galea was a really great ban. There isn't a Cho anymore too, so they might have to revert to the more standard options like the Gatot. For ACT Esports Club, looking for a gold and the jungle still. Okay, this is a bit tricky. There's a Claude. There's still a Claude.
I like the Claude. It's mobile. Again, it's quite independent, you know, and
Or should you carry? Because there are just so many tanky heroes.
Ooh, I like the carry as well. Good shout there. And let's say if they do pick up the carry, the jungler can also be another DPS in the Harley. Oh, it's gonna be the Claude. So 2 DPS, 1 magic in that
Okay.
Harley, and 1 physical in
Mhm.
that Claude.
Oh, and the classic Harley Claude matchup or Harith Claude matchup is gonna make its way back, or I think it's the first time we're actually seeing it today here. Um, I, I, as much as I know the Suyo is busted, I can't help but favor ACT Esports Club in their draft. It's like it just enables you to play so much more aggressive, and it suits ACT so well.
I gotta agree with you. I know I predicted tenacity here, Briggs, and you know, ladies and gentlemen, but seeing the composition, I like ACT. But let's see here, execution wise, will tenacity be able to, you know, execute better if you convert it to game 1 and force the series on towards a game 3, or perhaps will ACT just overwhelm tenacity as we welcome you to the Lana Dawn? ACT Esports Club going up against Tenacity. It's round 2, baby. Ring the bells.
All right. Match point 2, by the way, for ACT Esports Club. So they gotta play it really, really well if you are Tenacity. But considering that we are in dangerous grass, and considering that ACT Esports Club has this draft, has this Khalid, let's see how they're able to utilize it. Because in as early as less than a minute into the game, just look at where Sylvie's positioning himself.
Ooh. Wow. Yeah, it's just the lethal here. ACT will not be able to contest Harley against Suyo, so he's looking for resources elsewhere. And we're talking about the, you know, the overall composition again, right? I like the Harith pickup, but I am doubtful on the Zetian first pickup here. Let's see if they can prove me wrong or not, because I understand the vision, but again, you can be overwhelmed going up against the Harley. You know, can be just the dive potential from the side of ACT. You got the Harley, you got the Claude, you got the Sora as well. Definitely can overwhelm a Zetian, and technically making Zetian a juicy target in this game.
Yeah, agree. And now Zeros is actually level 4, so let's see if he finds a target in mid before we transition to the turtle objective, or the turtle. They won't actually find anyone just yet, but at least they're able to keep tabs on where they are currently positioned at. Just look at Sylvie.
Sylvie is just so aggressive, zoning the jungler water out. They're taking their time here.
Oh my goodness! Water actually gets, or is first blood in this game, as Saros also secures the turtle for ACT Esports Club. I feel like Water didn't expect that, but he went in just to get bursted down.
Yeah, it's tough again now with this early tempo. ACT got 2 kills, by the way, including the jungler, and they got the turtle. Now it's, take a look at the chain reaction right after that fight. The purple buff gone, so of course there's going to be a discrepancy between the jungler's level. There's already a level gap between the Harley and the Suyo. It's a 1v1 top though, as both the XP laner are showing that they are here to fight as well. But man, oh man, ACT, their early game execution, 2 games so far, so on point.
Yeah. They know how to pull off the laning really well. They know how to time their early invades. And I think what happened in that last turtle fight wasn't something they planned to happen either. It's a mix of miscalculations coming in from Tenacity's side as well. Seros once again going in, using the deadly magic, but it's gonna be on Arjek, so they're gonna be okay so far. And okay, here we go. This is Tenacity having to pay attention to whether or not Water gets his resources all over again.
Because, you know, kit wise, ACT definitely can and have enough firepower to just invade. Take a look at Sylvie, right? Just roaming around. Oh, that's the all pop.
Fury of the Phoenix and the copied Fury of the Phoenix already used as well by Karns just to push them out of the purple buff, as Karns will try to take it for himself, but it's gonna be Piper who ends up getting it. At Water, yet again, already 2 levels behind of Seros currently. Not looking too good for Tenacity.
Definitely not looking good. They're in bad shape. And, ooh, the damage.
What? That was a Uranus! If it weren't for the Revitalize, that would have looked really bad for Tenacity. At least, though, he is going to be safe, but they are going to steal away the orange buff as well. Water now 3 levels behind. Initially, it was just 2, but we're seeing a very identical situation to what happened in game number 1.
Very similar, Briggs. You're right. It's, again, a different scenario, a different situation, but a similar outcome potentially, right? And we're just 5 minutes in, and it's already a 2,000 gold gap. Doesn't seem much, but if you just played for 5 minutes, that's a lot. That's a mountain to climb for Tenacity. And let's see though, with the Harith, at least they have a good high ground later on. Definitely can clear waves. But now, you know, ACT is aware of that. That's why I feel like they're trying to occupy. They're looking for angles to take Griffith down.
Oh, speaking of angles though, Arjek's here, and Grift with the Zaman Force might actually find an outplay, but Sylvie is gonna be quick to use the Flicker. Now Seros coming in for the flag, Blazing do it as well from Flukeo, alongside a free turret down bottom. All that just in a single team fight.
Yeah, and you can see here, not just kills. What I like about ACT, 2 games so far, right? They're not always about fights. They're always also on the objectives. Oh. Oof. Almost.
Yep. Another Zaman Force forced out of Grift. Okay. So there you go. It's a 3.5k gold lead in the hands of ACT. This might as well be another uncontested turtle as well. But it seems like they're not really trying to go for it as of the moment. They're just, as you've mentioned, not all team fights. They're really looking for resources across the map rather than just kills after kills, and that's what's really making things work for ACT Esports Club.
Yeah, they're tempo building. They know that they control the pace of the game, so they are not concerned of like just fights, because sometimes when fights during this sort of position can favor the losing side. So that's what I like about this team. They're able to just coordinate very, very well. All 5 members, by the way, Harley split pushing. Again, Khalid just opening jungles, providing vision that, I'm opening the camp stop. So most likely the members of Tenacity, they're down bottom side. So you got to be careful on that area. But yeah, 4,000 gold lead now. The mid game from the side of ACT, the spikes, Tenacity will definitely feel it.
Now it's that's another item picked up for Grift, but without the Holy Crystal just yet. Let's see if Tenacity are going to be encouraged to take on another team fight. Ooh, the setup from Piper, forcing out flickers from Tenacity once again. They're doing their best just to hold on this mid turret, but they cannot do the same for their other resources. This is another orange buff that might just go into the hands of ACT if they don't do anything. At least for Song Junwoo, they're able to flush them out.
Yeah,
again, right? ACT, the opening for them to contest was small, so they back off. They're really intelligent in like picking their battles, when to really commit and when to just tease around. And I like that, right? Queen's Wings in the hands of Viper, so expect more aggressive movements coming from this Sora. And as for Tenacity, their only saving grace is Griff. He is killless, but he is at least deathless as well.
Yeah, it's true. And their turrets, especially their mid turrets, are still up. They've only lost one tier 1, but you could say the same for ACT. They barely let Tenacity even deal damage towards their turrets. So now they are going to focus on this Lord, Throne of Ruin. Oh no, Throne of Ruin. I mean, Fury of the Phoenix already getting popped by Snap. That's a reset on the Lord.
Yeah,
It
Suyo
seems like-
shows bot though.
Yeah. ACT are still respecting Tenacity. Okay. Going for another Lord pull. This time around, Karms steals away the Fury of the Phoenix. Oh, they aren't able to do anything. They just use it to get information while bursting down the Lord.
Very, very, again, just discipline, right? From the side of ACT. They don't necessarily force a fight to take the objective. It seems like I have enough space to take the Lord. And take the Lord, they do. 2-man stun.
Yep, that was a lot. Together with the Blazing Duet as well, dealing so much damage against Tenacity, but they use the BMI out. Now that's the counter. AOG doesn't land on anyone. And it's gonna be a disengage for both teams.
They got the Lord though, right? ACT, Tenacity holding on towards this mid one, this mid turret. They will be able to clear it this time. Oh, RJX 1 HP.
RJX 1 HP. Okay, he found the right angle to avoid everything.
Oh my god. This is such an intense game for Tenacity. And again, 11 minutes in, this is just hard for Tenacity to find angles. All they can do now is just respond. But there's not much window. So, yeah, the Lord will charge bottom side.
Okay. Arms again, stealing the Fury of the Phoenix. No Holy Shields left for bot. Oh, Fury of the Phoenix and the AOG! It is gonna be time for Tenacity to actually go for the re-engage, but look at the Blazing Duet damage from Fukeo! It's Song Jinwoo and RJX who get taken down first, followed by Snap. Even though it looked like such a great engage, it is still ACT who emerges on top. Now they might be taking down this base turret in bottom. Rift has the Zaman Force, gonna use it to try and defend, and at least they're able to hold on to that.
Man, oh man. Ladies and gentlemen, first game, it was an ACT display of high-tier MLBB. Second game, it's the same story. And Tenacity still struggling here to find the right haymaker, to find that one big punch towards ACT. Just struggling to respond here. Take a look at Flukeo. Building the Malefic gun as well means that, the damage, the basic attacks from this Claude can deal from afar. And another thing that just Tenacity needs to take care of. Take a look at Flukeo. That's on towards the Uranus, by the way.
It seems like Song Jinwoo is actually a very feasible target for ACT at this point. It seems like they don't care whoever they actually get to capture. Griff, though, finally picking up the Holy Crystal. Hopefully does make a difference here for Tenacity in the upcoming team fight. But as of the moment, it's a struggle for them to even get out of their base. Song Jinwoo and RJX have to lead this charge if ever they do want to go for the contest, but they have to be very careful. Look at Flukeo just shredding down the HP for Song Jinwoo. That's a Terrify gonna be used on RJX. AOG out, but he gets caught and chased by the Blazing Duet and the counter AOG from Karns as well. That's -1 even before this upcoming Lord Siege.
Oh, and down goes RJX for 20 seconds. And ACT, they might see an angle. This might be Another 10K gold lead win for ACT. Let's see the defense this time around from Tenacity. Can they hold on? Can they fight for an extension? Let's see.
Yep, we are slowly approaching that 10K gold lead mark, and we're finally here. Tenacity have lost all their base turrets. What is going to be the response? That's the Zaman Force. It's going to be used onto Sylvie here. Still gets to find the clutch setup before he goes down. Blizzard Blazing to it from Tukea as well. Grift is nowhere to be found. Water going down next. Zeros finds a triple. And it's only Snap left as ACT Esports Club secure the sweep.
Ladies and gentlemen, ACT does not mess around. And my oh my, a statement, a dominating victory, both games. And ACT, they're rocking the show. They're running the show. Tenacity cannot do anything.
Such dominant wins across the board, and now I finally understand why it was all 2 zeros for predictions, even between or among the Thailand casters. And I think Connie now agrees with all of us too. There was just no way you could have seen a potential turnaround angle, not with the way that Tenacity have decided to play out this game. There definitely is, or there have been some signs of hope here and there, but ACT were just too quick to think and act on the situation at hand. It was at this moment where it felt as if it was a clear win already for ACT Esports Club, even when they actually tried to go for the defense, as we're seeing right here. It was just Sylvie who went down, who still got to cast the Raging Sandstorm, and the Blazing Duet finally connecting onto everyone. There was just no way for them to stop the members of ACT Esports Club. They had
มา
no
สัมภาษณ์
lockdown
ผู้ชนะของเรา
whatsoever.
ทั้งสอง
So
ท่าน
let's hear
กั
a
น
few
บ้างดี
words
กว่า
from our
นะคะ
winner.
เดี๋ยวรบกวนช่วยแนะนำตัวสั้นๆ ให้แฟนๆ ฟังหน่อยค่ะ
สวัสดีครับ ผมการเอ็นซีนะครับ ไปเล่นมิดเลนให้ทีม ACT ครับผม
สวัสดีครับไปเปอร์นะครับ เล่น EXP ให้ทีม ACT ครับ
ค่ะ มาที่คุณการ NC ก่อนนะคะ อยากสอบถามว่าตั้งแต่การแข่งขันในรอบ Open Qualifier จนถึงรอบเมื่อกี้นี้ความกดดันแตกต่างกันมากน้อยแค่ไหนคะ
ตอนคัดของรอบควอลิฟายครับก็กดดันกว่ารอบนี้ครับ เพราะว่าถ้าแพ้ก็จะไม่ได้เข้ามาในเล่นในลีกครับ แต่จริงรอบนี้ก็กดดันครับ เพราะว่าทุกทีมใน MSL ก็เก่งกันหมดพวกผมก็พยายามมาเต็มที่สุดครับ
ค่ะ ขอบคุณมากค่ะ ค่ะสำหรับคุณไ i เปอร์ไม่ทราบว่าในทัวร์นาเมนต์รอบนี้มีทีมไหนที่ชอบเป็นพิเศษไหมคะ จะเป็นทีมตัวเองก็ได้นะ
ชอบทีม KLG ครับ
ทำไมคะ
โลมเขาตึงครับโลมเขาตึง
ค่ะก็ขอบคุณทั้งสองท่านมากเลยนะคะ ก็เวลาสัมภาษณ์หมดลงแค่นี้แล้ว เดี๋ยวยังไงขอส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ได้เลยค่ะ
Yep, they
There you have
looked
it.
very, very happy after that win. And I guess among all the matches we saw today, theirs was the most convincing in terms of the win that they got. So it's telling as to what the potential rankings could be for the viewers out there or for our talents out there. But ACT is definitely a team that you could put up there.
I agree. You know, I feel like, you know, they performed and they displayed a very convincing win, not just a game, both games. And it all started from the drafts. I feel like the drafts really set the tone. In both games, I feel like the drafts, it was a landslide win. And of course, let's give the MVP to Flukeo, 207, 69% KP. And yeah, just a textbook Claude performance laning phase. And also, you know, as a damage dealer, what a performance from Flukeo.
Yep. Yet again, very
Uh-huh,
typical emblem builds we're seeing
Very.
from Flukeo here, but the entries, it's really the entries, and even his choice of targets, because yeah, you could say there were some instances that you just keep going for the frontliners, and that would be a quote unquote bad decision. But in this case,
Mhm.
where you're just too ahead, it was an okay call for Flukeo. He also handled the laning phase really well up against the Harith, and we know how the matchup goes. It pretty much is kind of even, but when it comes to the moments wherein the Harith finally gets his hands on the Holy Crystal and stuff like that, the entries for a Claude aren't as easy to pull off because you get surprised by the amount of damage that you actually receive from a Harith. But even looking at the highlights right now, it's not necessarily Flukeo just constantly being on a on an aggressive position. It's also him using the blazing duo at the most unexpected timings. I guess it's either when they're going for the chase, or it's either when they're being chased and they just suddenly force um, tenacity to play more defensive and to eventually run away. So in um, moments like this, it's also props to your team for, of course, allowing you to get this much farm and space, but it's also Flukeo just really handling this very well. I love how we get to put individual emphasis or highlight on the players of ACT one by one, because really you could like point out a highlight play from each one of them and it's all gonna work for the MVP title.
Yeah, I mean, again, just the execution. I again, ACT both games. Sure, hats off to Flukeo. Very perfect analysis right there, Briggs. But they're again 2 games. They move like a unit. I feel right.
Yeah.
And in the first game, Tenacity got 2 kills, if I'm not mistaken. The second game, they only got 1. And guess what? It was just towards the roamer, towards the Khalid. And you can see your turrets, Turtle, Lord. It's just all for ACT. Practically, it's a perfect game for ACT here. 14 minutes 03, a similar game time if you compare it to game 1. But then again, it was a one-sided dominating victory from the side of ACT. And again, just Flukeo dominating the charts here as the rich guy and the carry. And as for Sylvie, not a double-digit wingman assist, but you know, this also shows that you mentioned the opening that the twins, right? The connection, the
Yeah.
chemistry. And it just shows here in this series that Sylvie and Ceros, the dynamic duo, plus, of course, the help of 3 teammates, man, they are a force to be reckoned with. I hope they can be consistent, like day in and
Yeah.
day out in this league to show this sort of high tier performance of MLBB, high gameplay of drafts, perfect balance of drafts, and also execution. Finger crossed.
Fingers crossed, because I think that's gonna be the next big problem. Of course, if you get to start strong in the
Yeah.
league, and it's not just starting strong, it's starting very strong for ACT Esports Club, and to think that even majority of the talents just really favor you so much, and have mad respect for you. It shows how um, how respectable this team is, how solid the chemistry is, and the experience actually is for ACT Esports Club. And the thing about having such strong performances like this is that other teams are definitely going to look at you a lot more. They are going to pay attention to the things you do and on how they could potentially find solutions against you. So it's a constant struggle to remain on top, and hopefully ACT Esports Club find their way around it, because we all know that this is a very important and inaugural season for MSL Thailand. You could go the distance if ever you really make it far, even in the international stage. I think that's going to be another thing to look forward to if ever we do get to see them someday. But for now, we have a highlight match coming your way. So we are going to prepare ourselves for that, and hopefully you guys are prepared for that. But before anything, we are going to throw this into a short break.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しがお待ってます
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかお待ってろ
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかお待ってろ
ふっ行くぜこれが 俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかお待てろ
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかお待ってろ
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Pika 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 pika, pika 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 pika, pika 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 pika, pika pika, pika 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 pika. Pika 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 pika.
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
สวัสดีค่ะ ก็กลับมาพบกันอีกแล้วนะคะสำหรับรายการ MSL Thailand Season 1 Time to Rise ก็จะเป็นช่วงสุดท้ายของวันนี้แล้วนะคะ ก็สำหรับคู่สุดท้ายของวันนี้นะคะ Kings of Gamer Club พบกับ Solic Esport ค่ะ ขอเสียงของแฟนๆ ทั้งสองทีมนี้หน่อยค่ะ ขอบคุณมากค่ะ เดี๋ยวเรามาดูกันค่ะ
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the highlight match of the day. It is us back again here on the desk. It's going to be Gani and Brigida to my left. And it is Kings of Gamers going up against Solix. Now, this is a very interesting match. They're technically familiar with each other. But, you know, it is going to be just so intense, just so heated. Brigida, I am so excited for this match.
This is where you probably say saving the best for the last, because it is a matchup with so much story alongside it. We do know for a fact that a lot of the players we're seeing right now are veterans in terms of the MOBA scene, are really stars in but these two, they have a lot of history between them, and I believe a lot of fans are looking forward to seeing them go up against each other and making a statement for themselves in the first day of MSLTH Season 1, because we've seen a lot of major statement, especially coming from ACT Esports Club, but for King of Gamers Club, for Solix, I'm expecting, if not same, like probably a really intense series from these two.
That I agree. Intense and also very close. And of course, I feel like we are all in agreement here that we will not be surprised
if you get to game 3. All right, and I expect that. Just tension, I feel like in that preview, especially
that. And let's see how these veterans are gonna go at each other here in this last series of the day.
Wow, it's gonna be intense. It's gonna be somewhat personal as well, right?
Yeah.
Knowing their perhaps like history, they're quite familiar with each other, but this is gonna be the official team lineup here from the side of King of Gamers. 33rd, Keizen, Niall, Payen, and we got Hyuko. So these are the main lineups for Solix.
Alright, so that's Cherry in the XP lane, Spectre in the jungle, Memmark as a mid laner, and I heard a content creator call him Xiao Xiao, so I'm assuming this is Xiao Shu or Xiao Xiao, and Moss will be the roamer for Solix Esports. So I could feel, I don't know if you would say the same, but I could feel the veteran aura coming from these two teams, Gani, honestly, which makes me very excited to cast this match and see where the draft is headed.
I like how you said it, right? Veteran aura. Oh my god. And yeah, I do feel that veterancy aura coming from not just one but both, right? You can see them just preparing mentally. It's so evident that they do not want to lose this match, knowing again they are familiar with each other. Again, they will have bragging rights. And let's see here with the drafts, how will it go? I am also intrigued, but ladies and gentlemen, please do check our MSLTH social media page. We got Facebook, we got YouTube, we got also our TikTok. Please give a follow, and please also check out our Instagram as well. Same name. And also redeem the code, man.
Yep. We've had, I think, at least, how many codes did we actually put out today? I think we had one for each game. Yeah. So it's gonna be sad if you guys weren't able to get at least one, but let's take a look at the talent predictions brought to you by Infinix. All Thai talents think it is gonna be a 2-0 favoring King of Gamers. I'm not sure if they flashed our prediction already, did they?
I don't think so. But I think you're in the majority here, Brigida. You're in the majority.
Yeah, it's true.
Like last time, you feel for like you felt what, not unique. What did you say last match?
Okay, you just had to say it again, huh? But
But
this is dangerous grass. Okay.
Dangerous grass indeed. And let's see here, KOG and Solix, first round. Ooh. Who will they take? Who will they prioritize? Solix on blue, KOG on red.
Yep. Oh, I wonder if this is the closest draft we'll get to, like, the drafts in our respective regions, because I think it's been fairly close, but there are some there occasionally in the past few games that we saw. Okay, so there goes the well, at least for now, I can't say it's that identical. Banning it in blue because of a potential Zora prio?
Yeah, I think if not the Sora, I think they will like to go for the Freya, right? But
yeah, that's true. But it's bad.
KOG, yeah, KOG will respond with the Freya ban. So, what's left on the table here if we're talking about prio picks? Apart from, I think, if you want to go for a crazy like Eve pick, that's also up for grabs if they're really good at it,
Yeah, it's true.
So it's still a lot of the heroes still on the table.
Okay. Even though Hilda gets taken out here. So the blue that was in game number 2 of series 3, but we don't know exactly what the gameplay is for both Solix and King of Gamers, but this is the last ban. If they what typically okay there. So that leaves
Harley, Sora.
actually in first
Oh.
pick. Oh,
I personally forgot about this hero.
where he did show up earlier today. It didn't work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunate. It's gonna be the Harley though.
Harley.
So yeah, I think KOG they will try to focus on themselves first. Take a look at the first 2 picks. Taking a look at the first 2 picks is they want map control, right? They know
Yeah.
that's dangerous grass. That they will pick up the Khalid is great in this map as well. And Harley, with the amount of bushes in this map, of course, it will allow you to find flanks. It will allow you to find more potential pickoffs. And Solix responded, okay, you go for pickoffs here. I'm gonna go and pick up the Uranus, a hero that technically, if on par, is hard to be bursted at. So yeah, there you go. That's gonna be the Uranus, and again, the Sora is still up and available.
Oh, but the Suyo. So yeah, as you mentioned, if you want to go for pickoffs, here's a guy who can't easily pick off. That's gonna be the Uranus, and you could see the same for Suyu as well, because he has a lot of escape mechanisms and is just overall a busted hero, as we've been repeatedly saying throughout the day. So, King of Gamers, would you want or your gold lane here? So you already have an answer to the Uranus, or are you willing to save it for later and maybe put a bit more priority on the mid lane, because the mid lane's about to run out of options as well. There you go. It's a Kimmy that gets slotted in for red 3. So if I were to think of bans, wouldn't it be the best time to take away the likes of the Farsas, the those ranged artillery mages that could just make things difficult for the Kimmy, or even
Definitely.
yeah.
Oh, but it feels like it
Whoa.
seems like I think King of Gamers are saying like, okay, we're hinting at a Claude pick here. We're hinting at a Claude pick, because why? Because they ban out the YSS, which is good going up against the Claude in the gold lane. So let's see if Solix bite and ban the Claude themselves. But you mentioned the Farsas, the Yves, right? I think that also is a good shout. Because like KOG, they definitely can keep their
Whoa.
distance. That's a Selena ban. I feel like it's a respect man.
I think so too. It's the first time we've seen a Selena in the draft, be it in the bans or the picks, at all today. So okay, that again just proves our point that these two have a lot of history and they know each other really well. So King of Gamers, they need their XP laner and their gold laner. So the carry is actually still available if they wanted to, or if they want a bit more mobility. Then they don't reveal their gold lane yet. Okay, it's an Alice pickup, a lot of damage.
Ooh, I like that pick. Especially with the Sora band out, right, Briggs? It's the Alice can definitely be one of your playmaking source if there were an angle. But let's see here the response from the side of Solix, because I feel like they're really lacking in damage, and they actually can. Will they be able to pick up the Claude?
Is this a good? I mean, right, Harith. Is this a good
Hmm.
Harith pickup here?
The thing is, okay, there goes the Farsa, exactly as we mentioned.
Oh, the
And they're
carry.
the ones
Oh,
to pick
wow.
up the carry. Oh, well, to Alice Khalid, you might need a bit more shred, and you go for the Farsa anyway, so that's more burst than DPS. Or, what do you pick for gold lane then? Are you just gonna revert to the Claude? Cause it works well with the dive.
Yeah.
It complements the draft of King of Gamers well. It poses a threat for
Hmm.
That's about it. It's just a farce. So, huh.
Good
Okay.
call on the Farsa, right? You saw it on the radar like few picks back, and if not the Claude. Oh
Whoa!
my goodness! I did not expect this pick. I did not expect this pick from the side of KOG.
Neither did I. Like, when was the last M series where we saw the Irithel being picked up often? Wasn't it like in M?
Was it M5? I
I
believe
can't
it was
tell
M5.
anymore. Yeah, because it's been so long. Oh my goodness. The Irithel.
Irithel,
Whew.
It makes sense though, right, Brigida?
Yeah.
If you really think about it in the sort of setting where it's a 5v5, when the Farsa is just static alting, and then the Irithel jumps in with a heavy crossbow, ooh, it is going to be a tough time for that, the Farsa to deal damage. So here we go. The Irithel. We saw a Hanabi pick. And now we get to see an Irithel pick in the highlight match of today. KOG versus Solix. Ladies and gentlemen, it is round 1. Lanadon, here we go.
Okay, let's see what records could we be breaking for this match? Cause we broke a lot in the previous series, and a lot of eyes are on this matchup too. So we're looking forward to see how it turns out. But for now, let's take a look at the battle spells. It's been so long since game, but of course this is an Irithel, so it is sort of expected. And
Yeah,
yep,
on a sprint
everything
as
else
well.
is pretty much standard.
Anything else? It is pretty much standard, Briggs. And also, it's been quite some time since out. But we can see here already just both of the EXP laners, Sherry and 33rd, just recalling, having fun.
Yeah, they seem to be having a lot. Wow, you could describe this recall battle that we're seeing up top, but yeah, they're just going okay.
That's an immobilization. Both teams here. Level 3 for Spectre still.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, let's see here. It's gonna be the first. It's gonna be the first turtle. It's gonna be a contest. It's going to be up the stun. Oh, another airstrike. Wow, the alley-oop there. Kaizen now stuck as Sherry is gonna be a nuisance towards the jungler. But both junglers actually will be taken down as 33rd there finds also a kill, or finds an assist, as Kaizen was able to deal damage.
Yep. No one's able to take the turtle just yet, but it's been a 2-for-1 trade. Solix getting the slight upper hand after that fight, but nothing they cannot, or nothing that KOG cannot completely recover from. So they will be resuming this fight in just a bit. I believe there is a slight advantage over to Solix though, because they'll be the first to position themselves, and there is a higher level for their EXP laners. So that's it. A free turtle over to Solix. I think a really great start for them against KOG.
Yeah, I think it's an ideal start for a Suyo game. You know, sure he was taken down, but at least he was able to claim the turtle, right? And now it's a reset. KOG, they're lacking in compensation, and looking at the rotations, at least it's Solix. They're going down. They want to gank this Payen. They want to gank those Earthel, but great awareness on the positioning here. So Earthel is safe so far.
Yeah. Not gonna put himself out there, but at least Hugo sort of shadowing and really providing consistent information for the Irithel. Hold on.
Now that's going to be a move on towards the bottom side. Oh my goodness. That's going to be the golden hour. Oh, just so annoying. And that's going to be the response here. Taking Payen down. A slight compensation for Kzen though. Taking the purple away. Kzen is level 8. Spectre is still level 6.
Yeah, that's a 2-level gap that you're seeing between these two junglers, and even the or at least for the gold lead that we're looking at right now, it isn't as significant just yet. So we'll see what happens in the upcoming objectives. As of the moment, at least they're still keeping everything in check. There is a lot of information that's coming in from Hiko. It's just that Solix are able to punish him so well a lot of times, so we get to see him at least on a 0-2 KDA stat as early as 5 minutes into the game. Oh, okay, Deadly Magic already used, and here comes the turtle.
KOG will find the turtle, no problem now. The call is not to go for a fight. I really like that, right? They're keeping their tempo, you know, just taking what is necessary, and now they move on towards the top side here. Great awareness as well from the carry. Will move slowly back. Economy-wise, nothing like significant separates them. So, you know, it's still anybody's game here. Even though kill-wise, it's 4-1.
Yeah. At least they're just really not allowing for Solix to find any conversions across the map just yet. Probably the closest they could is this tier 1 up top, because Payen, they already did some switching and it's gonna be very tough for them to defend this one. So now that's gonna grow a bit more, but I think KOG are fully aware of what they need to do anyway. It's just really making sure that Payen doesn't get gapped too much, is still able to farm despite clearly struggling a bit in this current situation. But it's sort of a given because we rarely see the Irithels come out anymore, and it seems as if Solix is equipped to deal with this Irithel. You have burst damage into Farsa, you have reach, and you have brief stunts to pair up with it.
That makes sense. And you can see, right, just the movement here. Oh, that's a Raging Sandstorm canceling the Feather Airstrike. Now Hiko trying to dodge, disengage. That's a lot of damage though taken. The heal saved him a bit, and he barely survives there. But man, that movement, that interaction was crazy. Now they move. Golden Hour on towards Payen. Let's see the damage now. Very low. Irithel trying to make a move. That's the utilization right there. Locking Spectre down just before the turtle fight.
I definitely thought Payen would have went down in that sequence, but without any Purify, with just the sprint and the heavy crossbow, it seems like they found a way to keep him alive, and that was clearly a punish done by KOG, but still doesn't take away the fact that Solix are still able to manage the map pretty well. Okay, hold on.
Now it's going crazy because the structure in the bottom side is very vulnerable. Will be taken down, and again, 1,500 gold lead here is not much, but it is going to impact here the flow, right? Oh, in the mid lane, there's gonna be action. Feather airstrike popped actually. That's 33rd, just being a constant nuisance. Immobilization on towards Sherry. That's gonna be damage taken, but the Uranus is still a-okay. Top lane, again, the Irithel is having an okay game. Sure, he got taken down once, but he was able to recover with the farming pattern. See the items, see the gold here between the gold laners. Carry is behind 1,000 gold despite him not taken down just yet.
Yeah. We don't really get to see how Solix include Xiao Xiao just yet, but I think that's a thing. You get to still have the threat of your gold laner later on when it comes to the team fights, and all you have to do is just really take care of it. Well, it's more low effort for Solix in a sense. KOG, it seems like they need to do so much just to make sure that Payen doesn't get left behind, although they did get to save him during that one instance we saw down bottom. When it comes to the 5v5 team fights, that's when things are going to change. That's when they need to make sure they'll be a lot more accurate so they don't lose this game.
Yeah. I mean, it's still definitely winnable for Solix here, despite them being behind. They got Xiao Xiao, who is already somehow rotating with the team, right? So is ready to provide damage, but they gotta keep an eye on Payen, who just locked in the Berserker's Fury. So that's already a spike there for Payen. And you can see Payen is already hovering around with the team as well. So technically both teams are ready to provide damage. Sherry, though, isolated here, forced to use the flicker, is able to get out so far now, but that's the deadly magic spent. Now, they're trying to blitz the Lord. Is this the right call here? Because Solix, they're moving. They want... Oh, that's gonna be further airstrike spent. Oh my god, the Lord is very low. Throne of Ruin on Twitch 3, but Spectre is able to find the Lord. Moss will be the casualty alongside Spectre. But that's gonna be a 2 for 2 because Solix, they still get the Lord.
The turnaround by Great OU. And whatever we were saying about Alpha joining the fight, I think it's been more evident for KOG here because, as you mentioned, Payen now starting to join and being one of the difference makers in that fight. I feel this is a very low scoring game that we're actually seeing ahead of us right now, but despite that, they have deal with Lord. It's not going to be easily converted by Solix just yet anytime.
It is definitely a mental game now because they kept on trading, right? Both teams just throwing jabs at each other here, Briggs, and it's a lot of action, you know. Let's see here as we enter the 12th minute mark. Now with the top lane being pushed by Kaizen, it feels like they will let go of the structure. Will there be a trade is the question, because KOG, they are in position to defend, but seems like no. Both teams actually losing their inner turrets respectively.
Okay. Wait, let's see what Hiko finds here. There are multiple members hiding in the brushes. Okay. I think they're gonna be safe for now.
They will. And Solix needs to do a cleanup, right? A top lane is actually Al half HP, and KOG, they're slowly but surely here running away with it. Economy wise, not that far, but still like map control, tempo, like rotations, they so far have been Johnny on the spot with it, right? Very, very on point, very, very precise as well. As we are about to enter the second Lord fight here, which in 40 seconds will spawn. Now, spell check, all is up. So,
Yes.
with this, it's going to be a big 5v5 unless they want to bait out spells first in this interaction. Feather Airstrike, though, spend in the mid lane just to clear. That's the
Ooh.
Alice, though, doing its job off camera. Oh, still
Ooh,
able to
are they
hold
actually-
on. Kzen not able to deal damage. Sherry, forced to use that flicker. Now that's going to be abused and punished. Hiko, very low.
Ooh.
Also, Golden Hour doesn't land there. Perfectly timed flicker by Hiko.
Okay. At least no one goes down. But Solix will try to take down this tier 1 in mid even before transitioning to the objective. So that's a great call from them. They've brought it down to very low HP. But there might be a setup incoming from KOG. Let's see if the Throne of Ruin gets casted in time.
Oh, casted doesn't really land. That's going to be Sherry now in the front lines. Raging Sandstorm. Defensively, Sherry very low. No flicker, remember. That's going to be Lord taken down. Xiao finds an angle to find one. Kzen clutch with the retribution. Now, do they want to fight as KOG looking to close this distance? Kzen very low. Spectre from the flanks finds a kill. They lose out on the Lord, but they got 2 important kills.
Could have been something for KOG there. But at least they do secure the Lord for themselves this time around. But Moss and Xiao do not have an idea that there are actually 2 members from KOG waiting here in this bush. Let's see if they actually get to find something. 33rd is left to defend all by himself. That's good seal play!
Oh my goodness. Hyen finds a kill, the important one. What a setup there by the Alice. Oh, 33rd cannot be able to find more as Hyen isolated all alone with no cover. They got the Lord, but they again lose 2 members now. The top lane turret is charged very low. Will it go down is the question, not just yet. Solix are able to defend in time. So the top base turret is still alive.
Yep. It's as if KOG weren't really able to utilize the Lord. It's a carry with a 303 KDA and is just a very reliable hero to shred down objectives such as that. Oh, Hiko gets spotted again. Forced to use a Raging Sandstorm.
Yeah, Golden Hour just finding Hiko. Forced Hiko to use that flicker now. Solix, they want this mid turret. I don't think KOG has enough firepower to defend and clear. They will lose out on that mid turret. But that's Payen claiming another important equipment. That's the Malefic gun. Positioning wise, I like the carry more here, right? It's just more honest. It's just more, consistent damage that he's able to provide. And you can see here the gold swing. What, 4 minutes ago, it was KOG with 2k gold lead. Kzen! Oh my goodness! The deadly magic damage! Oh, is enough. And it was before the Holy Crystal locked in.
He could have timed that dash better. Now it's another setup from Hiko.
Yeah, looking for the kill here. Kzen again finds a beautiful flank. Now Payen will be locked in that golden hour, but no clear follow-up damage. Moss very low. Kzen again just being a constant threat here from the flanks. As Solix, I was about to say, they were able to find a 2k gold lead after Kzen getting 2 important kills earlier. All gone, neutralized.
Yep. We're 17 minutes into this game and KOG are starting to clap back against Solix. We will be looking at a potential Lord fight in a few. Spectre just respawned and is ready to fight. Sherry will be providing the information necessary, but Kzen seems to have a different plan in mind. They have to make sure that these entry points are covered. Deadly magic already used, Goni.
Uh-oh, that's gonna be a big knock. Pico very low, taken down by Xiao. Now, Feather Airstrike from the back. 2-man immobilization. Finds Spectre and Cherry as well. It's a clapback. They lose the roam, but they got the jungler and EXP. KOG is here to play, and that's gonna be KZ.
Oh
looking for a
my-
fight. Finds an angle for Carry, who bought the immortality just to survive, but that means KOG will get the clear Lord.
That was clutch. That was clutch once again from Xiao Xiao, still buying the immortality and still staying deathless to this point. So it's been a seesaw battle of who gets the Lord and who gets
Somebody's got the
to
Lord.
defend. Still, it's always been an alternate between these two. Oh, Moss! He finds Kaizen!
Yeah, now he bought the mortality, will pop it now. KOG with the cover will help Kaizen to escape, but my goodness, the lightning truncheon, I believe, was able to find the burst magic damage, and down goes Kaizen.
That was also the Curse of Crow catching up, and it was already such a great start for Kaizen too, but okay, now we look at Payan already picking up the Wind of Nature as well. Let's see how that's going to help him in terms of positioning and the upcoming team fight, because at the moment it's Solix who's starting to push forward. They will be looking to take a base turret away from KOG. Look at Xiao Xiao just really focused on that turret.
Yeah, I mean, that's a far lane as well, Briggs, so that's not a good sign for KOG. They will have to play the Lord Dance here perfectly from the side of KOG. As for Solix, they can go with time. They have the far lane now. They move on towards the fight. Golden Hour on towards Su. Ooh, the stun! 33rd here in trouble. Still able to get out though. But the Harley here being a constant split pusher, just distracting Solix members. Now they want to go for a fight again. Solix will recover 3-man mobilization from the side of 33rd. Now the damage comes through. Cherry in trouble. Take a look at DPS. He's taken. Down goes Cherry. Now in the back, it's going to be Xiao Xiao taken down as Nala collects the double.
That was such a great play from Kaizen too. I mean, the fact that he was pushing the wave in mid forced a reaction out of Solix. They had to send members back, and eventually that cost them so much as well, because KOG were taking advantage of the situation. Now they're the ones to take down the mid turret first.
Wow.
As they walk towards this evolved Lord.
You know, I did not expect Solix to make a move right like that after getting the far lane. Now KOG, they will abuse and punish Solix mistakes for it. That's gonna be the Lord. And Briggs, it's an evolved one.
I realized just now that this Kaizen we're looking at is Kaizen.
Kaizen.
He's Kaizen from the Philippines. Kaizen former. Well, yeah. So again, going back, it's been such a turn of events for KOG, now in the lead, and might be the first time we actually get to see a team utilize the Lord that they've captured. Kaizen though, oh, he gets stunned, dances around members of SLX, but he's gonna go down. Let's see if they get to end this here though.
Yeah, it's a 5v4 technically. KOG, not a man up. Now, Raging Sandstorm finds Spectre. That's gonna be Golden Hour trying to distract and delay. Bottom cleared. Now the Lord is still up. Payen is still in the area, taking a look at the damage right there. It's just him free hitting. Now, can he focus on the base? They will find and crack the base as KOG, after a hard, long fought battle, will find game 1.
Okay, not the outcome you would expect if you watch the first few minutes of the game, but that just tells something about KOG and their fighting spirit. They are never really gonna let down, and it's just unfortunate for Solix, but we saw the potential. We saw how they took a hold of majority of the game, and imagine having a 20+ minute game for game 1, right? That tells something about this matchup. I think that says a lot about what to expect for the upcoming games.
I mean, it's just so intense, Briggs, right? So back and forth, both teams throwing haymakers, and this was the final blow that unfortunately Solix could not withstand. Yeah, Payan, the Irithel pick worked. Wow. That is actually crazy.
How often do you see a surprise pick actually work that way? It's not a lot. There's not a lot of times. Like sometimes even the most meta picks get shut down, but in this scenario, ooh, that was an amazing performance brought to us by Payan. I'm wondering if it was just a conversation between them and the coaches of Payan saying, "Yeah, this is my comfort pick. I really want to play this hero," or was it just like part of the plan all along? Because it, like looking at the lineup for Solix, it seems like they had ways to deal with the Irithel. It doesn't feel like that much of a niche pick which had specific conditions to meet. It was just more of like maybe comfort, I guess. But our MVP for that game has to be none other than Nile. Did you see how well coordinated the traction pulses were with either the Raging Sandstorm or the Throne of Ruin?
Yeah, I think Niall here, and that was what, a 22 minutes plus game time. He was deathless against a Suyo, against a Farsa, by the way. And yeah, I think
Yep.
his positioning is what stands out for me. Of course, kill participation also, KDA also, right? And you can see here the item. He built DHS, not towards the end as well, towards the mid game. So he understands, he wants that attack speed, he wants to enhance his basic attacks as well, just to shred the Uranus, just to give pressure as well. And you mentioned the Irithel here, you know, was a good pick. Yes, I agree. And also was able to be handled, right? You saw Payan struggled in dealing damage, in like providing damage, but
Yeah.
when it comes down to it, Payan was doing his job. This was, I feel like, the game changer here. Got one kill, flanks again, and got an important kill again. That was, I feel like, the momentum for the side of KOG.
Yep. Oh, it was such a treat to watch, honestly. The back and forth, the lords. It was going to Solix at one point, and then it kept going to KOG at one point. It felt like such an even game. Like you couldn't say it was
Yes.
one-sided at all.
Yes.
And that's what you like to see for our highlight match of the day. So I think a lot of us had fun watching that, but it'll be a lot more fun if they actually are able to bounce back after this. Because Solix, I couldn't even say bounce back because they just lost the lead. They had it. And KOG just found their ways around it. So let's see in game number 2. But for now, we'll be breaking down the post-game stats a little bit more. So yeah, taking a look at the items, I think there isn't anything too different apart from what you've mentioned. The DHS option for Nile here, really knowing what had to be done. And I think I'll just be taking a look at Payan with the assassin emblem because it's not usual to see an Irithel in the post-game stats, but here we are.
Here we are. We saw Hanabi. We got an Irithel. And ladies and gentlemen, it's just day 1 of MSL Thailand. What a game it was. And again, Kzen, yeah, one of the silent MVPs, I feel like, in that game, right? Where the flanks from this Harley was able to really impact positively for the side of KOG. Rich guy, they carry crazy, and gotta give shout out towards the Alice as well. 33rd, got 10 assists on an EXP on an Alice as well. The
just the timing, I feel like, right? For that Throne of Ruin multiple times has the formation of Solix were dismantled sometimes because of 33rd as well.
Yes, 33rd. You see the experience coming in. You see how he's been able to lead a lot of the team fights, and to think that it was an Alice picked in red 4, so it was revealed quite early. We do have an idea that the matchup was going to be up against a Uranus, so it's as if the response was literally to just not care about the Uranus anymore, because I think they barely paid attention to Sherry on the Uranus. It was always forcing fights elsewhere against Shao, against me marks, and I still want to give a shout to Shao. That's been such a careful marksman gameplay. I think never dying, or at least there was a moment he almost did, but he bought the immortality clutch before the deadly magic even popped. So I think we've seen really good mechanics coming in from the gold laners, and I guess that's what makes it interesting. Like, the gold lane has so much going on.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that was definitely a treat. That was maybe the longest game so far. 22 minutes on the dot. 22 minutes on the dot. So yeah, officially, right? It was the longest. We saw 2 evolved lords, I believe. So again, right? Game 2. I hope it will be, or both teams will bring the same intensity. So it's because it's a highlight match, take us to game 3. I expected that, and I expect them to throw punches at each other. We saw that in game 1, and the drafts, it's going to just set the tone for both teams. It's going to be very important as well. So let's see here. KOG, they were able to pull off an Earthel pick. Will there be any surprises picked for game 2?
Okay. If it surprises, I doubt, because I doubt I'd consider anything else a surprise anymore, because I've seen a massive surprise already in the Earthel. So
that's a good one, yeah.
So if ever there is something really unique that'll come out, unless it's probably the likes of an Aldous or something, I would be pretty much okay with it, so let's see. But before anything, of course, do not forget to again follow the MSLTH social media pages and redeem this redeem code that's flashed in front of your screens right now, because we have showed you guys a lot. I guess if you've been here since the beginning of the stream, you've already claimed a lot of prizes already. But again, this is just day number 1, so if you weren't able to catch the other codes, then rest assured you'll be able to get a lot more tomorrow and in the days to come.
Check it out, boys and girls. Tomorrow, be ready for another possible redeemable code. But yes, Solix, I hope they're able to recover from that, right? Mentally as well, not getting too, let's say, too heated, right? But let's hope for another banger, right? Game 2. And from the drafts, I don't expect them to switch sides, honestly. I expect them to stay on the same sides here. Let's see. And for the map?
Okay, which map? I think also that is
call it.
Oh, come on, please give us flying clouds.
No.
I guess we're not getting flying clouds. Well, we'll never know. There might be a game 3.
But there's a potential, potentially. Let's see though if Solix can take this series on towards a game 3. But man, we are going to see another Broken Walls game.
Whew. Okay. So maybe not the Hildebrand.
Okay.
because I think the only times we saw a Hilda band out was when we were on Dangerous Grass. So if we aren't, then I guess there'll be some sort of change when it comes to that. So there goes the Marcel carry. And yeah, the Fanny, of course. Fanny and Broken Walls is crazy.
Especially if you know the in and outs. It's very crazy. It's still a reliable hero, and it seems like KOG, they are able to pull off a Fanny game. That's why Solix, respect that. As for the KOG, what are they prioritizing with the ban, with the Guinevere ban? Now, the Zushin is still on board. The Lucas is still on board. Even the Xuyo is still on board as well. But after seeing what Kaizen did, game 1, you can't really count the Harley out.
Yeah. Was that another instance of your mind thinking Sora, but your mouth saying Lucas?
Oh, yeah. Did I say Lucas?
You did say Lucas.
Oh my, why did I keep saying Lucas? I meant Sora.
Do they
guys,
look
all right?
identical to you?
Somehow it's human form, yes. Human form. If lore wise they're brothers, I would see the resemblance.
Okay, all right. I see your point. And now I see the Harley picked up and stolen away by Solix. They're the ones who will be using the
Okay.
Harith this time around. But the difference is,
The
you're up
Harley.
against the Baksha. Wait, did I say Harith?
Mhm.
Oh
Yes.
my god, what is happening?
What is happening here, Briggs? What is happening?
Oh, okay. You know what? Yeah. So there you go. It's the Alice Harley stolen by Solix. So it's why does it feel like we're just swapping lineups?
Yeah, this is interesting. So it looks like denying picks from the side of KOG. I mean, yeah, the Harley was a menace. The Alice game 1 was a nuisance. So Solik's like, you know what, I'm gonna take it away. That's gonna be the Sora picked up alongside the Hilda. You mentioned the
Lucas.
Hilda being a very good hero on Dangerous Grass, but we will get Broken Wall. So Hilda is also with the flank potential, can do damage, right? And it was banned, by the way, on game 1.
Yeah. So you kinda have to worry about the Harley and how you are going to assist him in the jungling, but they will be leaving their roamer for later. They pick up the Claude instead, want to make sure that Xiao Xiao gets his hands on another comfort pick, and if he is able to perform that well on the carry earlier on, then I'm expecting that same level when it comes to the Claude as one of the most meta gold laners in our or even internationally nowadays. But the difference is, if you're a very meta gold laner, you're up against a gold laner who doesn't mind playing Irithel. So that's where things get a bit tricky, I guess. I don't think you could really ban out Payan if that were to be the case, because you did see him bring out an Irithel in the previous game. So they'll just focus down on heroes for Nile, who was again the MVP in game number 1. So the Kimi was the MVP hero, but KOG have a similar response. They're banning out mid laners.
And it's a very specific hero, Valor. Wow, I did not expect a Valor ban in this game, but I feel like it's just another respect ban. I think they did their homework, they did their research. The Valir is respected, and looking at their composition, it makes sense why they ban out the Valir, right? They got a Hilda, they got 3 fighters technically, and Valir can definitely burn them all. So
Whoa.
Solix will close out their bans with another mage artillery, or mage with range. That's gonna be the far side. Wow, 4 mages
Kimmy.
off the board in the
Could this
second
be a
phase.
Kimmy?
Yes, Kimmy is sensible.
No, because they're stealing away majority of the KOG picks
Yeah.
in game number 1, so might as well.
Might as well, right? Just full circle it, pick up the Kimmy, and it's also good going up against heroes that wants to close the distance or have like short range
Yeah.
heroes. Kimmy does well with that.
Oh, but that's like 2 marksmen, 3 magic damage sources. Okay, well, this is still technically another magic damage source, but it's not really a marksman. So Nile gets his
Yeah.
hands on the Kimmy once again, and there's a Harith alongside him this time. Okay, we need a roamer. We need a roamer for Solix.
Ooh, Gatot Kacha. I'm looking at Gatot Kacha. It's gonna be a tough game for him. So if not the Gatot Kacha,
I haven't seen a high loss at all.
High loss. It's
High
good.
loss
I like it.
slows. Yeah, high loss and the Lilia looks like there is a lot of slow. If not, they just could go back to Khalid because Khalid's also still open.
Ooh, you're right. Mobility has been a theme in, especially looking at this composition. But no, ooh, I like it. Glue roam, right? Mounts the fighters, mounts the tanks, takes you back to the enemy's team, and you're in trouble. Solix, I like that last pick.
Yeah. Is it something that reminds you so much of Indonesia?
The glue pick?
But other than the glue pick.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I also think it works well because number one, you technically at least don't have as much burst damage just yet, but also against these heroes of KOG who just like to keep jumping on the members of Solix Esports, that could be a really good response coming out of the glue, especially if paired well with the likes of the Lilia and a surprise flank from either the Alice or the Harley, so you get to really shake things up a bit. But you have to remember that this is still match point currently for KOG and Solix. As much as they did put up a really great early game, they'll have to repeat that again here and maintain it up until the very end if they want to bring us to a game number 3.
Yes, let's see, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome you to the Land of Dawn. Again, it's just going to be a round 2 between these two. And let's see if KOG can just end the series in this game, or like you said, Solix perhaps might take us to game 3.
Okay, matchup wise, we are already used to seeing the Harith Claw. That's happened countless times now. But in the mid duos, this is a Kimmy Hilda up against the Blue Lilia. I guess it's just really down to like the micro, because both can deliver a really good early game, I say. But so far as we're seeing it, okay, Little Wanderer is likely to go over to SLX.
Yeah, I think with the river control of like Lilia. Oh, that's a jump.
Oh.
That's Cherry caught there. That's so unfortunate. And that was a good read though from the side of KOG. They were able to spot that Cherry's all alone. So yeah, Cherry will be punished. And with the reset here, right? Solix, like you said here, I think with that kill, definitely been. Whoa, Mark's not level 4.
Oh my goodness! 2 kills in a row before the first turtle. And it's both the EXP and mid lane, 2 of which should get that level 4 so you could have an upper hand when it comes to the objective take. But that is not going to be the case for Solix. A really good start for KOG. Now what's really going to matter here is whether or not Xiao Xiao is able to perform the same as in game number 1. Oh, hold on. Cherry, using the Throne of Ruin, has to walk away, forced to use the Flicker, but I guess we'll be okay. There will be no kills again for KOG for now.
Yeah, it will be just them still dominating the early game, right? I was about to mention that with that Cherry, like taken down early, KOG surely will take the turtle. But then they got marks in the mid lane. Oh, Blue needs to run level 3. Still able to get out though. But yeah, Solix is struggling here to find a response, right? They got no compensation whatsoever. They can't go for like a split lane push, you know, pressure the far lane. And now KOG, they have the economy, they have the map control. Oh, even the damage is already heating up.
Oof, they want to go for me. Mark still has the black shoes though, but it's not too far away. Now they can go for the flicker just to execute him. And they successfully will. Hugo might get traded here though. Blazing Duet coming in from Sao Sao. Doesn't have enough damage just yet, but he wants to go for Nile. But Nile lives! He's gonna be okay. Kaizen with the back to shield unity. Has Moss, but no other casualties will come out of that team fight.
No, it was just another kill on the board for KOG, and Solix finding a kill on the board in this game. It's still 3-1, and you can see here the economy is just, it's 1,000. Doesn't seem much, right? But that's honest work right there. The build up is definitely, you can feel the build up. Oh, that's a stun. Black Shoes is there though.
Oh, yeah, Black Shoes closer to the enemy, but you have a lot of backup here. Hugo finally going down. Memarks too, though, gets taken out by KOG as the initial target. It's Nile picking up a double kill for KOG, and I don't think he has the Piercer just yet, but it's really great. It's really great momentum for a Kimmy mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, Nile displayed an MVP performance for game 1. It feels like game 2, with his positioning, with his precision, we might see another MVP coming from this guy again. But man, the lead economy-wise doubled from a minute ago. So that speaks volume on what KOG was able to do in that, I gotta say, fight, right? They lose out on one, they lose out on Hiko, but they trade with 2. Oh, off-cam kill top. The Harley taken down again. So you can see here the farm for Spectre will definitely be slower, already a level below Mr. Kaizen.
Yeah, things are slowing down for Solix. Not sure if that's the route you really want to go for. Because I don't know if it's just me, but when it's a Lilia lineup, I'm really just expecting to see the aggression in the early strong. But every single time we do see Memarks, his Black Shoes gets forced out. He has to either flicker out. So it's rare to see a Lilia struggle in terms of positioning, but I guess that's what KOG is just really doing so well, because there's a presence of a Hilda, there's a presence of Nile, who's been dealing so much damage already, and the threat of a back to shield unity suddenly popping up. So this is a very understandable situation for Memarks and the rest of Solix. But even if, let's say, they're forced to play defensive, you could play the Lilia just the same. I think there is still some strength in terms of the defense that a Lilia can offer, and you just need to farm. If you're Shao, you just need to farm. You have the Claude.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the keys to victory from Sado Solix here. Just allow and give Xiao, you know, the farm and not contesting any objectives. Oh, Spectre there, teasing, you know, looking for an angle. Definitely that angle will be closed out. And that's just going to be the turtle taken away from the side of Solix. And slowly but surely, KOG, they're suffocating their opponent. Oh, bottom side.
Okay, so for the first time in the series, actually goes down in the hands of KOG. Now that's a Throne of Ruin casted here by Cherry. Doesn't land onto anyone though. And Nile will just keep going. Look at that damage. Not even the tankiest members are able to just stand in front of that.
Yeah, that was just so unfortunate. I think the speed again, right? The mobility that the Hilda, the shield unity on that Baxia provides. You know, if you snooze, you lose. And I feel like with that positioning, Xiao, he was snoozing just a bit. and KOG was able to punish, right? Managed to overwhelm and just dive in towards that hero. Now, they're gonna be able to save that mid lane turret. But you can see, Briggs, right? It's 5,500 gold lead. It's slowly, slowly building up to a one-sided game. No response here. No like concrete response from the side of Solix. And after seeing game one, it's harsh. It's sad. But KOG has been playing it very, very well.
Yep. If we were to look at potential angles for SLX, though, I think it's mostly going to be on the back of a really good Throne of Ruin, and paired up with the AoE from either the Blooms or the Blazing Duet, and maybe that comes after a really good pickup from Spectre, because you need to at least take out a member from KOG and not fight them 5v5, because the gold lead, it's definitely gonna be felt. Now they do pick up additional items. That's the golden staff for Xiao Xiao and the divine glaive for Spectre, so hopefully that allows them to move a bit more around the map. But KOG, they don't seem to be looking for a fight. They just want to quickly burst down this lord even before Solix gets to find them.
Yeah, it's quite clear. That's going to be a clean lord take from inside of KOG. With the economy, with the map control and map pressure that KOG has on Solix. And you can see your structure. They got compensation though, right? They got a structure top. But I feel like KOG, you know, they can't afford to lose a side structure. And that's why they don't really care. As long as Payan here is able to dance with the Shaman Force, as long as, you know, Payan is safe, all is... Oh, Sherry is...
Ooh.
And Alice finally built the Radiant though, but I feel like it's a little bit too late now. Let's see though if that Radiant armor comes into clutch.
Okay. Now they will be accompanying the Lord down bottom. Ooh, flicker out for Moss. Even before the Lord gets to reach the base, no holy shields whatsoever too, but does KOG have what it takes to already take down this base turret? It seems like it's gonna be a no for now. They will take out the outer turrets first before anything, but Kaizen's watching the backlines. That's the Throne of Ruin already committed. They just really want to defend this tier 1 in mid, but with Kaizen and Hyuko in the backlines, does SLX still want to commit? They try to fight. Okay, Spectre force to move away. That's a lot of. Those are a lot of back and forths.
Definitely, Briggs. All 10 heroes, all 10 players are still alive though, right after that interaction there. But again, the jungles will be the target from the side of KOG, you know. And the Harley purple buff, cannot take his own purple buff. He's level 12. Kaizen's almost level 15. And that's gonna be his... Oh! The damage from Payan.
There goes the black shoes again. Oh, and look at Moss! Doesn't have the flicker. Fortunately, is able to walk away from that. But man, this is looking really rough for Solix. They have no one to tank the damage. They have no one to go for the setup. It's just mostly Sherry, but he still doesn't have his ultimate right now. And that's the most they can do. 30 seconds before the next Lord comes up. Xiao has to get that damage.
Yeah, he really needs to. I mean, he is behind 2k gold if you compare it to Payan, but finally, right, the Trinity completed by Xiao. So, you know, there's definitely enough damage, but if you see the other side, KOG, they got the blade armors, they got the Chastise pauldron, they got the pauldrons ready. Oh, that's a shield unity.
Okay, someone's left all alone, but it's
Kyle.
Hazen, a tanky hero who is gonna be okay. Payen doesn't use the Zaman Force just yet. There's a grab coming in from Moss, the Throne of Ruin as well, coming in from Sherry, almost catching Payen, but he still gets to walk away. It's Xiao instead who goes down first. Sherry still standing strong, but finally gets taken out by 33rd. That's 2 members already down for Solix, but they want to look for the trades. Moss is just so tanky right now, but they cannot fight anymore without Sherry and Xiao.
Yeah, definitely not, right? They cannot contest. And the shifting clouds, I feel like, from the side of 33rd earlier, is what make them pay. Oh, they go for fight.
Moss handing over another 200 gold to Nile, allowing him to pick up another DHS for this Kimmy. So
Oh my god.
already attacking the damage was a huge problem for Solix earlier on, but now with the DHS, I think you double that problem.
It's just a one-sided game. I feel like game 2, you know, game 1, it was back and forth, it was close, it was intense. But game 2, ladies and gentlemen, has been different. You know, it's just been KOG from the early game, getting that 2 important kills on Cherry and me Marks. And now look at the chain effect, right? They just crashed onto his me Marks.
Oh! Well, at least they find the kill on Nile, but in exchange of that, they lose Spectre, jungler down for Solix, and they still have a Lord marching down bottom, so they lose a base turret already. But at least, I think it's been a recurring theme. Oh, never mind, I take it back! Look at Payan with the Zaman Force! Actually dealing so much damage against the members of Solix. Sherry might be the first to fall. That's a setup coming in as well from 33rd. Payan currently on a killing spree.
My oh my, me oh my oh, KOG. The coordination on that fight was just a treat to watch. You know, Xiao Xiao made it out barely, but again, Cherry, he's sitting at a 0-for-1. Oh, that's a stun.
Oh, okay. Xiao still able to get out of that. Spectre looking for a target here. He might find Payan! There goes the deadly magic in the Zaman Force. He's able to generate some shields though, and it's gonna be okay. There's the flicker from Moss. It seems like they still want to fight this, but without Payan, KOG do not want to fight as well.
The Blood Wings as well, right? It was able to proc there, giving more shields. Oh my goodness, the beautiful mechanics there by both in that interaction. But, Brigida, this is crazy work. 10k gold lead after an intense game 1. I did not expect this outcome.
Yep, there are a lot of things happening right now in the world which we are not expecting at all. And, let's see if... Oh no, Moss! That's too much! That is literally too much. Payan has so much damage. Okay, let's see. Oh, Spectre?
Harley.
Spectre again, holding a very unique brush. Oh my goodness! He gets spotted by 33rd. Okay, okay.
Yeah, that was... Luckily for Spectre, that could have gone worse. Right? It seems like they want to fight though.
Oh, can they? Can they? Or should they at this point where we're already approaching the 50k gold lead? There goes the Zaman Force already committed by Payan. They get to isolate Xiao Xiao. 33rd trying to take him out, but it seems like the outplay is real! No! 33rd still finds the kill on Xiao 2 in exchange of Payan. This could be an angle for Solix, but they do not decide to fight anymore.
Yeah, both gold laners down. Spectre needs to go back. I expect KOG to... Now with that fight, right? That what happened? It was just too scattered, right? Luckily, you know, both gold laners were down, so Solix can wait and breathe just for a bit. They're really trying to extend the series. They're really trying to extend and delay the game. But again, the timing positioning here needs to be on point.
As
Yep.
for KOG, you mentioned it, 50K mark means that, we're almost at that cap. And that's why they're slowing down their tempo. They're taking their time here. They cannot just go in random fights. Solix now, they're confident enough to maybe bait out the positionings of Solix by going for this Lord.
Okay. It's okay. Interesting to see that Solix are the ones starting this now. 33rd might be a bit late here, but the Lord gets reset anyway. Spectre using the space escape. That's the Throne of Ruin. It feels as if it was forced out rather than them trying to go for the initiate. But look at the Blazing Druid coming for Shao! Sherry falls down first though. Memarks finds the shutdown on 33rd, but Moss gets left behind. Now might be another kill over to KOG. Look at Payan! Look at his damage! No Black Shoes! Still available actually for Memarks, but that's not gonna keep him safe anymore. And no! Spectre gets caught in it as well! It's a triple for Payan, and it's gonna be the game-ending push for KOG!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a bang, bang, bang for Payan, and they will close the series out in a clean sweep fashion. Congratulations! But what a game from KOG in the second game especially. They were able to bring out a different side of KOG here in the second game, and unfortunately Solix, after that loss in that first game, I feel like they weren't able to recover here in the second game because it was just a one-sided game from the early towards the mid. Sure, they were able to delay a couple of moments here and there, but the outcome was inevitable for KOG to win 2-0. You can see the players laughing around. They're familiar with each other.
That's true.
But yeah, it's just a dominating win, especially if we're talking about the second game.
I mean, it took them long enough. And against Solix, it's I feel like the opposite of what happened in game number 1, wherein they weren't really able to get a hold of the early game, but they were able to stretch it out somehow, and it worked for them. Up until this moment, where clearly you still feel how up ahead KOG already were, and if it's about the late game potential, a Harith in the late game is just such a huge threat. So I really understand how
ค่ะ ตอนนี้เราก็อยู่
it's been
กับผู้ช
such a
นะ
difficult
ของเรา
to
ทั้ง
deal
สอง
with
ท่าน
it.
นะคะ
So let's
จาก
hear
ทีม
from our
KOG
winners once again.
เดี๋ยวก่อนอื่นเลยขอเสียงจากแฟนๆหน่อยค่ะ ขอบคุณมากค่ะ เดี๋ยวก่อนอื่นเลยแนะนำตัวสั้นๆให้แฟนๆหน่อยค่ะ Please introduce yourself to the fans.
Pomchu KZN from KOG Jungler
33 ครับ ตำแหน่ง EXP Lane ครับผม
Thank you so much. So first เดี๋ยวเริ่มจากคุณ33RD ก่อนนะคะ คนนี้ก็ทุกคนน่าจะคุ้นหน้าคุ้นตากันอยู่แล้วนะคะ ไม่ทราบว่าในแมตช์ที่ผ่านมารู้สึกยังไงบ้างค่ะ
ก็ตื่นเต้นครับ แล้วก็มีความกดดันเล็กน้อยครับ พอเจอกับพี่ๆที่เป็นแบบตำนานตึงๆทั้งนั้นเลย
มีอุปสรรคอะไรที่แบบเจอแล้วรู้สึกกดดันเป็นพิเศษไหมคะ
โดยเฉพาะพี่เชอรี่ครับผมกลัวเขาทับครับ
คนกลัวคนนี้เยอะนะคะ
ครับผม
So คุณ Kason, first of all, welcome to Thailand. Do you have anything you want to tell to your fan in Philippines?
I just want to say thank you to all the fans in the Philippines. Keep supporting KOG and that's it.
ก็คุณเคเซนนะคะ ขอขอบคุณแฟนๆ จากฟิลิปปินส์สำหรับการ support ทีม KOG ค่ะ and working with Thai team did they teach you any Thai word?
Yeah, many, especially in food.
Can you give us some examples?
Kai tom.
ไข่
Kai tom.
ไข่ต้ม
We give.
I feel like Kaizen, again, he's a Filipino import. Feels like he is already adapted to the situation, and there you go. It's gonna be Kaizen getting his first MVP.
Yeah, he was deathless on the Baksha in this game, And I really like how he played this Baksha. So I guess this is one of the few instances where we would be okay with a first pick Baksha if you get to execute it this well. And because again,
Mhm.
it's paired with a Harith, it's paired with another hero who could do spectacular zoning as well, which is again the Hilda that Hiko actually picked up for the team. So we will be taking a quick look on the highlights for this entire match. And again, as you would expect from a Baksha and a Hilda, there have been such quick rotations across the map that even if Solix were or is a really good team in terms of the early game, you really don't get to see them play it as much because it's always KOG who gets to rotate first.
Yeah, I think tempo wise, it was just always KOG who were on point, right? And they were just always on beat, Briggs. And unfortunately for the side of Solix, they weren't able to keep up with that beat, right? They were always trying to respond, but they respond late. And then, of course, the lead grew and grew. It snowballed. And they were fighting with less items. They were defending with less items. And of course, with less space as well. And of course, KOG, they were able to just stay afloat and keep the momentum going for their side. This was when the trade of gold laners happened earlier on, but with this fight here, it was just too separated. The items were just too, I guess, wide, or the difference is too huge. The Lilia pickup didn't work well, and at the end, it was a wipeout before they got to the crystal. And it was slightly longer. I mean, it was slightly shorter. Worth of game time here, almost 19, but you know the execution from the side of KOG, they were unstoppable in this game. And props to the first 2 minutes, I gotta say, where they were able to spot Cherry out isolated in a very, very peculiar position, and they were able to punish that. And also
Yeah.
the shield unity crashing on towards Mark, making it just so vulnerable to Celia. And that was just
Yeah.
it for the side of Solix, right? From then and there, KOG, they built the hype train and they didn't get off.
Yeah, because even in that one instance, in the mid lane, I think the Baksha Shield Unity landed on, yes, Mimark, but two other members at the same time.
Yes.
So it was really tough to play against that Baksha. And even in moments where like he doesn't really land the Baksha Shield Unity on the target he wants and is forced to walk to get out, he still survives, which is really weird. And you see it because he's the sandbag. He took a total of 269k damage throughout that entire match. And again, it's these two heroes, it's these two players, which we really pointed out, because it's not just any normal Baksha, it's not just the typical
Mhm.
Prio Baksha, it's a Baksha together with a Harith, and that Harith of Payen dealt so much damage as well. So these two worked well together, the way they were able to serve their role as the carries of the game. And now we're looking at the updated standings after day number 1. So Goni, I think it is only Buriram United Esports and Irana Esports who have yet to play a game here in MSLTH.
Yeah, definitely we will get to see them in action tomorrow, though. So please stay tuned, guys. But we get to see 8 teams out of 10 today. And 4 teams, of course, come out on top, being Kings of Gamers, ACT Esports, Valley Thai Esports, and of course, Bacon Time. And as for Full Sense, Hydra, Tenacity, and Solix Esports, unfortunately, they had to suffer a loss today. But again, it's not a cup, it's going to be a league for you guys who are rooting for your team. So, you know, it's going to be a marathon, and just keep supporting them for tomorrow's schedule here for exciting matches.
Yep. So as mentioned, the debut matches for Buriram United Esports is happening tomorrow. That's our first series. And even for Iarita will be playing their first series tomorrow. And teams who have yet to take a win, teams who want to keep their momentum going, everything at stake tomorrow as we witness another 4 matches. It's interesting because we're having 4 matches here in MSL Thailand. So that's really a lot of action coming your way and for the weeks to come because we are still in our regular season currently. And let's see who eventually emerges on top and gets a chance to join us in the international stage. But so far today, what are your thoughts, Gani? I personally feel most impressed by ACT.
I'm on board with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, again, I think we mentioned as well a perfect balance between drafts and execution. We saw that, right? We saw that from ACT. And, hopefully, though, it wasn't just a fluke. I want to see
Yeah,
consistency,
that's
of
true.
course, right? The sample size is still very small. The teams that lose today might win the first MSL Season 1 later on and become the champion. So it's still, again, so far. But hopefully the teams that are able to get the rhythm going, get the momentum early like this, what they need to do. Sometimes to get to the top, it's easier. It's harder to maintain it. So now, of course, what they're looking on is consistency. So I'm all for it. And also,
Yep.
the Hanabi and Erythel pick.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. So that's something we got to see in the last and I believe first or second series today. You guys
Yeah.
can take a quick look just to see how things went down during those series. But the only game 3 we had today was in series 1. After that, it's been sweeps all across the board. I think this has been the longest sweep because we reached like a 20 plus minute game, and but other than that, it's been one-sided for the third series, and it's fun to watch because you get a glimpse of the
ตอน
Thailand
นี้ยังไม่จ
MLBB
บ
scene
วันพ
and
รุ่ง
their
นี้เรามาดู
understanding
กัน
of
ต่อว่าใคร
everything.
จะเป็น
So
ทีมที่ได้
we'll throw it
แต้
over
ม
to
กลั
the
บบ้านไป
stage through Ramita,
แล้ว
our
ก็จบลง
host.
แล้วนะคะสำหรับ MSL Thailand Season 1 Time to Rise ในวันนี้สำหรับพรุ่งนี้เราพบกันค่ะ